I think I pressed it in time. Yes. Whew.
Oh god, I didn't miss the stream.
Wade started counting down on me. And I'm like, oh no, can I press the buttons in time?
Then you're like, all right, what about this other conversation we're gonna have? That wasn't quite the dude. I was trying to do your one Filbert voice, but that wasn't the Filbert voice.
Messi has a hat. So this might come as a surprise to you. We all don't leave locations to be here. We join a Zoom call to be here. Messi and Rena still live in that house where all of his where all of his stuff still exists.
This isn't mine.
Oh,
actually.
Hey, Pat, I'm gonna hand you this book real quick.
Well, it's not
here.
mine, so.
Lost in
Whoa,
translation.
Oh, they're
into
so
Oreos.
close. So close.
Oh,
I was like, oh,
thank
that's
you for handing
badass. He's legit gonna do it.
It's not Oreos for me.
Oh, if you pulled back Oreos, I won't lie. I thought you guys just practiced a bit. I was so excited. I was on the edge of my fucking seat.
I've been really into this campaign. So I've spent very little time at my desk because baby. So everything that I have, my Switch, my Steam Deck, and my books.
Whoa, you have a baby?
I do. He's adorable. He was a month old yesterday.
Who cares? You have a
2
Steam
days ago.
Deck?
I do.
Whoa, tell me more.
But I have the book and everything on the coffee table out in the living room because that's where I've been living basically, watching Milo.
I'm a good person. All right, Rena, what was the recap?
I did not do much last session, so unfortunately,
I can take care
I
of the
have no
recap
idea.
for you. As a matter of fact, we're not even really doing a recap like last time. We're gonna, oh shit, galley goblin. Okay,
Oh, God,
hello.
Please be good to us. We've had so many reapers.
Cool babies. Rena, what's the recap?
I'll take care of pulling us in. She doesn't have to do it. Just so everybody
I do have a very
knows,
important question for Pat.
Rena got almost no sleep last night. She was too busy getting. Do you say crank now? What is it? What do children say nowadays? Messy. You're the child here.
This weekend. That was on the weekend. Yesterday.
She was cranky. She was cranky last night.
Actually got sleep yesterday.
Oh, God.
No.
No.
I peed in a pool though. If you didn't notice.
Yeah, you wore that for like 30 minutes on your stream. I don't know why.
I don't know if anybody gets this.
Like foam.
I don't know if anybody gets a reference, but that looks like a hat Frank would wear. Did anybody here watch 30 Rock or no?
Frank Sinatra.
I saw like 2 episodes when I was like 10.
Okay, so Frank, that is 100% a Frank hat. Like I'm just like, oh, Messi's definitely a Frank character. He's just missing the sun tee. So that's all.
That would be a really cool show.
All right, Forensic, what's our recap?
Yeah, Forensic actually wrote a recap in my Discord.
No, I got it. Last session picked up with Rena being like, guys, I couldn't get a hold of you. You guys being like, why didn't you help us? And then she's like, it's okay. I'll come with you. It's all good. I will take care of everything. And then you guys went back in. And when you went back in, you investigated a little bit further. You found some cool shit like Pat found out how to make a mod. You found a couple of other nifty things, whatever, You go into another room while you're, hi, incompetent ranger. Thank you for the 1,500 bits. Then you guys went into another room, and Wade has family who hates him. But to be fair, everybody hates Wade. So they tried to drop him from orbit into a planet that would kill him. And fortunately, it didn't work. You guys were able to survive that situation. But otherwise, went inside there and got the shit kicked out of you by some floating tank things that seemed to have essence of former Protheans inside of it that were shoved in there, apparently, as Rena eventually found out, by the Reapers. Rena, your character was bathed in some of their essence to the point where it literally like shut your brain down for like 15 seconds or whatever. But when you finally came to, you were able to kind of like push that shit down, and you're feeling, shall we say, okay, being sorry and having a higher mind than most other people. You've been able to almost like segment your mind, kind of like you went to IKEA, you bought a couple of, thank you, Cade, bought a couple of compartments. You shoved that shit inside there, put it to the back of the closet, and said, no one's gonna look. And that's kind of like how you're processing your emotions, like Wade, with his dead father and everything at the moment. But moving on, you guys licking your wounds made your way back to the ship after utilizing it to save the station from falling apart, and you're catching your breath, licking your wounds once again. I think you like the taste of pennies once again as you're preparing to decide whether or not you want to go back in. So we'll take the camera and we'll zoom it in way too close to the point where you're almost looking inside of Graff's ear. He's an older man, so there's hair coming out of it. And it zooms back out a little bit, and you can see that, okay, that was too far both ways. So you guys are sitting inside there. I don't know if you all want to be in the same area of your ship together.
You see how far I got with it?
Very proud
You
of
should
you.
put post-it notes.
Can we get a stop, Scott, for Wade? Oh shit! Somebody made a stop Wade emote, and I forgot to make it.
For every 5 gifted subs, Wade and I, Messi and Rena will continuously zoom in our cameras for the rest of the stream.
Oh god, that won't be distracting in the least bit. No.
Is that
This will be
starting now
funny.
or when?
Yeah, this is the start now. Why not? Hype train's
Already
going on.
did
We're
it.
almost about to beat our last our thing.
50% with 50 seconds to go. That's 1% per second to beat this level. It's good math.
Okay. Cade and incompetent.
It's not good math. It's 1% per second would be 50 seconds, not 60, which isn't.
You figured it out. You got there.
It was 50 seconds. I was right.
Thanks, sweet
That
Zana.
was good math.
I don't
Would've been.
I don't know if we would be really spread out because our ship isn't huge enough to really do that.
No, not really. But somebody could be like, shit, sit
Again,
in the
I kind
shitter.
of
Somebody
made
could be
the
in the
joke where
cockpit.
I kind of made the joke where like
Frait
Strix,
and Graff are man spread. You're Krogan spread, and Zenestthea is
my
like, God,
my
I hate
Krogan
this.
spread is enough for the entire
Yeah.
ship. Yo,
Leafy.
but we gotta zoom in now.
Leafy.
I
Or
did
do
mine.
opposites. One zooms in and one zooms out. That way there's incentive to change it. Because
Did you
sometimes
zoom
it's
in or
just
did
too
you
much.
Get really close to your camera. It looks like you just did this.
I don't want to change the zoom, so I just
You
leaned in.
got close.
I feel so tiny.
Oh, you're Scott size now.
Wait, why are you so small?
You zoomed
Oh
all
my
the way
God.
out.
Like,
Cool.
like trying to whoa. Oh my god.
Can I lean again?
My
Can I
hand
lean
is
backwards
bigger
again?
than my head.
Do this for me.
Tread quick. Take it. Take the screenshot, Tread.
Screenshot. It's Wade's O face.
You know the funny part about getting initiative right now? Because the bot doesn't auto do math for me. If I'm in the middle of conversation or doing something, like if I'm a little busy, it's a little bit too difficult for me to focus on doing the init. So if the math is just too hard for the moment, I just round up. So like, who just did that? Leafy should have been like 1,000 something. I just went to 2,000 because I was like, math.
If I get 5 gift subs, I can't spend my init. You know, if you let me spend my init, Scott, you'd probably be rich over here by now.
Well, if there was a secondary
What's more
campaign on
important,
this
stopping me from
channel-
cheating or being able to retire? You pick.
I'll ask Molly that question.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Why?
I don't
Let's
know.
so game camera zooms in to Graff's ear, zooms back out after you guys counted 11 hairs that he hasn't plucked recently, and then you see that they're all inside there. So I imagine, Wade, you're over by the armor station looking at some of the details that Strix had brought in about potentially being able to mod the stuff, and looking over like, yeah, I'd be able to put this into armor. I think that could happen. And you have Messi's character, recently having bandaged up his wounds, is going to be over there by the weapons one, maybe trying to take another glance at the weapon that he grabbed before. Messi, you want to go ahead and roll me another engineering check? I think it was I made you roll last time.
Yo, Messi, give me a high five.
Sorry, where are you?
Just straight up.
Up.
Bam.
Straight up,
What
now
was it?
tell
Sorry,
me, you really gonna
Scott, what were you just saying?
gun? You found gun. No gun. What do? Roll. NG.
The gun that I found originally, the pistol. You
Yeah.
need to
What am I doing with it?
roll an engineering.
Roll a
see if you
fucking
identify it.
engineering check. Jesus Christ.
Where's my
Rena,
character
can you
sheet?
scratch my head while you're up there?
Chat, we know Messi doesn't get to play very often, so when Scott asks him to do something, it's
No.
Messi,
God
who
damn
am
it.
I?
Dude, another fucking 4.
Yeah, why'd you guys make me roll?
Oh God. Okay. So, Rena, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to be the responsible one here. Could you start the RP for it? You go ahead. Yep. This is
What
you.
am I gonna start with?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Well, we're all
I've,
beat the
I've
fuck
tried.
up. Strix nearly died, and now we're back on the station after
So
repairing the
how
power
much time
thing.
has actually passed since we've come back? About an hour, you said?
So
Well, an
the
hour
whole
is
short
our
rest will be an
rest.
hour. Let's assume it's been about 50 minutes or so. You're kind of like, is that moment where you guys are getting ready, your guns are already reloaded and whatnot, but you still, there's like a little bit of a disheartened feeling among the crew, and you're trying to get it up. You know what I mean? It's like, fourth quarter.
I know that. I know
You're
that
down by
hardship.
2 touchdowns.
Okay,
You know,
so
it's
my
like-
character, without even talking to people, my character's gearing back up, about ready to go back on the station. We haven't even discussed if we're going back out, but my character is like,
You'll hear a
preparing to go
couple of
back.
stomps, and you'll see Strix walking back out. Because when we got back on the ship, you guys saw Strix was pretty fucked up. You see Strix kind of bolstered up, a bit more energized, gun ready. He's got his helmet to like complete the spacesuit and all that stuff that he needs at his arm. So, are we ready to go back onto the ship?
yep.
This will be
I've been
completely
ready.
like 180 from how he was earlier, because he said that he didn't want to go near the ship again.
Graff just, finishes probably like checking the ammo or whatever on his gun. Yep.
Sorry, I
been
just
ready.
realized
Let's do it.
something. Just realized something really silly. Okay, Frait, same thing. He's already strapped up, ready to go back as soon as he's done taking his medicine.
I don't know why, but I feel like we're missing something on the ship. Something unturned. We need to get back. How long do you folks need? He'll look mainly to Zenny. Rejoining us
actually-
yet again, right?
Surprised that you actually want to go back. You seemed pretty against it earlier. What changed?
The fight earlier left me a little down, I won't lie. But it was a challenging adversary for sure. Makes me wonder what else could be lurking on that ship.
I mean, it was quite dangerous, actually.
It gave me quite a headache, and he'll kind of like knock on his head.
It's kind of lucky that we made it out the way that we did. We could have gotten stuck there. It's not really a smart idea to go back. I mean, I understand why, but
We have
And she
little
kind of
left
picks
to
herself.
explore on the ship, and we've found a lot of other great things so far. Maybe it's just my itch for discovery. He'll kind of lean in a little bit too close for comfort when he says that.
I
So-
think if there was anything else that was going to attack us in the power station, it probably would have attacked with the Reapers. So far everything here has been pretty Reaper controlled, so odds are as long as we're careful, good to explore that area at least. And there's one section we haven't even started to look at yet, so might as well finish the job.
Scott, about how much air do we have left?
How much air do you have left? You are always able to refuel on your ship. Your ship is a constant
I
producing
imagine
of
that's
air.
what we've done while we took the short rest and everything too, right? Or is that
Yeah,
separate?
yeah. So what it is that your suits can hold 2 hours of air. You know what I mean? So like every time you go in there and you come back out, you got the 2 hours on you. Each, obviously, right?
So it seems Graff is ready. Right, Zenny? Do you need more time, or would you rather have Graff and I go and scout things up ahead?
No,
Yeah, I
let's
think we've
do it.
wasted enough time here already. I think we should get boots on the ground.
Thank
Well-
you. Kind of like,
I
agreeing.
agree. We should hurry up.
well, then
Fine.
hop to it. He'll kind of like literally pick you up and like get you to like start getting your gear on.
Oh, he already was. I
Okay.
described that a little bit ago. He was. Are you going to jump across? You're going to actually use the umbilicus.
I think there's only one cable on the umbilicus left right now, isn't there?
We didn't break it.
The umbilicus can hold a number of cables as there is crew for the ship. So if there are 4 crew, then the umbilicus will cover all 4 of you.
Okay.
By crew, I don't mean individual people. I mean stations on the ship. So I'm pretty sure it's 4.
Okay.
So I can actually double check that right now because there's 4. There's 2 gunner seats, so there are 4. Yeah.
You would just take the umbilicus.
Oh, look at that. So he wants to go back and like continue pushing on for whatever reason, but he's not feeling like overly randy. Yeah, I gotcha. That makes sense. So even Strix is showing a couple of cracks in his kind of dedication to this.
Would anybody comment on that as I get like set in the umbilicus? Would you?
I think I would be too afraid if I called attention to it that it would cause you to not want to do it.
Smart man.
Yeah, he would just nod and be like, "Finally."
Graff will already be going across as well, following Strix's lead.
Okay. You wouldn't say anything.
Come on, we're losing daylight, you two. He's like,
actually, there is no daylight. We're out in.
It's a turn of phrase, Strix.
Turn of what? Turn around.
Something smart people say. Just fucking get over there.
Okay. So you, the group of you end up getting across there again with ease. It's not an issue. Again, you had the station, where it is that you have this currently going because the station's. Oh no. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you spent a fuck ton of Omnigel last time to repair the thing. So your ship is back to where it was docked beforehand. Unless you wanted to move it to a different area, which doesn't really make sense. You go back to where it was. Wade, I don't think you actually rolled me that piloting check, though. So why don't you go ahead and roll me a quick piloting check? It's not too terribly difficult because you're obviously going to take your time. Okay.
Well, one's not an automatic fail on these, right?
No, it's not an automatic fail. I'm just seeing if anybody recently dropped a... Oh, okay. I'm sorry, what would you like to do, Wade? It's not an automatic fail.
I clicked to roll luck to see if I can get it to a 10, but I don't think
it did not work?
Up yet.
Give me a second. The API might need to be reset. Give me 2 seconds to do that.
Plus 7?
I do.
He's a very good driver.
Yeah, some people try not to fail at the game, Messy.
It's called a pilot. It's a pilot.
He's a driver, actually. He's a door dasher.
Also, I have a plus 7 in stealth, so does that mean I'm not trying to lose the game? Because I feel like I'm...
Wade, go ahead and click it again.
Anyway.
All right.
There we go. I got to an 11.
Okay.
Are you comfortable with your 11?
Hey, chat. We don't
Is
have
there
any
something
luck
else
dice.
I can do with it?
Okay. So with your 11, fun thing about that is the 8 actually would have passed because one of the things that you notice as you're flying the ship this time is the biotic field that's around the ship that was disrupting things before seemed to almost disperse around you as you fly the ship this time. For some reason, as you're going extra slow, checking your sensors and so forth, you're like, hold up, I definitely made a fuck up right here. I caught myself, but I made a fuck up. And for some reason, things aren't going wrong. Probably, I don't know if you'd say anything to the crew to warn them first, but you would kick it up to the next gear just to test it, just to test the waters. And there's no disruption in your movement. You can move at normal speeds. Granted, you're moving micro movements around a space station anyways, right? So you don't want to move too fast. But it doesn't seem like your driving ability is being handcuffed the way that it was before. So yeah, you're easily able to maneuver around. The DC was a 6. You couldn't fail. So you make your way over to the station where it was before with this realization. I don't know if you share it with anybody or you
if I think that the dampening field is down, yeah, I would mention that.
Go ahead.
Also, when I was parking the ship, seems like we can move a little bit faster, so I'm not sure if y'all are still having any issues getting your shit working, but at least the ship can move a little bit faster now without concern. I kind of tested it without asking. So, you're welcome.
Not exactly sure whether we should take that as a good sign or not, considering what we found there so far.
Do you think this has to
do
do
less
with
Reapers? They'll yell like from across, which probably doesn't make a difference.
He has a point.
Well, no, we have Omni tools, so there's no reason to yell. I forgot we're just talking via like headset anyway, aren't we?
Yeah, because some of them are going to be getting ready to jump out, so they're going to be in the airlock. Like the air is already open there. Oh my god, that's actually how Strix leaves the ship. If you remember the ship, like there's doors to the side, but there's also like the cockpit is straight back. So what he does to leave the ship is he just stands in the cockpit and he just opens the door while it's pressurized, so he goes shooting out. Like, ah! All right. So, anyways, you say that nobody really seems to react to it. Everybody seems just like a little beaten up from everything that you've dealt with so far this day. It's been many hours. If you think about how long it's been that you've been here, you've been resting for 2 hours, and I think searching around for like a solid 4-ish hours at this point. So, I mean, you're looking at, over 6 hours of just having been here. Everybody's getting worn down, lots of fighting and whatnot, but here we are, oh yeah. You going back into the fight. So,
no, Zenny's pretty new to the ship, to be fair, okay? Some of us have been fighting for a lot longer. Zenny's
Says the
still...
toddler.
I haven't gone down yet. Just, I got close.
You did. I had to pick
And
you
neither
up.
have I.
I could have raged, but
You
then
didn't?
everyone would have died.
So you did go down.
so
And
just to
only
be
I
clear,
could get you back up.
Zenny is also missing one of her hit die. So she is also looking a little worn, just not anywhere near as much as you guys for several reasons, even. Mostly just because she's awesome. But
That was incredible.
you guys make your way across, and as you make your way across, go back to that same area as before, where there's the 3 airlocks. One to the left, that was where you got swarmed. One to the heading straight down, where you're like, fuck that place. And then one to the right, which you haven't even seen where that goes yet, right? You haven't seen the area that even connects to. I had you guys make perception checks last session, but unfortunately you didn't catch anything with them, which is fun. So as we continue moving, I don't know if you want to jump into RP, but everybody here, make sure your maximum and your current HP jumps up by 5. That was triggered by somebody in chat.
Thank you.
So for the next hour, you have that little bonus to you. Next in-game hour. So half your air. All right, so you're going down to that 3rd passageway to start heading down there. You never really looked down this way before. You just kind of like opening it up. And same as before, guys, remind me, you're shutting the doors in case it is pressurized so you don't get like blown back or anything, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Does everybody come? Because I know Zenestthea was like a little bit hesitant, but Graff and Strix just fucking went for it. I don't know if Frait did or not.
I mean, if
but
everybody's going, she's not gonna not go, so she will.
Okay. So the door opens up. So it's the same idea. You close the door behind you. You close the one in front of you. When this one opens up, okay, the site is not too dissimilar than the one you just saw beforehand, last session, where the area is broken apart, except for 2 distinct differences. Number one, it's not anywhere near as destroyed as it was before. And number 2, you see something like a lot of movement over around that destroyed area. Almost like there's a bunch of like little debris, but instead of it being zipping by, like I mentioned, stuff that's kind of like flying in from outer space or whatever, almost like there's like a field of things that are just kind of like moving around. So everybody go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Damn it.
oh my God. Oh, Frait. Oh,
do
did
you guys
see
see what
that?
our rolls look like to start the day?
So
6,
Strix,
8, 9, 10, 7, 4.
Strix, you're the one that gets the best view of them. This is mood right here. Strix, you're the one that gets the best view of them, and you just see a cloud of stuff moving around ahead of you. The only thing I'll tell you is it doesn't look like, to everybody else, it just looks like debris kind of like randomly floating around and maybe bumping into each other, but like small little flecks or tiny pieces, not to be compared with before where you saw like the crates and trash kind of floating around. But Strix, you're the one that you're watching of it. It's like, nah, that movement, seemingly random, looks a little too coordinated for it to be random. That's all I can give you from this distance that you are. Again, the platform, the skyway that you walk across, we already established Rena doesn't know what that looks like because of Arizona, but she Googled it between sessions. And then you, but it's less destroyed as before. Go ahead, Strix.
So I imagine Graff starts like trying to walk in front of me to get a better look, and I'm just gonna put my hand on him, like not having him pass. I don't trust that cloud. It's too organized. You'll hear him deep, low, just so all of us can hear us, but you'll hear I'm way serious. Like my tone is shifted from the ship to now, and I haven't taken my eyes off of that cloud.
The cloud's not just debris. Scott, can I investigate it to get a closer look?
So investigation would be
I was gonna
literally
say, can I-
walking
can I-
up to it.
Can I point out like where like the if I can assist in any way or even just give him the ability to investigate by pointing it out? Like, do you not see how it's coordinated? It's flying around very
I
subtly.
have an ability called Nanite Cloud, so I was curious if it looked like my Nanite Cloud.
Yeah. So wait, do you want to walk a bit closer and do an investigation? You don't have to walk up to them. It's not like you're going to poke them or anything, but you can get closer and look specifically at the area where Strix is suggesting.
Are they
Messy
in the
was
way
about
of
to
where
say
we're trying to
something.
go?
Yeah, they're literally in
Then yes.
the tunnel. Okay, cool. Messy, you going to say something before I have Wade roll?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if I could look at it through my scope and get a better view.
Absolutely, yeah. So for you, Messy, I'm going to have you hang back. You're going to pull out your scope and look over the shoulder, which is not bad to have out in case you have to provide Wade aid anyways. But you go ahead and roll a perception. Wade, you're going to roll investigation with advantage for multiple reasons, including Strix assisting.
Do we have a map for today or no?
Not at the moment.
Wait.
I never give one for the Skyways.
Sorry, are we both at advantage or just Wade? I didn't
Just
get
Wade.
Just only
Okay.
Wade special. Hey!
That's a little
Doesn't
better.
matter because Wade did a good enough job. No, I'm just kidding. So, two things. One, Messy, you can absolutely see through your scope they are moving with purpose, and specifically, you're noticing that they're actually settling on and moving away from and settling on and moving away from the Skyway itself, like the broken area of the Skyway. It's hard to make out the finer details, but whatever this is, it is moving with purpose and kind of landing in those regions. Wade, to you, 100% you are correct. This is a nanite cloud, and as opposed to what your nanite cloud usually does, this seems to be repairing the Skyway. They seem to be actively trying to repair the Skyway. With your 22, however, I do want you to roll me an engineering check with advantage.
Please tell me you can turn these off. Or maybe not. Oh my god.
Oh. It's a good thing you got advantage.
Yeah. Well, I rolled 18 first. But yeah, I'll take it.
Do you want the 18 or do you want to try to luck it to see if you can break that 20?
I say try to luck to see if we have luck.
Well, I used luck earlier and we didn't. That was the last luck.
Well, I know, but we could pander to chat.
I think luck will be more important later. I'm going to keep the 18 for now.
Sure. Okay. 17 is all I needed. Wade, you do notice that it is the nanites that are there seem to be repairing the Skyway, like actively working, but very slowly because how small they are. So they have to do it on like a what's the word I'm looking for here? Like a molecular level, slowly, or at least a particle level.
Basically 3D
slowly
printing.
3D printing out.
Kind
but
of.
where are they getting the materials from? So that's where your check is what got you. The materials, they seem to be grabbing at various debris that is either floating in the hallway or seemingly breaking down parts of other parts of the Skyway to make it thinner so it's less durable but still functioning, and utilizing that. So they're more or less like grabbing whatever resources are available and utilizing those to repair the Skyway. But this is the first time you've seen anything working independently without being activated as an electronic. Go ahead.
Looks like whatever this is, it's repairing the station. They're like little nanite robots.
You have a grenade that does something similar, do you not?
Well, yeah.
I don't want to call it an ability, so I'm just calling it a grenade.
The difference is, other than the fact that mine is more less fun to walk through, this one seems to be grabbing particles of whatever it can find in the air. If we pass through this, there's a chance it might think that we're spare parts. So just
I was going to ask, are these hostile?
not intentionally, but if
It
you
could
see
be.
something that might be good for what it's trying to accomplish, it might just start breaking things down. So we may want to either find a way to temporarily shut these off, or I don't know, risk it if we're going to pass through here again.
With those words being said, Messy, roll me an electronics check.
Do your
Electronics,
nanites
yes.
do your nanites require power? If I were to short circuit them with an electric ability of mine.
I don't know, man. I just press the button and they fucking go.
You'll hear a heavy sigh.
I didn't make them.
Messy, you're pretty sure, because of the various interactions specifically that you, and to some degree with Wade, have done throughout the station so far, that if these things are intentionally trying to repair different systems of the Prothean station, maybe if you were to yourself come off as being part of belonging on the station, that it would ignore you, Or if it tries to triage away from you, not do too much because they don't want to break you down too far, or maybe even try to repair you a little bit. Now, why does this touch onto what you've done beforehand? Well, you were reading the signals. You with Wade were reading the signals coming off of that machine in the first room, and adequately took it apart and so on and so forth. You took a whole bunch of coding from inside of one of the computers and broke down the computer, and you handled another computer since then. Now, honestly, you're pretty sure you might be able to cobble together almost like a superficial program to put through your Omni tools to emit enough distraction that you could slip past these things.
How fucked up is the sky bridge that they're trying to fix?
The one that we
Sky
repaired
Bridge-
with Omni Gel. Right?
This one isn't as fucked up as that one, but you don't know if
the
it.
same one.
No, this is a different one that I was saying
It's on the
beforehand.
opposite side
It's
of
not
the
as
hall.
fucked up. It may have been as, if not more fucked up before, you don't know. But you also spent an hour inside since the station powered back up. So they've been working for over an hour in here. Well over an hour, because of you guys doing your own repairs before. So continue.
Okay. Okay, he would say, you know, I have a couple of ideas. We could, I might be able to set up something we can pass through our Omni tools that would almost mark us as give us the ability to bypass these machines without being noticed. But it's risky, and it does mean I'd have to work pretty hard on it, which I'm not opposed to, but I know we're not trying to spend forever here.
Probably take 10 minutes.
On the other side, okay. On the other side, we could maybe just give the bots some time and maybe some materials to finish what they're trying to do.
We don't
Do I
know
get the
how
idea
long
these
that
are-
would take.
Do I get the idea that these are bots mostly used for like patching like small holes, or is large reconstruction, does it seem to be doing okay?
Unfortunately, because of the fact that it's Prothean designed, you don't know how complex these things are. It could be either of those or both.
Are they flying through repairs right now? We've been watching for a couple minutes, so
You've been watching
So
for
you
less
make
than a
any
minute, to be
progress?
fair, but in that
Oh, okay.
time that you've seen, it's very small progress because the cloud is only so big.
okay. Okay, he'd say, so I guess to summarize, the two options are I could try to spend a few minutes here to make something that lets us bypass, and it might work or it might not. Or we can maybe just slip them some materials that they'd be more focused on and try to get by without worry.
Okay, so real quick before I answer, Scott, this is to go the way we haven't gone yet?
Correct, exactly that, sir. Yes, this is me describing you guys. Shut the door behind you and the airlock, so on and so forth, because this is a new one you hadn't gone to beforehand. That's how I described it at the beginning. And when you opened it up, there was no air because of what we're looking at right now.
Sure.
I guess as a third option, we could try to get the whole station back, but full power, and that might speed things up.
Well, there were some crates and things that we haven't looked through over in the power area. And now that we do have some power to the station, the area we were already in might have some more information for us too if we want to backtrack. I do think we should go back through the power station, see what we can do there, possibly give this thing a little bit more juice. Maybe they'll even have more repair shit that'll come online to fix it. However, we also have to worry about the potential of triggering more station defenses too.
How long do you need again, Frait?
A few minutes.
Probably about 10.
10, 15.
You want to go do some recon, Graff, with me? We can go check out those crates.
We
We'd
can
probably
do
be
that, but we
back.
probably want Freight over there to mess with the.
Yeah, there was another console
systems
and another
again.
power station that's not online yet. I could
Can you not-
try. I
Can you
tried a
not
few
craft
times.
and walk at the same time, you horrible multitasker? I'll almost kind of like egg you on.
Jesus.
He looks at the hastily repaired sky bridge and says, I wouldn't want to misstep.
That's a good point. Walking across this thing is going to be a little, well, shit.
I'd
Look-
say spend the time to do it. It's the safer route.
If you guys are okay with it, let's swing back to the power array. I can see if I can get it fully online, and then afterwards I can still code. It wouldn't take me too long.
Yep, let's do that then. Let's get moving. Any ideas on how we get across this thing without re-breaking it? This is
Yeah,
this is
Strix,
the
did you-
one, Pat, that you
Repaired.
helped us repair, yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got the ability. I don't think that we've talked about that in RP though, but you talked about it last session to keep us in 0 gravity.
Well, so I have the ability to ignore a lot of the difficult terrain with my HUD ability.
I think that's the one we were talking about, right? So I think we talked about it out of RP, not in RP yet.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead.
I can plot a route, and you'll just watch him like open up his Omni tool. I can plot a route where we can maneuver through the. Is it 0 grav? Is that the correct term? The low gravity in this room.
Yep, 0 grav works. Yep, that's fine. Go ahead.
I'll say low gravity, but
Sure.
I can plot a route where we can use some of the debris to jump off, and I can plot a route, and then you'll see just automatically a route pops up on all of your guys' Omni tool.
All right, so we're keeping 0G, no boots on the ground.
If we were to have to jump across without the bridge,
Yeah. Fuck. Let's just do this the safe way. I'll follow your lead. Let's be slow
Frait
and
and
cautious,
console,
messing
then?
around with things. Frait,
Crates
you know what
and
you're
console?
doing. Careful with the melted down EZO cores, and if you see anything moving, just steer clear of it. Stay in communication, and let's get this shit done with so we can get the fuck off this place, or at least the next area. I want to make sure we check everything out.
Okay.
Alright,
So,
Strix, you lead the way.
okay.
That's it.
Do we need
Okay,
to roll
no.
anything, Scott, to maneuver?
No, so more or less what Pat's choosing to do is he's choosing to use his ability that he normally has. And for all of you that play ME5E as well, totally keep this in mind for why it is you're always seeing in the ME5E server talking about how Pat's subclass is broken as fuck. So he's using the advance ability, and he's more or less using it to eliminate the fact that there's any difficult terrain being in the lower grav. So how we are going to describe this
I
for the
asked
sake
Scott
of
if I could do this, and Scott's like, "Well, yeah." So I think we
what was I
talked
gonna
about
say?
this off stream.
This is
last
Pat's fuck
week.
you Ken ability.
Fuck you can. Isn't that an ability from like a 90s fuck you can? Is that
No.
no?
You're mistaken.
Okay. Oh, okay. My apologies. I'm sorry, Messi. I didn't mean to upset you. Moving on. So, what you're going to be able to do is more or less on their HUD, with the same advanced ability that you always use, Pat, is you're displaying as you're moving through 0G, no mag boots on or anything like that, as you're floating through. You're just kind of pointing out all the best places for handholds or walls and corners for them to intentionally aim for, kick off of, maneuver themselves with, so on and so forth. If you've ever seen your actual astronauts moving about the space station, the international, or the ISS, right? You'll see that they have preset locations that allow them to move quickly and deftly with a lot of practice. Your characters are doing that without practice because you're just highlighting all the best areas, like Tony Stark flying through and, so on and so forth, right? So as you kind of like set up this HUD, you do like a quick analysis of the area, and ding, 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 ding. Everybody moves very quickly. Strix leading the way, of course. I imagine he has a shotgun out in one hand, and he's kind of like grabbing onto footholds and launching himself off and doing the same thing. And it's actually crazy for the three of you in back to watch this, because Strix is big and beefy. He's a meaty, broad boy, and it always blows your mind how somehow his body is able to move as deftly as it is. But that's practice. It's dance moves. The way that he manipulates through the air in 0G is like watching a prima ballerina, giving her heart's best performance. I mean, that ass. Anyways, so Strix, you go kind of like flying through this region into where it was beforehand, kind of emerging back out. I could drop us into the map to make things easier. Where are we? Drop us into the map here, make things easier for you guys. So you can start looking around where you were. You can reorient yourselves together or not. I don't really care. But I'm having a hard time moving messy. There we go. So you guys can see like, what's inside these rooms. Turn messy. All right, well, let me turn messy. There we go. Okay, cool.
It's okay.
So you
I'm
guys
in
can
control.
Yeah, you got it. So you guys can like see these areas. So as you're like walking through and checking out the station, and feel free to like move around as you see fit. You do notice that there is avoid. Don't get too close to this guy though. That whole lit up area is where it is emitting that radiation. You want to avoid the lit up areas of those unless Messy can
The two
kinda,
giant
like,
yellow
squash it down.
beacons, right?
Correct, yeah. Unless Messy can squash down the radiation. So you just walk a wide berth around them. Anyways, as you're walking through here, we don't need to describe every single room. It doesn't matter at this point because of the whole station was kind of like thrown to fuck and things were disheveled and blah, blah. We could just go ahead and jump to the checks that your characters want to do. So I'm going to ask Rena first because I pretty much already know what they're going to do. What would your character be doing during this? Are you still going to try to like maintain some sort of hang back lookout? Or do you want to, because you feel a bit more secure now, continue investigating forward or trying to assist one of them with one of their tasks? Blah, blah, blah.
I mean, I'm probably better off assisting because my investigation is not good. So I wouldn't be able to roll very high anyway. But again, I'm not sure who I'd be better to assist because I also don't have like electronics or anything like that.
I
So-
would probably stick with Graff if you wanted to stick with Frait.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess.
As mu-
if
well, I mean,
can
I'm
assist
trying to
him on his
debate
rolls, then I will.
because my electronics is a 2, but I don't know exactly what Wade Graff is going to be trying to go and investigate.
Right.
There were crates over where we had encountered the big.
I can
Reaper thing.
stick with Graff then, Rena.
So-
I don't have great investigation, but I have a 2.
So you
Yeah,
go.
that's already better than me.
Okay.
All
I'll
right,
go
cool.
with
So you
Graff
go
then.
help Graff and you're going to go and help out Freight, yes?
Patrick's helping Frait. Rena's helping Graff.
Perfect. So we're going to go over to them first for exciting reasons. We'll go to the you two boys afterwards. So Rena and Graff, you guys go, Rena and Freight, or Zenny and Freight, you guys go up into the station that kind of controls all this stuff. Messy, the
Wade's
power...
going to do what I was looking at last session. It's a little weird big...
I just couldn't remember if there were any doors over here, not that we didn't open.
No, I don't think so.
So Wade, you actually do want to hang out in that area for a second, and we're going to get to radios for why. Messy, when you go up into that region, you have Zenny come over with you. You were able to activate one of the terminals. Now, if I remember correctly, you did not power off that terminal. You just ran away because you're like, fuck, I got to go help them, correct?
Yeah, I had to leave the tiny battery in there.
Well, the good news is that when the power came back online, even though the power is not functioning anywhere near as well as it's supposed to, and again, blah, 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 blah. And again, there's only one wire connecting from the power generating source here to the rest of the station. Who knows what that even powers? Seemingly those nanites? Whatever. You do notice that, I guess that battery that stayed there, either you made it very efficiently, or there's enough power here combined with that battery, maybe acting as a capacitor or something as needed, is able to continue running that terminal. It has not shut down.
Oh, so
But
like the console's still up?
That one console is, but all the other consoles are shut down. So Rena, the room that you're in, there's effectively 4 or 5 consoles in there and only one is powered up. And you guys are going to go in there, and I imagine everybody, unless you tell me otherwise, is open comms. So if there's any communication among any of you, unless you tell me otherwise, assume everybody can hear it, okay? So you guys go walking in and talking about this, or whatever you want to talk about. Get messy.
What?
You're
Wait.
walking in and seeing the comms with Zenestthea. I don't know what your plan is. If you're going to say something to her, ask her
Oh
to
wait,
do
I was
something.
Zenestthea?
Yeah.
I thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was with Pat.
Yeah,
I was
Pat
Patterns
went
at-
with Freight. Zen
Yeah.
went with me.
I'm,
Oh, okay.
I'm with Frait.
Oh, I got that backwards. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
why
we
that's why I
originally
confirmed
had-
from you.
Yeah.
And you said it
Yeah.
correctly that Rena
Yeah.
was with Wade.
And then I corrected myself
and
to
then you,
incorrect.
And then
Okay.
you backtracked.
I can no longer
Cool.
move my character, Scott. I don't know why.
I
You
was
probably
just
put
able
yourself
to.
in. You probably just put yourself into an area where you can barely fit through the wall.
Oh, okay.
That's all. You just put yourself in a tight spot.
So which one are you starting with?
Okay,
You start with Freight and
Yeah, so
Pat,
who's
or
going
me
first?
And
Freight is first. So Freight, you start talking.
Okay. All right.
Freight
So
and Pat.
so as we walk in the room, Freight will kind of gesture to the one console that's still blinking, and as he's like sitting down on it and setting up, he'll say, I tried to rig up a battery to it, but I just don't think mine are as good as yours. It seems to be holding out okay. Just interesting. You want to see if you can get another one up?
Let me just.
Go ahead, Pat.
What am I rolling?
Nothing. He was.
Nothing?
I thought you were gonna
Oh.
RP.
Okay. To be fair, I made my battery in a mere couple of seconds.
Yeah, I get it. You're
I think it was a
impressive.
couple of minutes, but he's gonna be extra about it.
I'm still working on learning the language here, but I don't know if maybe these consoles power different things or control
Scott,
different things.
Scott, I still have this battery with me. I did take it. Is there any way to juice it?
Hey.
Would
In
it
theory,
Would I have juiced it while we got air and everything? I know that's kind of a stretch.
no. I would say yeah, because you did that.
But
It's been an
I
hour.
did tell you I had plans on trying to
Yeah.
because you did say, and I had a roll for it. You're like, you
Mhm.
could repurpose it to carry a
Yep.
charge still.
I
And
say
imagine
yes.
I
You
would've-
did charge it. Yep. I already told. We already know what the other two characters are doing. We never said what your character was doing, so I imagine it was that. So go ahead, sir.
Cool.
Graff will interrupt you too as well. Like, whenever you're talking about the battery. There's also a terminal over here where you can divert power. Freight, I don't know if you want to come take a look at it yourself, but if you need to maneuver things a bit, there's a switch or thing over here.
Wait, how do you know that's what it's for?
Because that's what it is. I don't know. How do you know things? You just figure it out.
If I were to slam, is there gravity in this room?
No, not in this whole station. You guys are floating.
That's what I thought. So I can't really slam anything anywhere, right? I can. But there
Well,
will be
yes,
no
you can
noise.
slam. What you do is you put your legs on the ceiling and you hold the thing above you and then,
just
thrust with your
push,
legs.
you know.
Yeah.
I guess I'll take out the battery. The good thing I charged this then, and he'll kind of like, where do you need it? Where do you want me to plug it in?
I think he would. I'm trying
You'll
to remember.
see him
there
like
was,
intently asking you because he doesn't want to fuck something up.
Yeah, I
Messy, you
remember
don't have to
when
worry about
Scott-
your own personal memory. I got you. The terminal that Strix
Okay.
is actually standing next to is the one that gives you the correct readouts. Remember, there's no windows that look into the other room because that's the one that gives you all the readouts.
That's the monitor for the power supply. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so I think that would probably be a good one. He'd say, that console there actually, I think
Is it the
gives
one that I'm like
readouts.
actually standing on, or is it like right over here?
The one
That whole
you were just
wall.
on.
That whole wall. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this just an engineering
sh-
check to hook it up, or is it not a roll to like?
Probably engineering, if I had to guess. Unless do you have an ability? I know you have a shit ton of weird abilities. Do you have one that's like turn something on, like or
No.
like repair something with scrap or something? I thought you did.
No, I mean, it's a personality trait. I make crap. I make random things out of junk. But I mean, other than that, no.
I think you've
I'm
done this
at the
before.
terminal if you all want me to mess around with it.
Just give me a
have-
second.
I have tinkerer tools, but I don't know. I don't think that allows me to just hook this
I'd
up. Does it?
argue. I mean, obviously it's up to Scott, but I'd argue you've already done this before. So I don't know if it would be like a guarantee, but like a roll with advantage.
That'd
The
be
last time I did it
I think
though,
so.
it wasn't a good roll because it drained the battery. Or no. I
Right.
rolled successfully, just not high enough because the whole station was powered or something like that. It sucked the juice out
That
of
was
the battery
that
really
was
quickly.
Messy that did that. It wasn't you. Messy screwed that
okay.
up. Yeah. So Messy's rolling this one again. You're not an
Messi's
electronics
rolling,
person.
me installing it?
So
Okay.
you busted out the battery. You're installing it. Messy's going to roll to power it back on. Oh no, actually no. You can. I'm sorry. You can roll, Pat.
Is it an engineering check?
It is engineering. Yes. My apologies.
Would I have advantage because I have tinkerer tools or just a regular roll?
It's a regular roll. Tinkerer tools and all that stuff is how you're able to do this.
Yeah, but I was saying that he's seen these before and he's already done one, so I don't know if that helped at all.
No,
I have
this
a
is a very
I
different
have
station.
a 4 in engineering, so I knew I was going to be able to crush it if
Yeah,
I
you're
rolled
good.
well.
Okay, cool. So you're good to go. You absolutely.
It'll take me literally click, click, click. I think it's good.
So
And then let
cutting
me
away from
try-
you.
Oh, sorry. Keep interrupting. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you. I was focused on you guys first.
I was gonna say while he's hooking that one up, I would try to get this one online again, but I've already failed it a few times. I remember being really difficult. I think it was electronics.
No,
last
you
time,
just kept
right?
rolling 4s, is what happened.
So while
It is
he's
like a
actively
20
working on that
DC
one.
or
Okay.
21 DC, or at least the other one was. It was a high DC.
Yeah.
Yep. So you're welcome to go over there and make that one roll, and they're going to pull the attention from you. We'll talk about it depending on how your roll goes. Oh,
Let's go.
okay. Wade, what
good
were you and
roll.
Zenestthea doing while? Because you like talked to them, but they borderline ignored you. So what would your characters be doing? Zenny, this is you as well.
I feel like we would have acknowledged him, but like, I'm trying to hook up a battery.
He was just like, okay, how do you know that? I don't know, just know. And then that
he's
was pretty
talking
much it.
to
and
you?
He was like, yeah.
I was gonna say he's on voice chat and Discord, and they're just responding to him with emojis in like the text chat next to the voice chat, and that's the only response he gets, just like thumbs ups.
Hold on.
instead of-
I'll send one of my official Krogan stickers. Hey guys, there's a thing. Okay, boop, there's my response to you.
So while we're waiting for them to need something, I guess let's just check these boxes or something that are over here.
Yeah, I imagine we're probably just investigating.
Just
Nice,
pops
nice.
up on the armor
If we
tool.
want to roll separate checks or if we want to assist, but like I said, I don't have anything in investigation, so I can't really.
No, you're good. So I got you on this one. You guys go down there and you're specifically looking through that power switching room, Wade, or are you just hanging
Well,
out in that?
there was a bunch of stuff in this room up here too. So this was the room where there were like floating boxes along the sides. I'd probably check some of that shit out too.
Sure. So is that where your character's focused?
If they don't need me over here, then yes.
Cool. Rena, where does your character go? Are you with Wade or are you going elsewhere?
I don't think they would split up. Like,
Sure.
It doesn't make any sense.
Cool. So we'll put you over there as well. Awesome. So Messy, when you turn the other terminal online and nobody's over in the power control-y switchy area, things go fucking horribly wrong. You see, the problem is you turned on too much power. Things were not situated where they needed to be. There were power cables that I described a bunch of times as being severed. And now you're just like powering up this thing, containing its bleeding off of energy and feeding it through the station. And without anybody anywhere nearby to divert it, you start seeing literally the computer terminals around you guys sparking and fritzing and going absolutely nuts. So you can imagine, what's your name? Pat. If you do me a favor and make me a constitution check, wait, Messy, make me a constitution save. Both of you guys saves. You guys both pass. So if this probably doesn't matter, it's going to be so low because you're going to take half damage that this probably doesn't matter. I'm going to go ahead and slash 2d4. Oop, apparently I didn't type. Slash R
Is this like-
2d4.
Is this like, well, I guess you haven't described it yet, but is it like electricity or like
Yep.
radiation?
So
that
it's
you're
like,
okay with?
so what it is like the thing is sparking so much from so much energy kind of like pouring through the systems that you're working on that it jumps out and sparks. It hits you for half damage, so it's only 2, which because you have shields, that's doubled, so that's 4 against your
So we
shields,
have
but your shields can
effectively
absorb
1
it.
damage.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
our
well,
shields
nothing.
left.
Yeah, exactly. But if you step away for 6 seconds, they're going to be back up and you're fine. So this doesn't hurt you at all. You're good. But either way, with
But
the
it's
room that
gonna
you
wake us the fuck up. Like, oh shit.
yeah. Oh, and the whole room around you is sparking. So I want to be clear.
Right.
This whole room that you characters are inside right now, surrounded by all these terminals everywhere. I keep trying to spin Messy, but it's really hard to do. There we
Yeah,
go.
I'll
With
step
all these
away.
terminals everywhere, it's just happening. The walls around, and your characters. It's not like you're standing on the ground, and so those ceiling above your head is scary. You're free floating. So when your character's like, oh, back up, you start backing up. But unless you have something to stop you, you keep backing up because you're in zero gravity. So there's the concern of there's like sparks going off everywhere. Before we get to you guys, let's go back to the other two, Zenestthea and Wade. Go ahead and roll me your investigation checks as your characters started looking around. That's Rena's.
That was me.
No, I know. I'm waiting for. And either of
I
you
don't know if
guys
I
want to
have
luck
luck.
yours.
I would, but I don't know that we have any. And I don't know
I was
if we
gonna
want to
say
use on
yours,
this.
maybe. Go
I
for
can
it.
try it. Don't know if we have any. Oh, we did. We do. One left. Okay, so
Okay.
14.
Okay, so Wade, you get a 14. So Wade, you're kind of like searching through the area, going through some stuff. If you see something of interest, you look at it for a moment. Unfortunately, you don't understand much by way of Prothean technology. Zenestthea would understand this much more than you for a couple of reasons. Like, for instance, she learned about the Protheans and some minor aspects of the technology before your grandparents were born. Actually, I think before your great-grandparents were born. So, you know, you can imagine as your character's going through a couple of objects, you might like hand one thing to her to look over and see what it is. And she can be like, no, and like put it down as you guys are kind of like going through the boxes here and seeing if anything jumps out at you. And a couple things do. So first and foremost, Wade, going through the boxes, you see these strange little slates. I mean, they look like just like plain blacks, almost like metal bars. Imagine like an ingot. So like what you would do if you don't know what an ingot is in real life, you have to imagine it's if somebody wants a purified version of a metal, usually 99.99% purity of metal, they'll melt it down into a bar shape and sometimes will stamp it with like its what element it is, so there's no stamp like that on there. So this is like these strange black metal ingots are what you're seeing here, and they come off as strange to you. Rena, you're noticing that something about these ingots, like they seem familiar, like you feel like you've heard about them somewhere, but you can't quite put your finger on it at the moment. But you do see that. He ends up handing one of these to you as he's pocketing them. Rena, right as they get everything turned online, you're over there, you're holding the ingot in one hand that he just held to past you, and you picked up some other small device that happens to have some wires coming off of the back of it. Well, the bad news is, as the station just gets overloaded with too much energy being passed to the wrong areas, that electricity passes through your character as well, Rena. Go ahead and make me a Constitution save. You have a 10. Are you satisfied with that?
10, I hope, is enough. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the 10.
Cool. It was an 11, so I'm going to go ahead and roll damage. It doesn't matter anyways. You take 4 points of electricity. So 3 of that wipes out your shields. 1 point goes to your actual health points. So you lose 1 HP of damage. Woo, woo, woo. All right. So you get a small shock, like, from this thing. Now, while that hurts and sucks and your shields will come back online in like 12 seconds or so, while that hurts and sucks or whatever, at the same time that you took that shock, that electricity passed through your hand and seemed to activate what was in your other hands. And there's like this strange moment where like you can almost feel something passing through your mind as you're holding on to this. But more importantly, that shock also seemed to affect your Omni tool for a second. So out of like almost paranoia, you like look down, you step away from this thing, you jump back from being shocked, like, fuck, you guys feel free to RP. But at some point during this RP, which I'll open up for the two of you, you'll look down at your Omni tool to see what the fuck happens. Wade, feel free, or Rena, feel free to RP what just transpired.
I didn't get affected by it though.
No, you weren't touching anything that got shocked. You're the lucky one.
Okay. I imagine Graff doesn't even notice then, so he's going to keep looking unless you say.
Oh, you see sparks
you'd hear
happening
her.
everywhere else. Yeah.
Oh, I do?
Yeah, and then you'd probably hear her get electrocuted.
Oh, shit. You all right?
Yeah, fine.
Guys, what's going on over there? We got electric coming out everywhere.
Freight's working on it.
Is this live or was it just like a quick burst and that it like powered off itself?
It unfortunately still looks very, 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 very live.
Okay. From this console, can I reduce the amount of energy going through it, or just turn it off completely? I'd rather
Only I
reduce.
told
but-
you about a console that it had to do that.
Well, yeah.
Unfortunately for you, Messy, when you look to see if you can do that, why don't you go ahead and roll me an investigation while Rena, you're looking down at your Omni tool that's right there, right? So as you're looking down at your tool, you can see lots of lines of code are now coming across the tool itself, just like almost like something is either downloading or uploading into your Omni tool right now, and you're like, yeah. Before you say anything, Rena, and I'll jump back to your RP in a second. Messy, glad you rolled very well. You look and you're like, if I even try to get close to this thing, and you're still floating backwards a little bit, if I even try to get close to this thing, it is going to arc and hit me. Like, no, I'm wearing metal. It is going to arc. It's going to hit me. If I try to touch this terminal, I am inside of a conductor. I will get fucking fried. So probably don't touch these terminals. Rena, you were going to say something?
All she was gonna say was, guys, I don't know if something's uploading or being extracted from my Omni tool, but I'm getting a lot of code here.
Unfortunately, that might have to be a secondary thing. Guys, it's electric.
Boogie, 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 boogie.
If you guys hesitate and like don't say something right away, Graff will. Fuck it, I'm heading to the other terminal. Just tell me what I need to do.
I'm gonna see. Was it Frait like frantically? Are you just like looking at like the console, or are you like ripping wires? What are you doing?
You can't touch anything right now because he's gonna be shocked.
Yeah, I can't touch it. I was checking to see if I had some power I could use, but I'm not really seeing anything in that field either. So
right now everything's sparking in this room. We can't touch anything. We might have to retract back to that other console you mentioned.
Already on my way when you guys didn't say anything.
Messy and Pat, so as Wade is traveling there, Rena, I imagine, because you don't want to be, you're like looking down at your Omni tool nervous, but I imagine you're maybe a little bit slower than Graff, but you're following after him, just also looking at your Omni tool while he's like rushing.
Can I make it go faster by advancing them?
They're too far for him to advance
anyway. Never
but
mind.
you can do it for yourselves if that's your plan. So I was going to go to you guys as he's making his way there and Rena's following, kind of like that whole somebody who's like texting while following a friend and or half paying attention. Do you guys still stay in that room or do you hang back? You like run out of the room or whatever, or try to run out of the room?
Is it getting worse the longer we're staying?
Did we get the monitor back on?
He did seem to get things up and running. It was just starting to go up and running as you powered up and everything went fucking fritzy. But you can't unfortunately read it because there's so much energy surging through the thing that because it's not like it's like a TV with a display. Everything's hollow. So instead you're just seeing like sparks and frits everywhere. Continue, sorry.
The room I'm running into, is it also sparking like crazy?
Everywhere is. So yeah, if you're looking at like this spot right here, this terminal, it is absolutely sparking like crazy as well. But you can't see this to compare. Way less than the one that they're in.
Okay,
But
I don't know that.
Yeah, but you don't know this. But for the sake of viewers and whatnot.
This terminal's looking not great. I can try to fuck with it.
That's what you want. In there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, boys.
Frait, would you like me to unplug the battery? Do you think that would help?
Not from your terminal, but the small one of mine, maybe. It's going to be very tough.
We might not want to power anything down. Let me see if I can do something over here. It just...
Why don't I head over there to help you, Graff? And, Strix, if worst case scenario, can you just destroy it?
Did you say destroy it?
Yes.
That sounds like a bad idea.
He looks pained to say it, but he's gesturing to the small battery that's in the console that he was just on.
Scott, with everything sparking like this, I'm going to go ahead and not wait.
Yep, nope, that's perfectly fine. I'm going to have you roll in a moment. I just wanted to see how they played things out. They stood around and chatted for a while before making any decisions. Because they stayed there, they didn't...
Oh, I was going to just immediately react. If you said immediately... Oh, go ahead.
You're talking about for unplugging the battery or whatever, right?
He said to destroy it.
Yeah. So that whole situation.
Things don't change.
So
okay.
Yeah. So whatever the case may be, you guys, you had mentioned maybe leaving the room, but nobody did. You kind of like stood around and talked for a bit and tried to plan something out.
I mean, I did at the end, but yeah.
Yeah. But that was again after a bit of time, after many seconds. Okay, both of you guys roll me a dexterity save, please.
Ooh, X is not a good one for me.
Not a good one for either one of you right now.
It's okay.
All right. So first thing that's going to happen is you are going to take 10 points of electrical damage. You guys said you had 1 point left in your shields, yes? So that means 9 points go to your person. I think you might be able to reaction activate an ability if you have any left, Pat. Can you reaction activate barrier? You might be able to. Feel free to double check that. Messy, you unfortunately can't. You just take the 9 electricity. And both of you are primed electricity right now. Primed lightning, I mean to say. So do you have a tech armor left, or do you not have any more tech armor after
I get those.
I don't think he does. That's a long rest.
I get those on
right?
long rest.
Yeah, so you might be out of
see
those.
if I can do something about
Thank you for the 2600 bits, Steve.
5e.
Yep, you can look at the barrier ability. Rena, can you double check your character sheet for the barrier as well? See if that's a thing.
I feel like it was not a reaction, but
No, it's not.
You know,
I can bonus action it, but can I bonus action something, Scott, or no?
No, because the reaction is as something else happens to you. So unfortunately, that's a no-go. So then you just take the 9 points of health point damage, same as Messy, and we're good to go. Wade, you're now inside that room as they're doing things over there, preparing to do things over there. Rena's looking at her code, looking up, being like, do you need a hand or something? Wade, you're welcome to make an engineering check. Before you make that engineering check, Rena, I know you're distracted by your arm at the moment, but would you try to help him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously that's a little more important at the moment. So, yeah, if she could.
Wade, you're going to get advantage on this roll, and then I'm going to explain why after you roll.
one of those days, man. A 1 and a 3.
Did you want to luck that, or are you saying it's too far down, not even worth it?
I mean, no, I'm not going to waste it. I might get to a 9 or a 10. I assume I need like a 12 or higher.
Rena, Zenestthea is trying to assist him. But as you're trying to assist him, it seems like this fucking code is spreading from your Omni tool to other aspects of your armor. It is frustrating as hell because like literally your HUD which normally would show like things like your life support, so on and so forth, the things inside there. Those are currently being kind of like scrambled over with code in your view. But as distracting as that is, you're trying to ignore it and not try to bring alarm to it because there's more pressing situation. You're prioritizing your issues at the moment. But as you're working through this process of trying to help him to fix the immediate danger, other things are appearing on your HUD as well. Not only is there a bunch of different like foreign characters randomly showing up, but you are also seeing like little things highlighting as you see Graff going through and doing the process. So you're kind of like gesturing to stuff or like saying things that are highlighting almost like instinctively. And as you do so, Graff's like, there it is. And he starts like fiddling with it. Unfortunately, he's not really familiar with Prothean technology. So he's figuring out how to work the system, but it's just not intrinsic to him. So he's struggling. But one of the things you do notice, Graff, is while you absolutely are not doing well here, Zenestthea is in fact assisting you. She actually has pointed out a couple of good details. So that Prothean knowledge she had in the other room is playing well here. So that's good news. Before I have you keep going, do you want to say any RP? And I'm going to go to the other boys.
Shit, this might take a little bit longer than I thought. But yeah, I think you're right. That should probably go there. I'll try that.
She's just like pointing and gesturing, like, well, maybe this one. I don't know. Sorry, my HUD's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, Zenestthea's got something going on too with her HUD. Some Prothean stuff's interfacing with her. You guys having any luck? You alive over there?
What are you two doing? Feel free to RP.
Work. I don't know if the comms would work because we're getting electrocuted.
They actually do work, which is funny because last time you were this far apart, they didn't work, but now they do. So, but because the radiation levels, just so you know why the radiation levels are dropping because of Messy.
Because I investigated it like 2 sessions ago, would I know if there's still weird issues with barriers being up on the ship?
I pointed out that the ship was able to fly through the zone at normal speed, so I told you guys.
So I can assume that it's fixed now.
See if it's working okay.
Neither of you said you wanted to investigate it at the time, so you don't know how well you're. So hopefully it's working better.
Well, I wasn't gonna do that. You're just gonna see. I don't. We're both getting shocked to hell right now. I'm gonna activate defense matrix.
All right.
And I'm gonna prime it with lightning.
Perfect.
So I have a resistance to that. This fucking room's getting a little intense for me. And
Working on it.
I don't know. I guess for right now, I'm gonna be glowing like a bright yellow for Frait being able to see me. I'm gonna try to get away from. Is there a safe little area in this room, or should I just try to evacuate the room, Scott?
Unfortunately, the room does not seem very safe. If you guys evacuated it entirely, you believe you'd be safe. It's hard to. It's not really
Can I
safe in here at the
drop-
moment.
With my action, I would have done defense matrix. With my bonus, can I move my?
Shepard is safe
'Cause my
in
tactical
the
area is not
woods.
being
You have
used
to
correctly right
forgive
now,
us,
right?
you
Because I use it
eccentricities.
to get here. No, I haven't even used it yet.
Well, we've been using it to maneuver. That's how we've been able to move around.
Okay. Can I move it to here so that I can get the hell out of the room? Is this still counting as in the room if I move
all
it
that
there?
works? You can definitely. Well, you actually technically you can't because you bonus action defensive matrix.
I
So,
was like, can I not use it as a main action?
but you're fine though. Both of you have such high speeds that you're fine without using that ability, anyways. You'd be able to
okay.
get across. Yeah. Assuming you're both retreating. You are Messy. What is your
Okay,
character?
well,
doing?
okay. Can I action shove Messy out of the room?
He was already leaving, I think. He was heading my way.
He was on his way out,
Yeah,
but he
I
didn't
was.
actually
Oh,
get
that's
to
right.
move.
That's right.
Can I?
I mean, that's-
Can I
so
action?
you could have, Pat, to be clear, you could have last turn set up your advance last turn because he said he was leaving. So you'd be like, oh, okay, cool. Right before you get the shit shocked out of you, you could have set that up back then so he could get that like boost to get out of here. So it may be part of that boost is literally like right as you guys are getting shocked, you're getting ready to give him like a shove with like you braced against a chair or something.
It's time to get out, kind of a thing.
Yep. So you shove him, you activate your defense matrix. He's already flying out of the room. And so do you leave or do you stay?
I want to stay an appropriate, like can I stand on the stairs being out of the room to just make sure nothing else. I want to be able to see both consoles from a safe distance.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a investigation check real quick for that one?
Okay.
You legit think that that's safe. You're like, if I just hang outside of this room, sure, I'm wearing a lot of heavy armor. That would be a conduit for electricity. But the fact I just threw my defensive matrix up and everything, I think I'll be safe if I stay out here, right on this, like on the mid
I'm
step
like right
or
on the
whatever it
steps,
is.
kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Is where I want to be.
Yeah, you're good. Is there anything else that you'd want to do before I cut back to everybody else?
Aside from shoving, defense matrixing, and standing here, no.
Okay, cool. So give me half a tick because we're not really doing round by round. We're just going back and forth.
Again, I would like
Messy-
to keep an eye on the batteries. Can I guess I can't see another investigation. Can I see both batteries from where I'm standing?
Absolutely, you can. Yes.
Can I roll another investigation to see if there's anything wrong with either one of them?
No, you actually don't have to. You already know for a fact that both of the batteries seem to be hooked up perfectly correctly. As a matter of
They're
fact,
not
if there's
being
anything,
dramatically drained like it was before.
I was going to say, it's actually the problem that you're seeing is they're actually starting to glow a little bit because they're probably being overcharged by the amount of power coming into this thing. That it's just too much. So the batteries themselves are starting to glow as you're breaking down whatever the nodes, the diodes, or whatever are inside that make batteries function. So maybe they'll blow up if this isn't fixed soon, which is a different concern because if they blow up, it takes out the whole terminal. And you can never use it again.
Have I used a basic action yet then?
To do your investigations and your perceptions and all that stuff, I would say you have, but don't worry, you still have time.
Okay.
You know, like things are going very poorly, but you still have time. Messy, your character is going to spend your entire turn using, his advance and your racial ability and all your other boosts or whatever you have to make your way all the way to them. Okay. So you're literally appearing right behind Zenestthea as Wade and Rena. You're welcome to roll again. Rena, I assume you're continuing to assist him and Wade's going to take advantage. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect. Wade, you're welcome to roll again with advantage. Can you do me a favor and don't think like Messy?
You better act quick. The batteries are starting to glow.
There we go. 21.
I would have RP'd that as best as I could that the batteries are starting to glow and melt down soon.
That's frightening as that is. The good news is Zenestthea, you don't just give advice now. You just have so much confidence in what it is you believe he's trying to do that you jump in and help. You'll be like, that one there. No, not that one. And you'll go over and you'll grab one and move it and go over and hit a couple lines of code and whatnot yourself and help him into diverting the power. I'm going to get into the option for you guys in a moment, but all that code that's swimming through your HUD and everything, it seems to be clearing up, and it actually seems to be highlighting things. Rena, fun fact, you are currently proficient with the skill engineering. For the next hour, you have proficiency with engineering. As a matter of fact, we'll get into why that's happening shortly, but for the next hour, you are proficient in the skill engineering. And that's why you're able to help Wade in making this advantage roll. Wade and Rena, as you guys are working through this, Wade kind of like slamming through the things, you kind of helping him. You guys are quickly having a conversation. Messy, you could join into this conversation. You have multiple options of where to divert this power to. Right now, the system is nowhere near its full power that it can generate, but it's too much for where it all is currently being put into, which is literally stuck in this one room. That thing is putting out too much power. It's all in this one room. You need to try to divert it. Of the wires and where they can go, they seem to be severed. They seem to be destroyed. Fortunately, there is power you can divert to the area of the station that you know is being like the prison cells area. And there's power that you can divert to an area of the station that you honestly can't identify because you've never been there before. And you could try to divert the power from here into one of those two other areas. With the other wires broken, I had to remove your other options from you. Sorry.
No worries. Can we change this later, or is this like this is where it's going?
This is where it's going for now. You can make other checks in the future to change it, but the DCs will be lower.
Is this, do we have time to decide, or is this like I got to make a snap decision?
You're making this decision between.
You would have heard me say the batteries are starting to glow. Act fast.
Yeah, gotcha.
So I would say, as much as I would love to discuss it, I think you have to choose quick.
So options are prison or area we haven't been to?
Correct.
I'm going to send it to the other area we've not been to yet then. Let's hope that's a good idea. And I'll divert it to the area we've not been yet.
Cool. As soon as he starts doing that, the sparks all around start to simmer down and relax. Everything starts to relax. Pat, the batteries are still glowing, but that's because heat takes a little bit of time to disperse, especially in space.
Would I be able to assume that with my efficiency of engineering and all that and my background, just like, oh, they just need time? Or can I assume they're not getting any brighter, right?
You know that if you just left them alone, they might get better, they might get worse. Throwing some heat sinks onto them, would fix the problem. You're welcome to RP this if you want to, but your character so instinctively knows this stuff that you don't even need to make a check. If you just went over there and threw some heat sinks onto them, you'd be fine. Like literally just grab what are the thermal clips? If you just threw a thermal clip on each one of them, you'd be fine.
I have
just
10
burn
of those,
two thermal
so
clips.
just take two.
Just take two off and you're good to go. Yep. Perfect.
I don't even think I would regurgitate this information just yet, but I would just clink, clink.
Awesome. Messy, Rena, anything you want to chime on to how this just played out?
How'd you do that?
Who are you asking?
Probably you.
Me, I'm assuming. Or. Okay, yeah.
I took the thermal clips out of my backpack and I put them on the battery. Very
Not
easy.
you.
It's like Scotch tape on a present.
Not you, Strix. Zenestthea all of a sudden's an expert in Prothean computers.
I don't know. I told you before, something was downloading straight into my Omni tool. My HUD started freaking out, and all of a sudden I could see where things should go. And honestly, I kind of know how to operate it. I don't know how.
Scott, I don't remember this part about Mass Effect. Do they have like system scans like in Omni tools or something that can tell you when shit's acting up? Like how would I scan her Omni tool to see what the fuck's going on?
Normally it's an electronics check, but honestly, with you looking this over, because of everything I already described to you earlier about the nanos and whatnot, you can get a ping off this pretty quickly. Messy, you realize that her Omni tool just got infused with, you might be able to, with some effort, you could remove this if you needed to, if you wanted to delete it from her Omni tool, but you don't know if you... I just heard a scream. Give me half a sec.
Been
We didn't
having
hit
a
to
good
pee
reason to
so
move.
badly, dude.
What?
You should go right now. You
After-
gotta
Yeah,
go.
go.
Yeah, go. Now's your moment.
Yeah, impromptu break time. Chat, go get some water.
Chat, if you got a pool you gotta pee in, I'm your guy. Oh,
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
he knows all about it.
You're good.
Okay.
I'm just going to the restroom real quick. We didn't know how
Cool,
long.
cool,
Yeah,
cool.
we weren't sure.
No, it's all good. Sorry about that. It was just 2 seconds. So to answer your question, with all the work that you've done with throughout the station or whatever, you might be able to remove this program later on. Most likely have to delete it. But Rena, you actually have this program now that's worked into your Omni tool. We'll just call it my college is Remnant Knowledge is what we'll call this program. The way that it works is that twice a day, it takes an action to activate. Twice a day, you can activate this program and it gives you proficiency for the next hour in any ability that you would like. So it has to be a skill, has to be a weapon, or it has to be a tool proficiency. And for 1 hour, twice a day, you just gain access to proficiency. I'm going to copy and paste onto your character sheet right now. There's one exception to that, and that's if you activate it a second time while the first one's active, you lose the first one as the second one takes over. And I'm going to go ahead and put this onto your sheet for you real quick. Thank you for changing the page for me.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
I started
you're
taking
perfect.
notes, but then I was like, just kidding.
Yeah. You're like, oh, he's just putting this on here. Thank you.
Never mind.
All right, so
I'll
this is
just
gonna
use
be-
the page. There you go.
And this is going to fall into the category of Omni tool programs. I'm just not making you spend a short rest to plug it in because you would have done that during, whatever. I expected you to get it last
Gotcha.
session. So here it is on here for you. And so it's just action, self, hour. You tap into the wisdom of the ancient Prothean VI. Choose one skill. It's not just skill. It's actually skill tool or weapon. Let me just rewrite that. Skill, tool or weapon, in which you lack proficiency for the duration, blah, blah, blah. There you go. Cool. And so this makes it so that your character can, right now, I auto-triggered it on you. Sorry. It is engineering for the next hour. But then you can turn that into any one of the skills. So if you're talking about wanting to help investigating, whatever it might be, beep, 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 and you get the ability. All right. After
Cool,
that,
sounds
Rena, I interrupted you. I think you were in the middle of RP.
I think I already said what I was going to say. And then you were explaining to Frait that he could delete it from my Omni tool if he wants to. Or something else. I don't know. I feel like it was kind of thrown to him.
Okay, but I see it's a VI. Is what it was described.
So I have a VI written on there. There's going to be more details. Should be able to figure out as time goes. There's a little spoiler, I suppose, because I just put my text into it. But either way, so VI is
So I don't
also
know
just
it's a
means
VI.
that something is. VI just means that the program has a degree of basic pre-programmed intelligence, not to be confused with AI. But it's not a full-blown VI with a personality or anything like that, anyways. So Rena,
Expertly delivered. I like the way you introduced this into the story. Thank you.
sorry, I fucked up. But Rena, I do have to say that your character, with all this code and everything that's kind of like running across your helmet.
Oh, Sky, you're ugly. Sorry.
Apparently, all that code takes the shape of some human face that you find to be very unappealing. It starts to nauseate your character as you're forced to stare deep into his shit brown eyes, and this snaggletooth keeps distracting you, and you're just like, I can't handle this. I need to sit down.
True.
Just if it makes you feel better, me calling you ugly was not free. That helps.
Oh,
that
that
was
was for that
that was a
one? Oh.
premium redemption.
And your fuck up will never be forgiven, you piece of shit. I got the other
Sorry,
one
we
for you.
just
You're
had to, yeah. I'll mark those off. We're good. We're
Oh,
covered.
Wade was. I thought it was weird that Wade said something nice, but now I understand why. Okay.
What do you mean? I'm always nice.
I was like, why does it sound like he's sarcastically saying it was integrated? I think I'm confused. Anyways, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So I don't know what's a VI. I just see like it's a program that wrote itself, or how do I interpret it currently?
So you're seeing it is more or less a whole bunch of code that's very complex that you're not able to fully analyze at the moment. But you can get a basic understanding of how it functions. Like, oh, this seems to like provide guidance here and there with tasks that you might be working on, limitations, but blah 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 blah.
Okay, so maybe I think he might interpret it like this. He'll say, it looks like you were like infected with some kind of beneficial malware that was stored on the ship. It's odd. It's almost like a repairing drive for the subsystem, I assume. It's probably local to only this room, but we can
Whatever
remove
it
that
is, it
later if
was
we need to.
Really useful. She she went from not knowing the system at all to knowing it better than me in a matter of seconds.
I mean, honestly, it seems like if we can use it, that's what we're here for anyway. We'll just kind of monitor the residual symptoms, if anything.
Well, and those symptoms might not come in the way we anticipate it to be. We've already known that there's been Reaper tech stored here, so if this happens to be something of theirs, it could be devastating, so keep an eye on it. But for now, I guess we could use it to get subsystems working again.
Well, we need to finish looking around. Is it safe to walk by the Ezo now?
Scott, when I was running out of the room, did it look like the shielding went back up on the...
Yeah, great question. Your character was fairly distracted, but I think you have a good perception anyways. So I would say that as you were flying through there, you stopped to steal a glance, and yeah, it does look like it's the shielding went back up. You succeeded before you got the shit shocked out of you.
Right. I think I've managed to get that shield back online, so we should be at full power now.
Good enough for me. Like before you even finish the sentence, we'll start moving.
And you said you sent the power to the room
I'm
we haven't
assuming
gone in
the
yet?
door number 3, where we haven't been over yet.
And I think we're all assuming that that's probably where this biofield is being contained or located.
Well, based on how the ship was moving, I don't know if that's still up. That might have been part of the Reaper stuff that we fought. I don't know much about it, though.
Unlikely,
Well.
but yeah, we should definitely take a look at that last room, make sure things are okay. Are we
all I
done
know
here?
is they
Did you-
went down, power went on, and all of a sudden that field seems to have disappeared. Maybe it's part of a backup generator defense system or something.
He nods and says, have you finished looking around to see if there was anything we missed?
I mean, I looked a little bit on the time we had, but you can give
Sure.
another once-over if you want.
Yeah, we should.
Are you like trying to imply he should stay and look again with you?
I'm saying that we should all, like, we don't need to be in this room anymore, and we should go look around and see if there's anything we missed, and then if we're good, to head on.
Where they found the ingot was not the room with the power, it was the one across the hall. So unless
Right.
you say that you want to go look there specifically, Graff's going to go back toward like the Ezo cores and go past them now.
I do want to point out it wasn't one ingot, you found multiple. It's just you happen to have handed one to her to look at them. But wait, I'd say you probably found 4 of them, but you handed one to her and she was like holding it in one hand and she got shocked the shit out of her by her other hand. But continue.
There we go.
Would I
Still have the other 3? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. What happened to the 4th ingot? She just dropped it and it's like floating around.
Honestly, yeah, she probably did just drop it. Rena, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you probably just dropped it, right?
I mean, that's what I would do. If I were getting electrocuted, I'd probably drop the thing that was electrocuted me. So I imagine she probably wouldn't have thought too hard about it.
So as
it's
they're
probably on the
walking
ground
back
somewhere.
Rena's like, yeah, okay.
Continues to hold on to it. Yeah, like, what's this about?
As they're walking back out, unless Frait asks Graff to follow him and look around out there again, he'll just mention, I grabbed 3 metal ingots from in there. There was a 4th one that I think Zen dropped when all the power was surging, so might be floating around in there somewhere. I'm gonna go this way unless you need me.
No, you're fine. Strix, do you want to take a look at this metal?
Yeah. Sorry, I was going.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, good.
What am I doing?
I'll be right back now.
You're walking over to the right to where Frait is, and you're gonna investigate over there with him, I think.
So which metal are you referring to, Messi? Is it specifically the ingot?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So Strix can look it over. Strix, actually, do me a favor. Roll me a history check. I know it sounds weird, but roll me a history check.
Is it normal?
Actually, good thing you asked. Disadvantage, but you're the only one allowed to roll. So there's your perk, if you will.
I might lucky this. Would that make it a normal roll?
would
No,
make
that
it
actually makes it a
advantage.
super advantage.
But you can roll first with disadvantage and see what you get before
Yeah.
you decide.
Okay. Just because history is not great for me. It's not bad, but
Wow.
It might be a good time to do
Yeah.
that.
Feel lucky, yeah.
there's just one more as a normal.
Just roll a d20 or history or whatever. Yeah.
I think I'll take that 19, Scott.
Do you want a luck your 19? Are you good with the 19?
Yeah, no, I'll lucky it. I got 20.
Perfect. The DC was 20. So,
Oh.
you don't know what the fuck this is in the sense of like the metal, like
I don't know the actual metal.
It's not even that the fact that it's the metal. Let me explain. So you see the metal. This at first you're like, I'm not entirely sure what metal this is. This seems like a typical, futuristic composite, Prothean, blah 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 stuff. It's just one of the more unique ones. But then as you're looking through, like a memory flashes forward to you of something that happened when you were like 8, 9 years old, when one of the members of your clan came across these before, and unfortunately they actually got besieged and attacked by another group of people, some sort of mercs or whatever. Bandits, whatever you want it to be. They held them off. They successfully killed them, but not without, a couple of your own Krogan being like heavily injured. Krogan loves scars though, so it's okay. Anyways, so it stands out in your mind because you got attacked shortly after you found them. And that wouldn't have mattered much, aside from the fact that a few weeks later, one of your clan leaders would have returned and word would have spread that he was able to sell them to somebody else for a ridiculous amount of credits. So what they are, you're not entirely sure. You don't know. The alloy is nothing.
Valuable.
Yeah, the alloy is nothing super unique. Like if you're doing an analysis of it right now, it's like, I don't know, it's some Prothean alloy. It's nothing special here. But you do know that it's sold for a lot of money into the right market before. You just don't know why.
This metal doesn't seem to be anything special. No unique characteristics aside from just a Prothean alloy. But when I was younger, and I know my age is not to surmount to much now, but when I was a younger Krogan, the leader of my clan sold one of these to someone in the right market, and it was brought in a considerable amount of credits.
I can actually step in here before they respond. And I remembered that somebody had tossed a Shadow Broker redemption last time. So I will specifically give you this. You actually remember the name of the, in the middle of the conversation, it kind of comes back to you, like as Graff or whoever else is responding, you remember.
Blah, 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 blah.
What was that?
Were you going to give me the name of it?
Yeah, but I liked your name better.
Oh, I just said blah 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 blah. The blah 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 was just it was the insert name here.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Do I get to make up the name of it, or are you gonna give me?
No, I got it for you right here. It was a Taurian by the name of Silea Facolis. Now, Silea is a female Taurian. You remember
That's
that
who they sold it to?
That's who they sold it to.
Okay.
But here's like the really important information, because it's funny that it was Shadow Broker token triggered. Silea, you actually know, works for the Shadow Broker. Like it's actually one of the Shadow Brokers, shall we say, collectors. Somebody goes out and gathers the
Shadow
things.
Brokers is like a well-known like organization, clan. I don't know anything about.
No, I got you. The Shadow Broker is a very well. Some people believe it's an individual. Some people believe it's an organization. Some people believe it's an AI. It doesn't matter. But it is a organization of people that work for somebody or a group of people called the Shadow Broker. It's ethereal on purpose. And this person works for the Shadow Broker, or maybe is the Shadow Broker, who knows. And they paid a lot of credits for this. So you both have that person's name, the fact that they're Taurian, the fact that they work for the Shadow Broker, and you remember around where it was that they had sold it before. Like, so you don't know exactly where to get a hold of this person, but you have a very fucking strong lead. Don't worry about those details for now. Continue with your RP.
I believe their name was Silea, and I believe they worked for the Shadow Broker. Again, this was 7 years ago, but I'm pretty sure I know where they might still reign from. We can deal with that off when we get done, perhaps, with our mission here.
Well,
And he'll hand
load
over
it up then.
he'll hand over the ingot back to you. I believe it's worth a considerable amount.
This is all open comms, right?
Yes.
Yep.
You're standing right next to us, aren't you?
No, I kept going.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't have hid this anything.
Glad I pocketed 3 of them.
You have 3 of these. You was I in
Did
the
I
room?
say
before
3? I
this?
meant 1. Yeah, I got 3 of them.
You actually have 3? Okay, cool. Is that
4 total, including the one you just had.
And you told me in my history one of them brought a considerable amount.
They had a few of them that they discovered,
Oh, okay.
but either way, each individual one was worth a good amount of credits.
Okay. Well, good haul then. This should bring in quite a considerable amount of credits.
And before we get 50 credits per ingot, we're like, yes, 200 credits.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, more like 50,000 per. I was like, actually, that's not inaccurate. But then you realize you meant 50. I was like, oh, haha.
I did. Because we're gonna either someone's gonna redeem something, or we're gonna roll really shitty on the negotiation. They'll be like, yeah, I'll give you like 3 credits, dude.
There's no negotiation with the Krogan. Okay, there's a reason I have high intimidation.
Reaper intervention. Fuck those ingots.
I hope Ken's not here to hear that. He'll do it too.
Some people in chat might identify what these are. If they do, keep it to yourself. Don't ruin it for these boys. And other people probably have no clue and just think Scott is being magical. Because I am. I'm a magical pony boy. All right. So with that all being said, you guys obviously, unless there's any more RP you want to do, let's continue on with this room. A combination of investigation, this area. Combination of investigation and looking over the
For my
controls.
notes, what color and stuff were these? Did you describe
Black.
them as like a black? Okay.
They were black metal bars or ingots.
I'm just writing it down that we had 4 dark color. I had them as dark colored ingots. So.
They're not too terribly large in size. If you think like
I'm thinking
because
about
they're
the
fully
size
black.
of like a soda can, right? Like
Actually, no. So they're going to be flat. So they're going to be rectangular, flat, like
so
very
your
smooth black
typical
things.
ingot, but like a gold ingot that's like old times where it's just smashed down to be flat.
Yeah. I would even say like if you remember like the Galaxy, the Samsung Galaxy Note from like 2012, 14, like that obnoxiously large but flat thing looks almost like if you were looking at a Galaxy Note on the backside, it was just flat black. You know, so like bigger than a modern cell phone would be.
I was gonna
because
say
Galaxies
it's
are
kind of
obnoxious.
like what reminds me like what True Initiate says, kind of like Beskar, kind of like flat shaped.
Yeah, actually, that's actually probably the best
That's kind
description
of
so
how
far,
I've been
Pat.
thinking
Yeah.
about it. Is it reminds me of just a darker ingot that's Beskar. So.
Yeah, but without the stamp on it. Again, these have no.
Right.
Cool, but yeah, perfect. Actually, that's a really, really good analogy. I'm gonna give Pat credit for that analogy.
And you said it's
Yeah.
a black Prothean alloy.
Yep, correct.
Alloy based. Okay.
Correct.
Just to speed this up so we can go to the next section of the ship, can we just do some rolling like together here real quick?
That's exactly what my plan was. Unless anybody had any RP or important things that
I
you
would have
wanted to
handed
get
this
to,
right
I
back
will.
to Frait. I would have, knowing, I'm sorry because I had to leave. It seemed like everybody else was leaving. I would have just handed this right back to him and walked. Unless you wouldn't want me to hold it, Messy.
I don't think it matters.
This thing doesn't
I-
weigh anything to me, to be honest.
I marked it on my character sheet already.
How
We have
heavy
4
is
of
it?
them.
I know we're in 0 grab, but would I be able to know the weight of it?
I mean,
Or
just
would I
by
have
doing
to-
a mathematical analysis of mass or whatever it is, you would be able to, and it probably weighs a pound.
That's really hard to measure in 0 gravity.
No, it's not. You measure mass, and then you would do the math for what that would weigh in
While
1G.
just like walking around with electricity everywhere, you'd be like, I wonder what this
I'm
weight
resistant
is.
to it right now.
You bite it.
I would 100% let Graff take it.
Do you just have the
Should
one
we-
bar?
Are we rolling investigations separately, or are Messi and I rolling like together as one with advantage? How do you want to do it?
Messi's probably going back to the controls room, and so he's probably going to take. If nobody
Electronic
else is
stuff.
good with electronics, he's probably going to go to the controls room by himself, or Strix will go with him.
Okay.
And we'll roll checks in a sec. So why don't you all tell me what you like, where you want to go, what you want to do, and we can dive into the rolling time. But to
The
be
two
clear, it sounds
unopened
like
doors.
all 4 of those pieces went to Graff. That's what it sounded like happened.
Oh,
so if
do
you want
I,
to mark it
do
on
I
the
have
sheet.
all 4 of them? Okay.
You had
No,
one,
Graff.
and it sounded like you gave it off.
No, he told
Yeah.
me to keep it.
Okay,
Well,
Graff has
okay,
3,
sure.
Pat has 1. Where do your characters want to go next?
I would probably stay with Frait.
Yeah, I would want to go and look over the powers, make sure those systems were good, and if they were, I'd help loot the rest of the area because there's 2 rooms we haven't looked at
If
yet.
you were
I
gonna
don't know
go
how
back
long
to
it
the
takes
power
get
room
through,
with the
but-
batteries, I would probably just stop you and be like, I threw them. You would be the first person that would know this, so I guess it would come over comms. I threw a couple of thermal clips on them. They should be good. The battery should not. My knowledge
sounds good.
should
I
not
just wanna-
overcombust.
I want to look over the input and output, and make sure we're not due for another one of those.
As you wish. You
Pat,
won't
you going
follow
with
you
him?
complete. I would walk up to where I stood before. I wouldn't go into the room.
Honestly, when you stop there, just trying to be cautious, it looks safe. The batteries are no longer glowing hot. The those heat sinks, what are they called? The thermal clips are expended. They wasted. You took them off your character sheet.
I'm not worried
So-
about like taking damage. I know I did a good job in there, and I'm just waiting for him to be done.
And it's confirmed that both Graff and Zenny did a good job as well, so they're good to go. So now that you know, and I know you're not concerned about getting hurt, now that you know that it's clear or whatever inside there, would you just stay on the outside and keep an eye on things, or would you actively go inside and provide assistance for I
would ask him.
Frait.
Would you?
Sure.
Do you require more assistance from me?
So he'd be looking over that center console, the one that you got on that we hadn't actually been able to look at yet, because that's the one that has the readings in and out. But assuming that at a quick glance everything looks fine on that, he would dismiss you.
I wouldn't leave, so I guess I would stay where I'm at. And I would just radio in. I'll be watching over Frait in case he needs my assistance. But if anybody else needs it, let me know. I
If
would
you hear
probably
shooting or yelling, hurry this time. Freight, is there a way to use the computer in there to unlock the doors? We don't have to break into each one of these fucking things manually.
It's a good question. Let me take a look. And I'd hop
Cool.
back on the console.
That's a good
So
question.
I know that they're
God.
going around and investigating. I know that they're going around and investigating. While they're investigating, just going back to the 2 of you for a second, Pat, I know you're trying to like stay off to the side. You just more or less like, I'm here if you need me, but I'm just standing here if you don't, so on and so forth. Whoever needs me, call in. Messy, would you actively want to use his assistance, or are you just trying to take care of this on your own?
He's there anyway, is what he's saying.
I mean, if he's, yeah, I guess I think I'd leave it up to him. I don't think I'd.
I literally left it to
ask
you.
him.
So if you want my assistance,
I mean,
Hot potato,
yes,
hot
but
potato, hot
I
potato.
would not. I would not specifically ask him for help. But if he was there overlooking it, it's. I mean, he's already in the room, so
Sounds like no.
sounds like no.
no. I
Okay,
would not
Messi?
specifically ask for help. Like I said, yeah.
You're going to roll me a normal electronics check then.
God damn.
Hey! All right, I was going to shit on you. I was like, hey, if he goes in there as an engineering area, it's going to allow electromagnetic engineering. You guys give each other advantage, so on and so
We
forth.
don't like to work together as a party. There's no reason to.
Leslie's like, I have information. I'm going to keep it to myself, and I can have advantage. Fuck that.
I was gonna roll it. He was standing right there. If I couldn't figure it out, I'd ask him to come over and take a look at it. But I got it.
Time,
so.
remember that time thing? How we have limited oxygen?
We've only
Oh my
been in
God.
here
It-
for
it
like
takes me
what,
like 30 seconds.
20 minutes maybe.
Well,
10 minutes?
maybe. It's protein
Wade?
tech. You don't know what's gonna happen.
A few things are going to go on with this, Messy. So Strix is just standing there. I imagine he's looking at things, whatever, but he's idle, right? Messy,
no,
your
no,
character.
No, I'm flexing. God damn it.
No, you're not.
Microphone back.
I'm
Your ACL
flexing,
tears.
looking great.
Yep.
Sure.
Bro, you just pulled your shoulder. Take one stress. No, just kidding. Anyway, so you back to you, Messy. Your character, 2 things. One, yes, you were able to successfully unlock all of the doors, because now that there's everything's not going fucking nuts inside here. There's just you're down to what's considered emergency power inside of this area, which is enough to barely control the important systems. So things like airlocks and whatnot. The problem is you're open to space, so none of the doors want to open. None of them want to open at all. Not a single one wants to. So you have to like manually one at a time override it and to open it and so on and so forth. And the ones that were mechanically opened, they actually remain open because you kind of like disengage their auto locks or whatever on them beforehand when you broke, or definitely the ones that Strix broke before. So you are able to open them up. The other thing with your nat 20 there, Messy,
Broke open one door.
it feels like so many more than one.
I pried open one. I broke
Yeah.
open another.
Messy, back to you. So with your other thing with your Nat 20, looking over the power levels, are they stable? Oh, fuck no. Oh,
They're over
no.
9,000.
They're not stable. They're not stable.
That was funny. That was funny.
That's why there's still radiation eeping into the room. That's why your suits are still giving you warnings, so on and so forth. However, it is not so down degraded to the point where you're just going to die or roast being inside here. You do notice something though going on with those power draws or whatever that are happening, Messy. The room that you diverted that power to, you diverted a lot of power to that room. Yes, I understand that your reactor is not making all the energy it's supposed to, but there's definitely no way that one room needs that amount of power. But you're literally seeing that one room that's getting the power fed to it is nowhere near its actual power capacity. Wade chose the correct room to put it to because it was the safest place to move it to. And it actually seems like it's nowhere near the capacity for how much it can actually take for whatever electronic devices are inside there. So you pick up that information while seeing this. All right. Do you have any other questions, Messy, before we move on?
Yeah. Is there any way for me to balance the power out? Like, I know a lot of the cabling isn't. I mean, there's a big hole in the thing, so I get that. But obviously, I don't want. It is unstable, and I don't want anything to get overloaded again, especially if we have people that are gonna, the Asari that are gonna come visit and like take a look at the place. I don't want it to be like unable to be like fucking explored because it has radiation seeping out of every crevice of it.
No.
Okay, so
If
we'll
you
have to
had,
warn them then.
if you had like a decade or 10 and it's like a huge engineering team and actually had a degree in handling repairing space stations, which your character is none of those things, then yeah, you might be able to do it. But no. Unfortunately, it's a big broken space station with wires hanging out that probably are honestly eeping a whole bunch of energy into space. But luckily, when you sealed up the room, it's not like you pulled the wires back in and had them floating around in the room that you were now walking back and forth through. You're not stupid. You let the wires dangle out the station still. So it's just releasing electrons into space freely.
Does it seem like this will be like based on the readings and the I don't know the exact terminology, but based on what I'm seeing on these consoles, does it look like these rooms will be like okay for like more than a week, or like like hours?
Yeah, I mean, there's more information that you can gather from other consoles, but the short version is this has been here for 50,000 years. It's probably going to be fine for another few weeks.
Okay, all right. Then I won't worry too much. I think after looking that over and getting the doors open, he would just radio in, I got the doors set for you, but I don't think there's anything else we can do from here, so I think we'll just leave things as they are.
Great. Let's look around and get out of here then. Still have a whole other area to check out.
Rena and Wade, you guys are going to go ahead and roll me investigation checks. Rena, I assume you're not using the second use of this ability right now in investigation. You're just going to stay
Not
as
on
you
this
are.
one, no. Yeah,
Cool,
I'll
makes sense.
stick with the engineering.
Perfect. So you go ahead and roll your rolls for me. Decide if you're going to use any luck die or anything. Ooh, Rena. You sure you didn't use it on investigation?
Do you want a luck die to try
I
to
guess
get
I
like
can
a
roll
20?
luck. Yeah, that's what
It's
I
a
was
50-50,
thinking.
get above a 20. Or 20 or above. Oh, not this time.
Rena, you're not getting lucky tonight. So with an 18 investigation, and Wade with your 16 investigation to be clear, oh god. It's funny. I was about to make a joke and be like, and I call Rena and say the brand name of a pool, but I know zero brand names of any pools, so I explained my
Pools have
joke instead of
brands?
saying it.
I
I
don't think
imagine they
pools
do.
have
Yeah,
brands, but
of course they do.
What are you talking about? I have an Adidas.
they don't. They're built by different companies. That's
It's
the
3
brand.
pools that are just stripes.
There's got to be brands to pools because there's manufacturers, there's
There's
distributors.
Types of pool. Well, if you're talking about like a typical above ground pool, then yeah. But I don't know. Like, here's my Toshiba pool.
Our neighbor got a Tesla pool. It's all electric. So they didn't
Oh,
last
Boogie,
very
it
boogie,
long.
drives
boogie.
itself.
Well, no, he jumped in and just got fried.
Shocking.
Chicken.
It was.
But-
So
I heard on the Tesla pools that the sides open up this way, and then all the water spills out. So that's pretty cool.
No. But at least Elon personally comes to clean them out.
Funny joke.
So Scott, what do we find?
as you guys go searching through the rest of this area inside here, unfortunately, again, most of the stuff in here is junk. And I do want to be clear. When I say junk, I don't mean like, but it's Prothean, so it's worth it. No. Most of the stuff in here is junk. Sure, the terminals that you're seeing are worth a lot of money. The fact that they are terminals that are still potentially semi-functioning. You're working with some of them or whatever. But most of the stuff that you're walking through this entire place is just junk. With your 18 and your 16 respectively, excuse me.
Oh, I'm ready.
How much could we sell
Sorry.
the space station for?
Oh, God.
We own it now.
Somebody kills you and takes it.
No.
All right, can we play as them? How much can we now sell the space station for?
Can we play as
so with your-
them?
With your 18 and 16 respectively, I do want to point out, Wade, I'm going to just drop your character right there real quick for simplicity. You're here. Boom. There is another one of those in like another seemingly engineering looking room. There is another one of those rooms that has like a control system for diverting power and whatnot. After fiddling with it for a little bit, you come to the conclusion it's a good thing we were in this of the two rooms, because this one only has access to more options that the cables are severed for, so it doesn't really matter. You can't divert the power anyways. But so that's good to know. But the big thing right here, good, you're looking at it now. This giant device is very much powered up. You're not entirely sure what that is, but it is very powered up, and it's like holding some sort of big amount of charge in there. So it's like, I'm going to back off because this looks like it has many gigajoules of energy, and I don't want to be there in case anything poorly happens inside there. But moving on and looking throughout the rest of the station, again, you don't need to go room by room. Eventually, in searching through it, you do find one more detail of interest. Let me go ahead and pull it up for you.
Just gonna be
I
a
think
minute.
I'm
You have to,
looking at the
like,
wrong. Actually, looking into the wrong area, so this will be just a moment while you want to go pee.
no, I was just asking.
All right. You can go pee if you want.
Besides, we don't have a pool, so
In the neighbors.
no,
Oh,
none
I think I'm
of the
in the wrong
neighbors.
They
have
let
pools
you
either.
borrow a cup of sugar. You let them borrow a pool of urine.
Bottle of piss, dude.
A pool of urine.
Can
See,
I
a
dump this in your
pool?
pool?
From one neighbor to
Just-
another.
How did they get worse? How did you let this get worse? Like that just
It was
got
the
worse.
Hat. I think the hat might have given him idea.
Uh-huh. All right, I'm just trying to get to the spot. I'm so sorry. This is just taking me a second.
Hey, Chad, did you
here
guys see
we
SpongeBob's dick?
go.
You want to
Um,
see Mr. Krabs taking a massive shit?
Rena,
There's-
you
there's a
actually...
picture of him taking a big shit too. If you want to look it up.
What do you find? Please go on, Scott, specifically.
Scott's face is just like, what?
Yeah,
Pretty
so
deal,
you
you're
guys are talking about this before the stream. I don't get it. So Rena, over in this room
I'll
over
link
here,
you.
just gonna unlock it and
No,
open
no,
it
don't
for
link
you.
it. Just paste the picture in the Discord.
Over in this room over here, where there are like the various pods or whatever it is that the Protheans would usually sleep inside of. You're inside this room, and again, there's a whole bunch of just different broken shit all over. But you actually do find in the corner of one of these rooms here a strange looking. It's like almost imagine if you ever watched the old Ninja Turtles movie, like the ooze jar, like a metal cap on either side and some sort of a glass or translucent metal material in the middle that has, you go over and you see this thing, and when you pick it up, you can see there's like an ooze inside of it that seems to be like moving around as you're holding this. So I don't know if just you will hold it or if you hand it off to anybody else and talk to her about it or whatever, but let me describe it for a moment longer before you continue. So this ooze that you're looking at, it's a very, very dark in color, to the point where you, at first you think it's black, but then with a closer look, you realize it's just extremely dark purple, like jet purple, to the point where it is borderline black. inside this this thing inside here. And again, as you're like holding this and like moving it around, it's like oozing and moving just a little bit on the outer part of it, like the part where it's like exposed to the air or the vacuum, if you will, inside of its jar. But if you hold it upside down or whatever it is, it doesn't like slop or slurp or move around because there's no gravity here. But it also doesn't seem to just like react. Like if you shake it like crazy, it doesn't seem to just like flop around inside there and bubble up like you'd imagine a liquid would inside of a thing. It holds pretty steady, just quivering and moving ever so slightly. Like I said, it's trapped inside whatever this container is. You realize this, and you also feel like a strange, I don't know, sensation, almost like a small vibration coming off of it as you find it. So imagine your character picks it up, you experiment with it for a handful of seconds, then Graff probably is either walking by the room or comes into it, so you can turn your attention to him. Go ahead.
Okay. These yahoos, I swear to God. I'm like gross in both the situations, gross. But yeah, I mean, I guess she would show it to him. I don't know that she would necessarily hand it to him, but she'd kind of describe, like, I think something's in here. This is really weird, though. I have no idea what this is.
Something alive?
It could be. I don't know. I can't tell. And honestly, I feel like she would look to see if there are more, and like how many more.
You look around the room and you find the bits of metal and the glass remnants of what could have been other ones somewhere, but they probably broke, and whatever this material is inside has either dissipated or whatever over time. But you find no more fully held together large crystals. And again, like I'm holding a 1 liter jar here. It's bigger than this. It's like a slightly higher and slightly thicker, so it's about 2.5 liter kind of like jar of this.
Right. Doesn't seem to be any others here. So if there were, they were probably used or broken, and I don't know. It might be worth holding on to, but it's still strange. It could have something to do with what they were doing to the Protheans.
I suppose, as long as it's not. Scott, if I take a closer look at this, can I roll anything to try to figure anything out about it, or I'm just not going to?
No, but I will say this, Rena. When he takes it and starts like investigating it as well, first and foremost, Wade, you do not feel any vibrations coming off of it. You just don't. Sorry. But more than that, if he takes it and he like similarly kind of like hooks his foot around something so he has like some stability and shakes it, this time it actually does, like he saw you shaking it and it wasn't reacting before. When he shakes it, it is like a thick, like a very viscous, but like a thick liquid sloshing around inside the container. Like it's like kind of like bouncing back and forth inside there, almost like a lava lamp gone nuts.
Weird, it didn't do that before.
So it either likes one of us more or hates one of us more. I'll like hand it back to see if it changes how it behaves.
As soon as you hand it back, Rena, you feel the vibrations, actually very strong at first, and then it mellows out as the liquid seems to adhere towards the part of the jar that your hands are touching onto, and like clings to the side of it, almost like it's attracted to you.
Gross.
Okay, I didn't mean attracted like it finds you sexy.
No, I meant,
okay,
that's not what I
It's got
meant.
some kind of ooze
it's just
boner.
gross imagining, it
Got
in
an
general.
ooze boner.
So, if there are like the metal ends or whatever, she might move her hands towards either side of it, so away from the glass, just to kind of see what it does.
Yeah.
But
and when you do that, it'll get thin in the middle. Like it's almost like it'll get thin out in the middle, and it'll mostly collect towards the ends as you're holding it from the two ends. You know what I mean?
Maybe this
like,
has something to
Mhm.
do with your biotic abilities or something.
that's true. Could be that.
The station did have something weird going on with biotics, so maybe it's related to that.
Well, let's see what we can find on it. There's got to be some sort of record or something, as long as we can access it.
Freight, when you were
Freight
looking through
has
the
most of
logs, do you see anything about goop? Biotic jars of goop?
There's no logs on these stations.
Well, guess we'll keep looking. For now, you want to bring it along then?
It's worth analyzing. It seems pretty contained in this, as long as we don't break it.
Don't we already have a bunch of combustible stuff on the ship already?
Well, fuel and stuff like that. We have
I thought we got something from one
some
of the planets that we were.
We have Ezo, Palladium, and Platinum.
Yeah. What's one more possible explosive on the ship, right?
No, I don't think it's that kind of material. But yeah, what's one more?
You could tell that there was like failed sarcasm from Strix, though.
Right, that she didn't pick up on. She was
Yeah.
like, thought you were serious.
We should hand it to Strix and see if it reacts the same way, and hand it to Frait and see how it reacts. So, Scott, is there anything else
Great.
we need to look at, investigate, or are we good to head back?
Good to head back. Who do you hand it to first?
Probably
I've
Strix.
always- Oh, you
No,
mean
you
between the two
have
of
it.
them?
Yeah.
But I guess, yeah, whoever we run into first. But yeah, probably Strix.
So the two of you are the ones that are more familiar with it. So as you hand it to Strix, I want the two of you, Wade and Rena's, a rolling investigation checks, please. And Pat, as they're handing it to you, you also feel vibrations on it. Very, 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 very faint vibrations, and you also feel it seems to be attracted to you as you're moving your hands around, which kind of supports the hypothesis that Wade had put forward earlier. Both of you guys rolled a high enough investigation, though, that you actually notice that it seems to be attracted to Strix as well. Most things are. Have you seen that, Shell? But not as much as it's attracted to Zenny. You saw that dress session 3. So it is the same, but not as extreme.
Okay. Then I guess we'd have him hand it to Frait.
Hand it over.
It's the same as no reaction whatsoever, no vibrations
Yeah,
whatsoever.
Nothing.
Nobody's
special.
attracted to Messy.
Time to take
Well,
off the hat.
Kind of supports the theory, I guess. I don't know which one of you is more biotic, but that's the best theory I got. Let's move on, shall we? And he'll like start heading back.
So you guys grab this stuff up. You look around the area. This whole time that you spent here, like, let's be clear, this wasn't a short period of time. You spent like a solid hour or so in here searching through this massive area, repairing the different stations, It was a solid hour, but you did make your way through, find a couple of apparently expensive ingots of metal. Some program got loaded into Rena's armor, and now you have the strange jar thing that you're, fuck it, just throw it inside my pack and bring it with you as you go. Cool. Let's make our way downtown, walking fast, faces past, Skyway bound. When you guys get back to the Skyway, again, a solid about hour or so since last time you left here, a little bit under, you can look and see that the nanites have in fact been continuing to do repairs. A noticeable amount of repairs. It's not done or anywhere near done, but let's say if there was the whole thing was being worked on in the past hour, they probably got 0.5% done, which is a pretty good time. If they can repair the Sky Bridge in only 200 hours, that's not that bad. That's a pretty solid win, right? You just don't have those hours to spare right now. So,
should we head back to the ship for you to build the device you need for us to get past these things? Refill our oxygen? Or do you just want to do it here and go in with, I don't know, half a tank?
I think if we send Strix first, we'll know if it works. I can spend 10 minutes to do it.
What does that leave us, Scott, if we take 10 minutes to build that? How much time do we have in the tanks? Hour?
about 45, including the walking around and everything that you've done from there to here and about 45 minutes, assuming that he rolls decent.
Okay. That only leaves us 45 minutes, if you're okay with that. Let's do it.
Yeah. Scott, this would be electronics, right?
Si, senor. Electronics check. If
Zen,
anybody else is proficient, you can give him advantage.
I'm not.
Zen, do you want to try to help me?
Well, it's my proficiency is in engineering, not electronics, right now. But I could.
Yeah, I think this is more of an RP thing for him to try to gauge.
Oh,
what
sure.
What your
I'm
thing
sorry, I
can do.
wasn't sure.
So yeah.
But then yeah, she would.
So yeah, but I still roll normal. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have electronics, right, Pat? I'm the
No.
only one, I think. Okay.
I'm not proficient with it.
Just you.
Gotcha. All right. Rolling.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Damn.
God damn.
Oh my God, Messy. So it actually ends up going really quickly. So it literally, you're like, it'll take me about 10 minutes. You actually get it done in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes. You want to know why? Because as you're coming up with the working on this thing, you like have this moment where you almost like face palm. You're a fucking idiot. You already have so many programs running inside of your own Omni tool that you downloaded earlier. Rena is literally has all sorts of shit running out of her suit right now. You're like, and then Graff, the one earlier, was who took the emitter readings and was like, oh, let's just flip this around and see if we can do that. He was the one that did that earlier. It's literally you just need to make one for Strix. And so you're like, oh, I'm more or less just going to copy and paste the shit that one of our other armors already have and put that on Strix. So you spend about a minute or so working on what ends up being a waste of time and like a solid 30 seconds and get it done. All developers would love if that was true in real life, but either way. So you waste your time, then you ask ChatGTP to write it for you, or GPT to write it for you, and it does. And it works easily.
All right, Strix, go ahead, give it a shot. I think you should be all set.
What am I rolling?
Nothing.
Or am I
You're
nothing?
walking.
Do I-
Just walking.
Okay, I'm Christopher walking across.
Okay. So you, Christopher, walking across. Now, remember, I said it's going to triage.
Your boy, Krogan Paul. Don't bite me. Get off my armor, please. It's me. Krogan. The Knights. Behave. Please.
I'll just interrupt them. Just
We're
interrupt them.
walking here.
Chat, can I get 4 D100s? Walking order is going to be Strix, and then who else is going after Strix? So remember, one at a time. Each of you can only roll one at a time. So as Strix goes, Strix, the nanites start landing on you, and unfortunately, as they start landing on you, they do in fact start eating into your armor, but it must see you as being an important part of the ship because it's only doing the same thing it's doing with the rest of the tunnels. It's just taking away like small amounts of non-essential blah, 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 blah. You're sitting there and you're looking at these things landing on you and your suit's telling you that it's taking damage. But at the same time, you do like a quick assessment.
Ask, I don't know if it would matter. Do we know, are they electric at any point?
Boogie, woogie, woogie, woogie. Yes, these are nanites. They're completely run
Would
off
I have
electricity.
resistant to them because my defense matrix is for 10 minutes.
This is
no.
well after 10 minutes. Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah, but this would be like a slashing, piercing, whatever it is. But so Strix, a combination of your own knowledge or maybe pinging back and forth off of Graff, it's up to you. You realize that, yeah, they are hurting your armor, but like something that could be easily repaired in the future. Just don't hang
Easily
around here for a
mitigated.
few hours. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just don't hang around for a few hours and you should be fine. But they
Okay.
are peeling away your armor. They are, in fact, attacking your armor.
Whatever you did doesn't seem to be working. As it's still peeling away armor. I would say that I would continue to walk through. I would have the
Messy.
sense that I can continue on, right? Like I'm
Yes,
not in
yes.
any immediate threat.
Yes. Messy, I will say that he says that, and while he's not wrong, it is peeling away, you do also get the impression, like, I feel like it would have been worse if I didn't. So you still have that little, like, maybe you don't share that, but you feel pretty confident what you did. Who's the next one to go?
I think he would respond and say, looks like you made it through fine, though. Should we send another? Just looking at the other two.
Yep. I'll go.
I say it, by the way, with like a non-urgent kind of like voice, like, oh yeah, it's still eating away at armor like we predicted, just not fast. Like I'm not worried about it.
Yeah,
Graff
you
goes
definitely
next 'cause
gave
he's
no
eager.
urgency.
Okay.
So Graff moves on from there, and as Graff walks through, they actually are much more aggressively identifying Graff as being a non-vital part of the ship, and absolutely are starting to tear through his armor much more rapidly than they were to Strix's.
Shit.
Yeah, Wade, can you actually go ahead and do me a favor and make me a dexterity save? Okay, you were successfully able to like thwart them away and get them off of you. Had you failed that save, I was actually going to take 1 off of your armor class for until you repaired it. But as they stripped you away, but you're actually able to swat them away, and they're trying to avoid being damaged because that's part of their protocols. As you're swatting them away and moving your way through, feel free to RP through that as you'd like.
Would I be able to see this happening? Like,
oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I think our prediction was right. These things are going to eat through all of our shit. Get through them fast. Oh, fuck.
I think
so
it might.
I'm gonna do.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna pop up a thing. Just I don't know how I'm gonna RP this, and Scott, feel free to just be like, no, you can't do that. This is the most optimal route to get through as quickly as you can.
Perfect.
And I'm just gonna like, on your guys' HUDs, it'll pop up. If you just maneuver through the bridge this way, you have a higher chance of just not getting eaten as badly as, unfortunately, Graff did. So make your way through as quickly as you can.
On your HUDs, on your HUDs that you have, it is showing you paths to take, but that path is constantly changing. Why? Because more or less he's using the VI in his suit to be like a predictability engine, right? So much like trying to use algorithms to quantify weather, to predict what the weather is going to be like tomorrow at 3:30 in the afternoon. That's what he's doing with these creatures, and effectively giving you predictions of where they're likely to go based off of the actions that you're taking. So as long as you follow his heads up display, you have advantage on dexterity saves. Cool. Who's next?
Yeah, so at this point, Frait would say to Zen, it might be similar to that, goop or sludge that we were looking at earlier. Maybe these nanites, avoid those with more sensitive biotics, so I assume if you can make it through pretty safely that, I might be fucked. Go ahead.
Over comms? Or are you just saying
Yes.
this to her?
Yeah.
Or if
Yeah,
you
we don't-
just
there's no way
follow
to-
my path in, you might be able to get through unharmed.
You can see it's impossible to follow, right?
Just
He's exaggerating.
No, you're just being... Yeah.
LB.
It's not that hard. Just follow the path. I don't know how easily I can make it more for you.
She'd say to Freight, so you're saying it's going to avoid whatever this is and like holds the vial or whatever?
No, it's avoiding you because of your innate abilities.
Oh, you're saying it's the same. I mean, you just need to get over there quickly, right?
Yeah, I want to see what it does for you if you don't mind.
How much distance is it? Like, how far?
It's just a sky bridge, so you're going to be running through an area that's maybe like 10 meters or something like that with these things swarming through it. So you move quickly.
Okay. All right, because I was trying to think about some way we could get him there faster, but I can't think of anything. Unless, is it 0 gravity in here right now, or we have our...
It is 0 gravity, but Pat's already using his ability to help you with this.
Okay. All right then. She'll just go.
Okay. So you make your way through there. Rena, a bunch of them do land on you as you go, but don't worry about making a dexterity save because you notice that as they're landing on you as you go, they seem to land on you like they're doing analyses. Maybe a couple bits of scrapes or whatever come off of your armor, small amounts, but they're more or less treating you like they are the corridor. If they're taking anything off of you, just like they are with Strix, it is nothing worth noting. Sure, if you spent a night here or spent a bunch of hours here, they'd probably take off a decent amount of layers of your armor. But here, you're fine walking through. They're not even a pest.
Cool. Seems like they didn't really affect me. You were right.
I was worried about that. I think Frait would, I would use my racial double move and I would dash and just try to get through it as fast as possible on on the line that Strix made.
Problem with dashing through as quickly as you can is they're even, I'm talking about the mass of them. They start identifying what you are before you even enter into the mass, which is pretty thick. So, and of course they transfer information to each other at borderline the speed of light. So as they do so, they actually start swarming the shit out of you. Just as much as they were swarming the shit out of poor Graff before. But as you realize when you're coming out the other side, because you pushed your way through there, they didn't actually damage your armor at all. As a matter of fact, they seem to be doing small amounts of like repairing to your thing. But you were trying to get through there as quick as possible, so go ahead and roll me dexterity with advantage.
That's a dexterity save, right?
Yeah, correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You got a 20, so unfortunately you got through there too quickly for them to have offered any form of additional benefit. You just kind of like blasted through the area too quickly. And you're like, oh, that was weird. They maybe were doing repairs. You're not 100% sure, but you think they may have been. And you come out the other side safely.
Looks like we all made it through.
Yep. Onward then. The hell away from these damn things.
We should load up on more air first, right?
Back through the other way.
That's what I was asking before we went to the third area.
Oh wait, we went down the third area. Oh my bad. I thought this was on the way back from the second area. I forgot where the nanites
No,
were.
I was like, we should go get some air, and you were like,
He's like, well, now that we got through there, we should go get some air. You're sitting there like, we go fucking eat me.
Sorry, I thought it was on the sky bridge from the power area, but yeah. Okay.
yeah, that is why I suggested air earlier. 'Cause we were there.
Well, you were right earlier.
Thanks.
Cool.
Feels good, man.
Okay,
so we're can we move to the new map or whatever, Scott? Whatever we need.
yeah, I got you. I have to take care before we do that. So, as you guys go walking up, because I have to find where I am. Yeah, okay. So, as you, this might be your old minis. So I actually want to delete these real quick and drop the new ones because I don't think it doesn't look like I updated it to the new minis. So I'm going to go ahead and delete, because I don't have Rena inside here. So I think I didn't upgrade. So I'm going to go ahead and drop each one of you. Graff, Strix. Hey! Molly! Welcome, Gym Squad. You guys doing gym? Who's Jim? All right, cool. I'm going to drop you into the new map right now. Boom. And boom. Okay. So one of the first things you notice once you actually come into this area, you know, the airlock behind you, so on and so forth. So I already assumes that you opens the new, the second door and you start like walking out or whatever. But so that's the, there's always double airlock door. You already come through the second door as we're picking up here. So I usually start you inside the second door, outside the first door. Moving on. So as you open up this area inside of here, I do want to point out that there is, in fact, air pressure inside this one. So there wasn't in the hallway. You went inside the door. You shut the door behind you. As you open up this one, you get a rush, like a pop. So your helmets protect you. As a whole bunch of, you almost get raided by a whole bunch of atmosphere as you come into the area. So quickly, your suit's doing an analysis of the air that's inside here. Go ahead and roll me a science check, each and every one of you.
Strix isn't a scientist. I'm something of a scientist myself.
Anybody want to modify their roll?
Do I luck this?
Or packing lucky?
Yeah, I was gonna say I could lucky.
It's up to you.
You can luck roll if you're a coward.
I'm gonna lucky, Scott. Luck it.
Go ahead. Luck it.
Okay, slightly better.
Do you want to luck it, Wade?
I don't know how important this is, but sure. 15.
Wade, you actually identify that while there is, in fact, an atmosphere in here, That comes off as good news since some of your armor was just stripped off of you and you don't know where the thin points are. So that might be a concern. Totally, Scott didn't do anything about that. Don't worry about it because I totally passed your save. Moving on. So, but with a quick analysis of the air, which your suits automatically do, Wade, you spend an extra moment to actually properly analyze the air, and you're like, oh, hold up. There's some trace particles inside here. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what this is, but I am quickly reading this as being toxic. Like, there is air in here, but it is not breathable, at least not for us. There is some sort of toxic chemical or agent inside of this air.
Agents
Smith.
in the air? Agent Lyoko.
Mr. Anderson.
I'm picking up some kind of poison or toxin in the air, so don't go get any ideas about taking your helmets off. There is some kind of air in here, but it's not good for us.
I can check for a filtration system.
Yeah, let's just hope whatever this air is good for, it's not here.
The other thing you guys notice, for anybody who has a passive perception, feel free to check on your own sheets. For anybody who has a passive perception of a 12 or higher, which might be all of you, you actually notice down at the end of the hallway and in the room beyond, there seems to be a moving swarm that's over there as well. Apparently the nanites in question weren't just done in the hallway. There's a whole fuck ton of nanites that are inside this area that are moving as well. Before you react to that, logic would dictate that whatever experience that you had with the nanites inside the previous room is likely going to be the one that you have here.
Sorry, repeat that?
Yeah. What?
The nanites that we just encountered, they might try to repair you, but they're going to attack the fuck out of me and Strix.
They didn't attack me.
Oh.
Well, they did. They
Part of the ship,
formed
part of the
your
crew.
armor.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
I'm pretty sure they tried to attack you. You just didn't get low enough to have to make a dex save. Thanks to chat.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
Is it like a pattern, Scott, that we can try to time out to...
God, no. I mean, Strix can use his ability to
I was gonna say,
yes,
could I-
time it, but otherwise, no.
I was gonna say, can I ping that again? Just
The problem with your
And,
pinging, Pat, is that there's so many of them moving
Can I-
around. That is a tiny area. So you guys aren't like able to perfectly stay inside the area as you move it or anything like that. It's just, you're going to be moving around. There's so many of them, you know, you might be able to like keep Wade in a safe spot, but you guys aren't going to all be able to walk around in this tiny little area super slowly. That's not deck saves, is it? But continue. Sorry.
I was just gonna put it in one remote spot is all.
The door
What is
behind
this?
us, is that the one we came in? The one,
Yes, sir. Yeah. That's the second door. So if you open that up, you'll be inside the
Okay.
airlock, if you will.
And this
I
is
just
one
don't-
we haven't looked at yet.
Correct. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
If we want to be on the safe side, we could have Zenestthea go alone to kind of scout out the area, and then but we don't have a lot of time, so
They
Yeah.
shouldn't bother me.
If you want, they seem to hate me the most.
They don't particularly like me either.
I felt them, but I'm not sure if they did anything.
You'd know if they were doing something. They were ripping the shit out of my stuff.
Part of the swarm, they actually move up slowly and they end up doing the same idea. If you were concerned beforehand, well, it's going to answer your question, Rena, unless you react in some way. They do come into the area where you are and do seem to land on you and around you. And same as before, if they're taking any amount of stuff from your armor, it's so small, it's not even worth noting. And it's like a few of the stray ones land on Strix, but then they seem to similarly move on and continue moving through the different areas that they're going into, seemingly
I
moving
feel
in a random pattern.
She would probably just move forward then without even like continuing the conversation. She would just go ahead and start to scout the area. Now at this point, could I switch my new thing to investigation instead? Because I feel like I'm having to do a lot of those rolls anyway.
Absolutely. For the next hour you have investigation, you have less than an hour of air, so that's useful.
All right, I'm gonna switch it to that, and then I will move forward. And I'll roll that.
Seem to ignore you. Why don't you go with her?
So Rena, I assume that doesn't include your proficiency, so that means that's 2 higher. So anytime you use this, whenever you roll, we just are going to assume 2 higher because that's what your proficiency bonus is. When you level up, you'll be able to be 3 higher, which is nice. But
If
moving
we're
on.
together, also, I have investigation, so one of us would get advantage as well.
But she's safely moving through the area, so clearly, yeah. All right, moving on. So Rena, you're walking through there and kind of like checking out the area. We'll move your character down so you can start like looking around. You can see this area that you're in, just to give you a little bit of a view. Over this way, you have the 2 doors going off to kind of like your character's left, the screen's right hand side. So 2 doors, whatever they lead to over there, you have no fucking clue. There's obviously a hallway straight down. If you look this way, there seems to be another hallway straight down and another one going further to the right. You're rolling an investigation check. So you're seeing that these things are swarming around everywhere inside here, to the point where like they're ignoring you. So you're happy, but like if they weren't, this could be extremely dangerous. So maybe only you should proceed for now, or maybe you and Strix, he seemed to be okay too. It's up to you. I want to continue describing stuff, but I want to give people a moment to decide if they're going to move forward or not before I do so.
I mean, she would just say that, the halls are covered with these things, so really it should only be me or Strix. If they didn't bother you too much, then maybe you can come.
Strix would, I would immediately just come up ahead.
So more of them are landing on you than are on Zenestthea, and they are in fact peeling away some of your armor. But again, if you're not here for hours, even with a higher volume here, if you're here for less than say an hour or 2, you should be fine. You should be okay. You're not too worried about it, and you're pretty sure that it would be standard repairs that Graff could take care of over time anyways. So I just...
Graff, you may need to repair my armor when we get back to the ship. They are eating away at my armor, but not as quickly as they are with yours.
Yeah, the shit we all went through today so far, we'll probably need to go through all of our equipment anyway. That's fine. Just heads up out there.
Rena, and you, same idea. Like if you spent 2 dozen hours in here, something like that, it might be concerning, but like you're fine. Okay, cool. Let's move on. So your character's down here looking around. You can see that this whole area is completely fucked. Without opening up any doors or looking inside places like that, I'm going to move your characters around for a hot second. Rena, there is something inside. This door is hard to see through because of like how fucking many there are inside there. That place seems like an absolute swarm for whatever's going on inside there. So you might feel courageous enough to go walk in that area, but like, even that's a question mark for Strix. Maybe he shouldn't go inside there either, because there is a lot inside there. Whatever they're working on, wall to wall, it's even hard to see anything. Roll me a perception check. I already have the 18 for your investigation, and I'm going to give you details as we go, but roll me a perception.
Am I walking with her? Can I see this as well, or are we walking separately?
That is your call, sir. I will not.
It would have been.
dictate.
I wouldn't have just leave her alone. So if she's walking around, kind of investigating and stuff, I would try to tail her as best I can. That sucks.
Oh, cool.
Roll for me,
I mean, she would have
Pat.
told you.
Just a
She
regular
would have told
perception.
you not to go in there, like as.
I
as
probably
see it.
wouldn't, the way that it was described.
You can roll a perception check though, Pat, as she like just that way.
God damn it, dude.
So you, unfortunately, you can't really see any much by way of details because there's just so fucking many of them. It almost seems like if you had to guess, it seems like this is where they're coming from because there's so many of them. But you don't know because you don't see like cells or anything like that they're being stored in and released from or whatever. All right, cool. Let's move on from this area.
As we see
continue.
things, I'm gonna try to describe things the way that you're describing them to both Frait and Graff, as they can't see. So I'm gonna be trying to describe this as you're describing it to them. There's
Perfect.
a room
Well,
here.
they
It's
should be
heavily
able to hear, right?
yeah, they should be able to hear, but they can't see what we're doing. But I would try to describe the rooms as best of details I can.
I do want to point out that the 2 of your characters are standing right next to a vent. So if one of the characters disappear, it might be a little sus. So just keep
Peace
that in
out.
mind as we
If
move
you
on.
Find my dead body over here. It's probably Strix.
All right, perfect. So as we continue on, you guys are looking around. You see a whole bunch of different rooms over here. Rena, you can tell that this room, again, your investigation check is high enough that you would just pick this up immediately. You can point these details out to Strix. Feel free to RP as you want. There's a door, of course, immediately to your character's left, screen's right. I'm just going to continue giving directions from the right, from the directions of the screen as opposed to stage directions, which would be the character's
that
perspective.
makes more sense. 'Cause we
Perfect,
can
thank
see
you.
it, so yeah.
So to the right, there is a door that's locked there. To the south of you or down, you can see that Rena, you barely pick it up, but you're like, huh, there's actually a decent number of these things that are perfectly still on this door in front of me. They're like patterned, laid out, spread out on this door in front of me to the point where you almost didn't see them. But again, your investigation, your proficiency at the moment is high enough that you just barely, wait a second, there's like, huh. And you get a better look and you realize there's like a pattern of them on that door. And again, the hallway continues to go to your left. Feel free to RP or just keep moving.
I don't know why they'd behave like this, but they're kind of making a pattern on this door. There's another hall over here as well. So a lot of areas, but I don't know if it's worth investigating everything. She would go up to the door.
Okay.
Just to get a closer look at them. I mean, if they're avoiding her, she might even like test it by like putting her hand up on the door. See if they do anything.
I'm actually going to have you roll me another investigation check. I don't think Pat's proficient, so I think you're just going to have to roll on your own.
What is it? Perception?
Investigation.
Investigation.
I am not. No.
15.
So it's a 17 for you, Rena, because you're proficient right now. So are you happy with your 17? Or do you want to try to modify that?
I feel like I'm good with that.
Okay. So funny enough, you are able to get the details. DC was 16, so you got it. You're able to get enough details that when you walk up to the store and you're investigating it, at first they seem to be doing nothing. Even if you put your hands there, they don't seem to be moving away from you or surrounding you. You pluck one of them off, whatever, but you're continuing to investigate it, and so you're like scanning the area. And then something is picked up by your Omni tool and the bonuses it's providing for you, whatever. They're emitting a lot of energy. As a matter of fact, double checking it, you think these are the ones that are sending out the pulses or the signals, like the direction for the other ones. They're like emitting the code that's telling the other ones what's to do. The ones that are like spread out or patterned on this door.
Originating from here. Maybe.
I think these ones are controlling the rest of them. I'll see if I can figure out how to stop it if possible. And then I feel like she might just try to open the door if there's a way to open it.
Sure. So when you say try to stop it, I assume you didn't mean like actively on these ones. You mean like, okay, let's move past them. So you're going to try to open the door. For opening the door, because there is now power in this station, it is actually locked. Like you need Messie's ability to open it or a Krogan's ability to rip it into pieces kind of locked, not normal. We can dismantle it with engineering check.
It's a good thing you have a Krogan here.
Yeah, but what about the nanites on the door? You know, because then as soon as you touch it, they're going to like swarm you, I assume.
This is all open comm still?
Yes. Always assume open comms unless people say otherwise in situations like this.
I can
Frait, why
try
don't you
to
move ahead and see if you can do anything? If the nanites start to be a problem, just overload them or whatever and see if that gets them off of you.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea.
There are a hell of a lot of nanites here.
Well, then fucking run. I don't know.
I'm gonna move that way. I'm just gonna try to not cause a lot of damage. If I have to retreat back here, I will. Scott, can we get this side of the airlock open? So if I need to run, I can run in the airlock and like slam it shut. Is that possible? Or is it, like, just one door?
You talking about behind you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can open that up, and that is
Okay.
inside the what's currently pressurized area, and then you would shut that to be in the will be able to be depressurized afterwards. Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
I'm
Alright,
not going to open it on the screen, but you can. Yeah.
Yeah. Theater of the mind. Yeah. Okay. So as long as we leave that open, he can run in there and slam it shut if he needs to. We'll do that.
Correct.
And he'll move up. He'll try moving up through the clouds.
They
think maybe
immediately
just, like-
swarm you as soon as you come close to one of the swarms. They immediately start fucking swarming you like crazy.
Yeah. How bad is it?
That's a great question. They're covering you all over, roll me an investigation check real quick.
I imagine if I was like getting fucked up, there'd be some kind of readout. Not
Dude,
good.
you're back to the force.
Yep. That was a 5.
You-
Oh no, it was a 4.
You want to luck it? You good?
Good luck it.
I'll just retreat back without knowing and take a look
Nope.
at the damage there.
You don't need to luck it. You pass. So you actually
okay.
realize that they are in fact ripping apart your armor.
They are
But-
screwing you up.
But they're not. At first, you're retreating because you think they're damaging it. But then, like, as they're like taking apart your armor, and you see like power cells being like drained and other things being pulled apart, so on and so forth, you actually see like more power being diverted to other areas. It takes you a few moments as you retreat back to Graff, and Graff's like, no, don't go near me. As you're like retreating back to Graff, and they're like, so as you like approach Graff, some of them, the stray ones, let's assume that they don't all go to you, Graff, will start landing on Graff and like literally taking pieces off of his armor and bringing it over to yours, and they're actually modifying your armor.
That sounds. I don't want to lose air in here. So I'm a little worried about that.
Do I notice this too? Or should I roll an investigation?
You notice a couple of spare ones are are landing on you. You're like, get out of here, you fuckers, as they're trying to like
Okay.
bore
I think
just holes in you.
just to buy us some time, I think I would push myself and Graff into the airlock, and then assuming there aren't still swarming me, like even shut the doors, but like leave them both down just for a moment.
Sure, so you and Graff go running into the airlock. Obviously, some of them get in there with you. There's no way you're fucking running into your screen door without
Right.
mosquitoes continuing to suck you, right? So some of them get in there with you, but do your characters like actively try to destroy them? I don't mean guns, but I mean like you're trying to like smash them against the walls, whatever, as you're doing this.
I would be more if we don't. I'd be trying to get them off, but not. I don't want to break them because I'm worried if I do, and some kind of hive mind will be like, "Oh, that guy's bad," and then they actually tear my eyeballs out and stew them up. So, no.
Does my armor look worse for wear than his after going through the nanite cloud?
I mean, it's so microscopic, you know, it's like small pock marks. Like, these come from my jewelry background. I love it when people that wear silver jewelry wear it into pools and stuff, because then they'll come back and they're like, I don't understand why it has this weird texture to it. And you get it through a microscope, and it's like a whole bunch of tiny little, almost like a golf ball, like a whole bunch of holes in it. And it's like, can you fix it? It's like, yeah, but it'll never be the
With
same
more
as it
silver.
was, because you just melt silver on top, but it's not going to be fully formed. It's just not how it works, because unfortunately chemicals will react with metals and leave these tiny little microscopic like pock marks. And that's what's happening to your armor right now, Wade. I mean, you could wear a silver ring inside of a pool for, we're talking 200 years, and the silver ring will still function, but it's going to be far more susceptible to breaks or whatever afterwards because of it. Your armor is going to be far more susceptible. It's not
so it's not a
actively
visible
broken.
thing. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Or not
yeah,
super
yeah.
noticeable. Okay.
Yeah. So you're trying to wipe them off of you as you run into there. I'm going to get back to the other two in a moment. You're trying to wipe them off as you're going back into there. Unfortunately, as you're like wiping them off of you, they're just swarming to another part of you, much like a mosquito. Just because you brushed off your arm doesn't mean it's not going to suck your ass. Like that's what mosquitoes do.
So you just want to hang out here while they're in there doing all their shit? What's the plan?
Well, I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like if you get far enough away from whatever their hub is, that's where they'd want to go back to. Because it seemed like the ones that were fixing the sky bridge only affected us as we were crossing it, and then once we got far enough away, it just kind of went back to what they were doing. So I imagine if we kept going back, there'd be some distance we hit where they'd leave us alone. I don't know if that's a false assumption, or if Graff would know that. But that was what I was in the meta thinking was going to happen. So if that's not what's happening, then he'd probably I'd want to move further away, but I don't. Okay, I think with the doors closed, I'd probably kill him. I'd start trying to squash him. I don't know how small an antibite is in
No, you're fine. So you start like smashing them up or whatever you do, small little like overcharges or whatever it is of your armor. Nothing worth rolling for. You succeed. The only thing I need somebody in chat to roll is a D100 for me. Just one D100. Whoever rolls it first, it's up to you guys. But moving on. So I think it was Kate or somebody was the one that rolled it for you before. Zenestthea got a 31. Perfect. Cool. So you take care of that while you're in there. Back to you two. They're smashing things. They're in the airlock smashing. Well, you guys are over there, and Rena is trying to open up this door. Rena, how are you going to try to open it? Like, you hear this conversation, is what you call it, going on, and you're like, okay, well, I guess he's not. He ran away. So what are you doing as he runs away?
She'd probably try to ask Strix to like come and open it, while she like tries to keep them, like the nanites on the door, like off of him. Because it feels like that's our best bet unless there wasn't power here. And since she can't do anything about that, kind of have to brute force it.
I'm walking over and busting this door down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or however it opens. If it lifts open or slides or whatever.
I mean, more or less, you're going to break it.
Okay.
Ooh. Do I have to roll anything, Scott?
Yes, you do. So, because it's electronically sealed, you can't use the engineering to open it at this point. Everything's like sealed up or whatever because the power is back on. You're going to have to. The only way to do it is with a strength check, to get it done. Rena, you're welcome to try to assist if you want. I don't know if you want to be a part of the smashing of the door or if you're fine with just stepping back and let him do his thing.
I don't think she could assist, so yeah, she'd probably let him do it.
You would. For you to assist, he gets advantage, and more or less you just use biotics or something to allow it to assist him versus
then yes, yeah.
Prime the door.
You're not head batting. Yeah, headbutt.
Yeah, prime the door.
Here, I'll show you how to use the Krogan headbutt.
Cool.
Watch him run head first into this door.
Cool. You get a 20. Are you
You're
satisfied
not
with your
engineering,
20?
you're strengthening? What the fuck?
He has
You
to.
told me I can't do it. I can't.
Oh,
I can't do
technically.
that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I told you strength, Strix. It's technically athletics. Is that a bigger
check.
mod? Yeah, but I meant athletics. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking Pathfinder versus.
I have a 5 athletics, so it'd be an extra 2. Do you want me to just?
So you're actually a 22 then, not a 20. So would you want to modify that, or are you happy with your 22?
No, I'm fine with the 22.
21 was the DC, as discussed beforehand. Maybe for a small puny man like Frait, the DC would be
Can I
much higher.
describe
But for somebody like Strix, he absolutely can. Go right ahead, sir.
Cool. So I ask Zenny to kind of with her biotics. Can she like? Do you have like heating abilities? What
She can
abilities-
increase and decrease mass, more or less, is what she does. So she can make you heavier
I
and
would
whatnot.
point out 2 points and then a third point for you to decrease mass. I would do punch, then I would hit the middle of the door, and then I could just pry it open. So you would see him like hit one part of the door with one of his fists, punch the other side, and then he would just grab a hold of those holes and just rip the door open.
As he does that, Rena, your passive investigation right now is high enough that you can see immediately the nanites start reacting very differently to him. Almost immediately, he gets his head through the door and he starts like rip the door open as the big swarms of fucking nanites are now swarming on him and starting to try to very actively rip apart his armor. Not you, Rena. You're still fine. But the nanites have now identified him, ISS'd him as being a foe, not friend. I meant IFF.
Yeah, I figured.
As foe, not friend.
So
And
she would probably like yell at him, like, "Just go back, get out of here."
first, I need a dexterity save from you, Pat.
I was gonna say, is there anything that a defense matrix could help me with here?
I would say defense matrix is no, but you can
Because they're
use
not
your
attacking my AC or anything like that, but I didn't know if there was any type of like damage.
Well, you didn't do
type.
it before the dex saves. You still just have to make the dex save.
No, I know. I'm just saying, would a defense matrix be able to do anything to help in this situation?
Unfortunately, no, not here.
Okay. I don't remember what the DC was, and I don't think a 12. Fuck it.
It's probably stupid high.
14.
but-
14.
You make it. I don't
go.
Nice.
I don't downgrade your armor. It was a DC 13. So you pass. I do not downgrade your armor.
Barely
You're good to go. So you're
Sorry,
like
I
these
used
things are
that last
swarming
luck
you.
thing.
You rip this thing open. You're like, get off me! You're like smashing them off of you. And Zenestthea, I don't want to, Pat, in case you want to RP back. She tells you just go, just get back, get out of here.
I mean, I feel like we knew this was going to happen, right? Like,
Every round that you stay is going to be more swarming,
Right.
more saves, more armor
can
being
I
destroyed.
rewind this for just a quick thing? Before I punch, I'm going to make one punch, and I'm going to say, Zen, you better make this quick. Boom. Because they're going to react badly. Boom. And then I'll rip it open, and then they just start swarming me, and I'm just going to start kind of running back after that.
booking it
after
back.
that.
Go on,
yeah.
get out of here. Go,
Yeah.
go. And then you turn
Yeah,
and
so
you
I'm
run.
gonna start running back.
Okay,
With
cool.
me running back, would I be able to get back faster if I drop my advance?
Always.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I would basically put my advance back where I know where the door is.
Yeah. you gotta tell
Because
us
of
you're
your
running
enhanced
there, 'cause-
speed, you can get all the way back there. They can open up the door for you as you go. And then you come running in, bringing a swarm of them with you as you do so.
I would warn
And
them I'm on my way back.
of course, and they would open it and shut it
Thanks.
behind you or whatever. But so just to, Rena, I'm going to get back to you in a second. So you do that and you bring a swarm of them with you. And I imagine you guys are inside there. And similarly, it's like, all right, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, you all pulse like your armor at the same time and you're smashing them. I don't want to, like, there's not enough that I'm going to make you make the save again because you ran back fast enough and you use your abilities. You're good. You're just locked away. Rena, you're the only one that's left here. So as the swarm fucking clears up, as the swarm clears up with him finally being gone and the door is like ripped apart, so on and so forth, but not really fully open, it kind of leaves your character left to go ahead and I suppose like finish opening the door, if you will. So you have to kind of like grab the door and finish like opening it the rest of the way.
Yeah. Or like climb in if she can.
Yeah. Let me unlock. And so you go up to the door and you're like grabbing it and you're pushing it slightly open. A bunch of them are landing on you, but still seemingly ignoring you. As you open the door, you can see that inside there is a whole bunch of terminals that are in fucking great repair. There's a whole bunch of, things inside there that are like actively on the terminals and doing repair work and so on and so forth. But it seems like whatever this terminal is, they focused on these first, fixing these first, and now there's some left. But the terminals are in pretty damn good repair. I'd say like, let's say 87+% hull capacity sort of a thing, right? But also in the middle of the room there, in case you don't see it, there is a...
oh, yeah, I see.
there's like a form that is like right there in the middle of the room. And the form is like, what happens is as you walk in, you immediately like see a presence, and whether you're about to react, all of a sudden you realize, okay, no, this presence, even though it's very physically in front of me, you've interacted with like Arvina and whatnot beforehand. It's very obviously some sort of holographic projection. It's hardened light, not like the other room. It looks like some sort of a VI. So as you turn and you walk into the room, I want you to go ahead, and the first thing I need from you is make me a intelligence save.
We can all see the little man.
Charisma save.
We all see the little man on screen. It's Scott, the little man. If Treadmill's
Scott, I
here,
really
can you...
like how you've designed this and had chat roll to where none of us get to participate. It's a really
Did you
good
say
idea.
charisma save? The heck?
That's what he
Kate
said,
is
yeah.
the best you fucking get.
And I don't have any luck, so...
Well, we
Okay.
don't know. Chat might have given us one. Push the button.
Okay, sure.
Woo!
Son of a...
Son of a indeed.
Scott, the image didn't load. The image isn't loading, Scott.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The image, it says chat pool
I
of
see
luck,
it.
and then has a broken image icon. It says failed.
I see it.
Well, no,
I see it.
that's you that failed.
I can't
Chat
see
sees it. Everybody sees it but you because you're in Florida.
I keep hitting load image and it's not loading, Scott.
We don't care.
You can see it.
All right, moving on. So, Rena, to you, and again, you guys still have open comms, so you're not going to hear the words coming to Zenestthea, but you're going to be able to hear her responses. So just bear in mind, whatever you hear me say, ignore unless it's like DM talk. Only hear what Zenestthea says. Okay. With that being said, Zenestthea, you see this form, and the form turns and it looks over at you. And as it looks over at you, it starts to
dance.
Say,
It looks like Strix. It offers you some spicy, questionable food.
Here we go. It starts to say,
Scanning.
That's not working very well.
Can't hear.
You got to turn on original sound for that.
Scanning. Ooh.
Ah! Stop
Oh,
it!
God.
Stop
No,
it!
stop.
Stop it!
Please stop.
That will be better for you.
No.
I did.
I mean, it
but
is.
like,
It's
so
better.
It's like
bad.
really crackly. I don't know
Scanning.
if it's the volume's too
Scanning.
high on it.
Scanning.
Scanning. Better for you.
Scanning.
Scanning.
Scanning complete.
What the fuck? What is happening?
Scanning. Scanning.
It's loud.
Scanning.
It's too loud.
Scanning. Scanning.
Fucking Wade.
Scanning complete.
Do you have JP's laugh from the other
Yes,
night?
I can kind of make it out.
I forget how he laughed.
sorry, I was trying to remember what I was going to say left because you guys distracted me with saying that it wasn't working. It was
We
too loud or
distracted
whatever.
you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Scanning.
Sorry.
Scanning.
Scanning complete.
All right. Fucking wait. All right. 1 second.
That's what it sounds like for us. Like exactly.
Yeah.
Scanning. 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 Scanning complete. Scanning.
Scanning.
I think it's scanning.
Indoctrination detected.
Warning. Indoctrination detected.
You're breaking out really bad.
It's like really crackly. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's really
And it's just
tough
really
for me.
Why
to
is it coming in
understand.
crackly? It wasn't coming in crackly when I was playing with this the other day, but for some reason
I've
today
heard
it is
I think it's
crackly.
just
and
Zoom, man.
I
I
heard.
heard scanning, indoctrination detected.
Yeah,
Scanning
that,
Oh,
complete.
That's
I did
what I
not hear
made out,
indoctrination detected.
Yeah. That and then
Was it
there's
crackly
warning.
to you, chat? Did it sound okay?
Scanning.
Could you
It
make
wa-
out all that?
It wasn't supposed to be crackly. I don't know why all of a sudden it's becoming crackly. That's really annoying.
The nanites haven't finished their job.
Scanning.
Testing. Testing.
Still crackly?
Yes.
Crackly?
Yeah, but I think I can understand you better, so.
No, I'll just go without it. We'll just have to go without the fun stuff.
Alright, we can't
I'll
play
just
with
go without it. We'll just have to go
Oh,
without
I'm
the
still
fun
using
stuff.
it. Haha.
Oh
I'll
my
just go
God.
without it. We'll just have to go without the fun stuff.
Fun stuff.
Scanning complete.
I mean,
Actually, I don't even
now
know what
that
the
I
other
hear
one
it-
is.
Now I hear it like a million times from Wade's soundboard. It's like it's got some personality to it. The crackling.
Scanning.
I can understand it. It sounds
Scanning.
like a '90s like I'm playing like Half-Life 1 or something.
I don't know why
Scanning
that
complete.
the male scanning. It sounds like Mark.
Scanning. Scanning.
None of them,
No,
none
it
of
does
them are
not.
supposed to be crackly at all. And the fact that it's crackly is genuinely annoying because that's not how it was set up beforehand. But
Well-
it doesn't matter. I'm not going to waste any more time with this. This was enough time
Sure.
spent. So we'll just move on. So Rena, just to put a description to it, rather than you hearing, rather than you hearing that chaos or whatever. Rena, just so you know, it is the voice is constantly changing and shifting. It neither sounds necessarily male nor female consistently. Sometimes it's coming at you in so many different voices, right? But you can understand all of them because of the auto translator that's built into your suit. You can understand all of them. It's just very different. Sometimes it's crackly. That's not supposed to sound that way to you in the meta. Okay, I'm gonna both mute Wade and make it so he can't unmute himself anymore. Take away his privileges.
First time.
Unmute themselves. Okay. I think you're gonna do it. All right. So here we go. Rita, back to you. So it says scanning like 4 or 5 times, which you're like, what the fuck is this? As it does that, and as it finishes saying scanning 4 or 5 times, it then says to you, indoctrination detected. Warning, indoctrination detected.
She'd probably repeat it. Like, what does that mean? Indoctrination detected.
Indoctrination, the affecting of one's mind. It's detected. I can detect indoctrination. It is here. It is here. There is a compromise. They must be annihilated. One moment, please. And then you see all of the nanites. You just like hear a buzzing as like, aside from some of them left behind in this room, you like hear a strange buzzing. You turn around and you look and you see all of the fucking nanites all around the whole chamber behind you swarm together and start moving on the map upwards. Pause.
Oh shit.
Rena, no matter what she says to Rena says to you guys, on the inside, so you guys can properly respond, you start hearing a strange humming noise and like this like pecking / scratching happening on the door between you and where Rena is on the other side. You're almost like a constant like ting 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 and happening coming through that door. As a reminder, sounds can't pass through space, but you are not inside of space. This is a pressurized area. There is air for sound to pass through from the walls to your helmets and whatnot, so you can hear it. Okay, so Rena, feel free to RP, and they can feel free to respond based off of what the fuck you're all experiencing. So,
You heard her say that to whatever it is in here, and then immediately after she says, "Get away from the door. All of them are headed your way. I'm gonna try to stop them from this side." I feel like she'd probably go into the room.
It thinks we're indoctrinated? Is that what you said? Is that what the console said?
It says you must be annihilated.
We should open this airlock. It's just pointing backwards.
Oh, I thought it was the door that they're banging on.
No, let's not commit Sudoku. Let's commit run away.
Yeah, I think it's time to get the hell out of here. See if you can shut it down, Zen.
Working on it.
we're going to get to RP because they're going to want to open the airlock. And for them to open the airlock, they have to depressurize the room that they're in first. So that's going to take a few moments. So Rena, we're going to ignore them for a moment. We're going to focus on you. Again, they can hear your half of the RP, so they can RP in based off what they hear you saying. So, because you are still open comms, they just can't hear that voice. Let's continue. So you go to step into the room. As you go to step into the room, it actually, because again, it's hard in light anyways, you can move through it if you wanted to, but it actually moves out of the way, almost like it's welcome you into the room as you do so. And so as you step in, it moves out of the way and then it like blinks for a moment and then looks at you. Now again, this is a Prothean. You do know what Protheans look like. Your character has seen them from old studies and statues or whatever they exist. They are four-eyed, elongated, flat-topped head, bug-like monsters, though with leathery skin, not a chitin or chitin for flesh. They are a very strange-looking species, and they are the ones that your people believed were like the uplifters that left behind lots of technology or whatever for you to find, and blah, 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 blah. Moving on. So it steps to the side of seemingly welcoming you in, and then it like blinks and looks at you with its four eyes, and it says, this is a wise decision. The door that you just like went to smash through slams shut, except for where it's broken, and a bunch of nanites, the remaining ones inside this room, immediately fly to the inside of the store and start trying to repair it. Though, of course, because most of them are over there, it's slower. They start trying to repair it, and it says, "You will be safer inside of here."
No, it's not necessary.
It is entirely necessary. Indoctrination is detected. We must purge and destroy the indoctrination. Everything is at risk.
They're not indoctrinated. There's no one else here. You're alone. You're the only one.
It stops and looks at you again, and its eyes looking at you, and it goes again. It's switching between these different voices and says to you, scanning complete. Your name is Zenestthea Nova. You are an Asari, born on the planet of Thessia, or at the very least, that is where your people come from. I have scanned you and your mind. Your mind is not touched by the indoctrination. Why is it you're trying to defend those that are looking to destroy you and your society? They serve the Reapers.
That's not true. And I'm not exactly sure what it is you read in their minds that would point to that, but they don't.
It is not what I read in their minds. They are too far away for me to get a proper scan, but I can feel, I can use the nanites to read the beta waves and the alpha waves coming off of their brains. They have all the key signatures. They have been indoctrinated. They must be purged.
Then your scans are outdated. It's not. They don't. I mean, the Reapers aren't even here, as far as we can see. I mean, we've been here for what, days? And no signs of them.
I don't even think we've been
no
here
signs
for
of
days. We've
anything.
just been here
We've
for
been
a
in the
number of
system.
hours.
Is it
We've been in the
just
system for a
system.
while.
She means
but
in the system.
On the
station
system,
yeah.
for hours.
She's talking about like the whole system. They're like not there. Yeah. I mean, either way. What is your directive?
There are many directives that are my responsibility when it comes to the station, but first and foremost, I must ensure that the Reapers do not win the fight. My most recent memories are suggesting that the Reapers came, that they were destroying and winning the battle. Things went dark for a long while, but now they are back. One moment, please. Checking star charts. Star charts make no sense. Calculating. One moment, please. I'm calculating. While this is happening, you guys are able to successfully depressurize the airlock room. I assume now you open the door in front of you.
Yes.
Perfect. Do me a favor. You don't have to click your mini. Just go ahead and click the button that says initiative.
All of us?
Not Rena, just the three of you.
Yeah, there was the ones on the bridge still that are coming this way.
Yeah.
I assume.
What?
I don't want to spoil it. Sorry.
I rolled 17. There was Strix's 17.
I rolled a 17.
Yeah. I'm just waiting
God,
for,
I can't.
for
I
you.
can't view any images in roll 20 now.
Sounds like you need a
Okay.
control shift refresh, but in the meanwhile,
Yeah, I did that, but I'll roll initiative.
yeah. Okay, so it looks like I'm actually going to go second to last out of the group of us. So the door opens up and immediately the swarm of nanites are going to swarm inside and go to attack you guys. Strix, you can go first. It is a swarm. You might not know this in game, but it is very susceptible to things like AoEs. You have one spell left. You are welcome to overload if you want to, unless you have a different way you want to approach this. I don't want to...
Where
force
am
you to
I
do
in the sense of it's been one turn technically, not really, but like where am I at the door or am I like closer to Frait? Because I was in the process of
You already
hauling
ran
ass.
up and went into it and they shut it behind you. You've been in the airlock. You experienced everything that they did this past while. Airlocks are about what is it, 2 meters per? So airlocks themselves are about 4 meters by 4 meters. So it's like a 4 square area. And you happen to be standing inside that 4 square area, or I think it's actually 4 by 6. So it's like 2 wide and 3 deep. And you happen to be standing inside of this giant elevator, effectively. The door behind you has already been closed, and you've already heard the scratching and the pinging off of it. You just depressurize this room, and then open the door in front of you to the broken sky bridge, and a swarm is coming into your face.
Okay.
We're all free
You
to
guys
go.
act first.
Yeah, okay. Is it me then Frait?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna meta just for a second. I've only got one power slot or one power slot available. I can overload, but you can also overload, right, Messi?
I also have one slot remaining, yeah.
Okay. I'll use mine and I'll just see what happens. First thing I'm gonna do is barrier up though. So I'll use my bonus action to get a barrier going, and then I will I'll take I guess 2 steps in front of everybody else and just overload.
Okay.
Is it just one big swarm or is it like
So remember how we described it's filling up an area of like, 10 meters deep or whatever it is. So
okay,
because
I
of
can
that,
just target the swarm?
it's actually multiple swarms.
Multiple swarms? Okay.
It's 3 swarms, but your ability is 3
bolts.
3 targets. So you can actually hit all 3 swarms if you wanted to, or 4 targets technically. So you hit all 3 swarms. I have to make my saves against that. Give me half a tick here. And your DC is wrong, just so you know. It did it to you again.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Actually, I asked that community about like the sheets being broken, and that was days ago, and I pinged it again. Still haven't gotten a response. So whoever handles this responsibility of that stuff, they haven't responded. So
Oh,
either
their
way,
pings are broken.
or their pings are broken. Ah! Ooh!
You
Okay,
made
hold
the
on.
last save, I think.
Yeah, what that your it's
my
8
power
plus your
save
proficiency
DC
bonus is
I think it's well for me. It says power save DC is 12 on my sheet, but where would I see my power?
oh, what's your intelligence mod?
It says 2 for 12.
Okay, then it's a
10
12.
plus
You are
two.
correct. So I passed the third one. So take
Yeah.
double damage from your other ones, which means that to put this in details, one takes double than half, so it takes normal damage, 15. The other two take double, so 30 points of damage. You start seeing like hundreds, if not thousands of nanites just dropping as you just send this like this wave of just like little bolts of electricity through the millions of different nanites coming at you. Again, many thousands of them are just like dropping all around. Actually, it's fucking outer space. There's no gravity. So they're just like floating around aimlessly as others are pushing past them or breaking them down to form up what they need to continue moving forward and attacking you. Because it's hard to tell like what condition that they're in. I can just tell you, what's your face? Pat, that you fucked up, really fucked up 2 of them. The other one is still doing okay.
They're all primed though, correct?
They are all primed electricity. Yes, sir. It's your turn, Messi.
So I'll take 2 steps and I'll be like, I'll see what this does, and then you'll just see
how
like
close are we to
over.
them?
I'm 2 steps ahead of you guys, so I'd like to think I'm like 1 square ahead of you guys. I've just taken
This
effectively.
hallway wasn't incredibly long from what I remember, but I think if you can hit him with overload, I can hit him with salvo, and I can detonate whichever ones are primed.
All 3 of them are primed.
Yeah, I think 2.
If you can hit the one that didn't get fucked up, it might be able to.
Well, with
fuck up
salvo,
the
I
other
can hit
2.
3 people,
Oh, okay, never mind.
so
I'll
I can
fuck right off.
hit all 3 of them. So that's the plan.
Okay, because they're
Do
already
that.
swarming into you, because as soon as the door opened up, they were like getting ready to burst in. You do this, you guys are going to be hit by the lightning as well. But in theory, it'll finish them off and you don't have to worry about them anymore.
Oh.
They're that close.
I mean, that's why I asked. But yeah.
Mhm.
It'll probably kill me.
How much health do you have?
I'm trying to remember how much a lightning detonate does. Is it 3d6 or am I thinking of a grenade?
3d4 is what this does.
3d4?
I have a question.
So that'd be 9d4? Oh my god. That'd probably kill me.
I would just overload then.
Yeah, I guess I'll also cast overload. I mean, I did already click it, but
So you're just going to overload the overload, okay? And so I'm going to do the
If-
same exact saves.
With me being in front of him, does that provide any cover or no?
No. Okay, pass 2 of them. I fail 1. So roll me the damage because you didn't show me what damage your overload did.
oh, sorry, I clicked the spell cast and not the damage. Oh, I don't have damage for it. It is
3d6.
3d6. This one's 3d6. also?
3d6,
Yes, it
and then he'll
is.
take half damage for the 2 that pass.
12. So 6 on the ones that passed.
Okay, so the 6 on the ones that pass, but again, that's actually 12 because it's half and doubled. So 2 of them completely fry and drop to the ground. Just like, so we're talking out of the millions of nanites that come at you, millions of them are not dropped to the ground. Again, there's no gravity. They're just like floating
Basically,
around
a third
aimlessly.
of them are still like Russian.
Correct. Absolutely fucked up. But there is a
I'm
third
getting
one
like
left.
this Matrix vibe, like, you know, like all like the weird like fucking machine world kind of a thing going on.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% is how you should be seeing this. But they're microscopic, right? They're these tiny little fucking
Right.
things that are doing exactly what you're suggesting here. Okay, but now before Wade gets to go, I still have one of them is still alive and well, so it's going to continue to move forward and it's going to attack. So as it attacks, I'm going to. Who's the one that's in the front?
That's me, baby.
I suppose. Yeah, you probably would have been in the front, ready to go. I will attack you. And let me just do something. So it's its turn. So it heals 2d6 /R 2d6. The other ones are dead, so they don't heal because you should have killed them. So it heals 6 health. That's not enough. There's a shitty roll. And occupy and do this. I just need to make this roll. Okay. Pat, I'm attacking you. /R 1d20. Oh, come on!
Yes.
Fuck me. If only you knew how much damage I do. And I heal when I damage you, too. I always roll so shitty.
Wait, you... okay.
Fuck
So you
off,
have a-
Scott. We've been rolling shitty for 3 sessions.
So
You
who's
have a-
standing
you have a
next?
life.
Who's standing next to Pat? Probably Wade's character, or because
They're
it's
standing
too wide.
behind me, technically.
They're both standing
I
behind.
imagine.
If they're both standing
Yeah.
behind, then I will not get a second person.
I was gonna say,
it moves forward and just attacks you. Yep.
In a theoretical sense, if Messy detonated, would they take half damage, or is it an area where
No,
I would
everybody.
take... I don't get to block any of that for them?
No. Nope. There's
Okay,
no save
I
on
didn't
it.
think-
All right. So Wade,
I
it's your
had a
turn.
question about that as well.
Okay. Can I attack from where I'm at, or
Yep,
is
100%.
he like fully
Yep.
blocking away? Okay. I'm gonna use my
Don't
last
detonate.
Omni Gel to make an arc grenade and try to throw an arc grenade at these things.
Sounds great.
So
I gotta
that-
save.
Let me double check with the.
Wait, did I do the right save? Is it +2? Yeah, it's +2. So I passed this. I passed the check. So I'm going to take half damage from whatever you do. Let me just confirm how much damage I've taken so far. I took the full 12 before, and I took a full 15, so I've taken 27 so far. So you're
And
going to
you
take
healed
whatever you roll for
6.
damage.
Did you heal the 6?
Oh, that's right. So I took. Thank you.
Instead of
Pat,
taking 12, you...
honesty. Take 6. You're correct.
Yeah.
So I guess you take 3 more.
Okay, so I take.
Grenades are so weak in this goddamn game.
You should have used
Okay,
the
cool.
big mecha one.
You heard it, but you don't kill it. It's still primed electricity. Cool. We're gonna go over back to before we get to Rena. Actually, Rena, we'll get to you. So Rena, all of a sudden you hear noises as they're reacting. I don't know if you would leave that loud in your ears, or if you would like turn the volume down a little bit so you can still hear them, but like at the same time they're not distracting
Yeah,
you from what's going
That's
on.
probably what she would try to do because she's trying to like if she can shut them down or figure
We're
out how to shut 'em down,
dying!
then
Yeah, it's
she'll
like-
be able to help them faster. So she's gonna focus.
It's like post-stream when we're all still hanging out in the Zoom call for like hours afterwards, but I need to like process the VODs. I turn down the Zoom call volume so I can focus on what I'm doing. But if you guys say something that's not about
Asshole.
a video game I've never heard of, then I can like hear it and chime in. But if it's about a video game, I'm like, yeah, Diablos, that thing, stuff. But anyway, so where were we? The Rena. So eventually, like a whole round of combat later, so 6 seconds later, it turns and looks at you like you can see its focus comes back to you, and it says, analyzing the star charts completed. It has been 50,217 years, 3 months, and 22 days since the last time the stars have been read by the system. My
Right.
sensors are likely off.
No, that's correct. All of the Protheans were wiped out when the Reapers attacked. We thought you were gone, all of you. But there was another war, and they figured out how to defeat them somehow. So it's just now that we've been able to come out this way and see if anything was left. Here you are. But I promise my team is not indoctrinated. We just got here. They just interacted with all of the things on the ship. You scanned me here in person. Bring them here. Let me bring them here so you can scan them yourself and see for yourself that they're not indoctrinated.
Go ahead and roll me a
terminology.
persuasion check, Rena.
$13. I'm gonna try looking at 16.
Okay. My sensors are in fact detecting indoctrination. I believe they are indoctrinated. There are 3 individuals, correct?
Yes. But they're not. They helped me get here.
Danger analysis. One moment. All right, you guys are able to go ahead and roll your next round. It goes back to Strix. Strix, you've used up your second spell, so you have whatever else you want to use. If you have cantrips or just a shotgun, whatever you want to do.
It was like, how I can't go up and like headbutt these things. I can, but like
Technically, you can. Yeah.
yeah.
You-
But I mean,
If you describe it differently than a headbutt, there's 0 G. You
I was
gonna
say
your
the way
body
that
at
I
them
would-
and smash into a wall.
the way that I would describe it if I were to do that is I would like jump up and use my grab boots to push off and kind of charge at them. To kind of push through them as a headbutt. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I don't want to approach because they're. How close are they? Are they on us right now?
Yeah, they're all over you. They're fucking nomming you.
Okay, then I'm gonna if I can, I'm just gonna start swinging my Rusad blade at them. Just kind of like taking swipes and trying to just do what I can.
Okay,
I
you go ahead
don't
and make an
feel
attack
like
roll.
this is a smart idea, but I feel like it's the one thing that I would do instead of just starting to blast randomly.
No, you're good. Go right ahead.
Okay. Well then,
Not,
love
not,
that for me.
not very
Um,
effective.
And the good rolls continue.
Yeah, I'm swiping. I imagine I'm taking some out, but not enough to actually cause any. I'm taking maybe like tens out, not like the thousands that are around us.
Okay, so you will accept that roll. You unfortunately do not have, like you said, you're destroying some, not much of an
5
impact.
natty ones tonight that have counted.
After
I
you
wouldn't say that
was,
counted. I'm just saying
Bessie, your turn.
theoretically, like, you know.
I think you're also out of spells.
Yeah, I'm out of spells. And I don't know what I could. I feel like shooting's a bad idea.
Can I
have
would
grenades, but
if I
no electric ones.
would I be able to place my advance on me? Not advance, but just deck saving throws on me. Can I just put that right where we're standing?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'll do a heads up.
Messy.
Okay. I think. All right, I'll step up and try to melee them with the Krogan as Strix kind of like whiffs them a little bit. He'd
I'm
he'd
killing
use
them,
his
just
blade.
not a lot. Okay.
Yeah, sure. He'd use his blade and like try to make fanning motions, like attack him with the wide part to see if
Can you show me
The,
this fanning motion
like this. That help?
like
The-
that?
With
Are you
blade,
wafting
which
it
comes
away
out.
like a fart after like
It's with the hardened light blade. He's trying to kill them. So I'll attack with that. I don't know how effective it's gonna be, but I'll give it a try.
Good luck.
Woo! All right, that's it. Oh no, you know what? I'll use my movement to run down the hall as far as I can.
Past us or backwards?
Yep, past you. See ya.
You're
Why does
moving
every
through.
character
You're
abandon
moving.
us?
You're moving through the swarm.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna get my attack of opportunity against you.
Okay.
Yes, Messy. This is
Honestly,
bad
you fucking
news.
deserve it for making every one of your characters a goddamn coward.
Yeah.
All
Be a
I
man,
have is a
Messy.
sniper,
Rena's
dude.
a man.
All I have is a
Why don't you be a
sniper.
man like Rena? She's like, I'm gonna go walk in there and find the problem and destroy it. And you're like,
All I have is a sniper, and I already tried to melee attack it, and I just didn't want to be
You
in the
could have
way.
at least turned invisible first. All right, here we go.
How would that help against Nano?
So your
Oh, boy.
idea is to channel the lawyer from Jurassic Park?
I do
No, I'm just gonna move
double
away so I can
damage.
Try shooting. But I can't shoot like this close.
And I heal from doing double damage. /R. So since I'm doubling
God
my
damn it.
dice, Messy,
damn
you
it.
take this. Necrotic, mind you.
Holy
See,
shit. he's
27 necrotic damage.
I'm down.
Yep. Yep, you are. If the swarm is has half of its health points, which it does, or fewer, it also heals me because I crit. I healed that. I'm gonna heal this. Anytime I hurt somebody, I heal a little bit. Ooh, I heal 14. Oh, that's great. Okay. So Rena, Wade's turn first. And then I will get to Rena afterwards.
Doesn't it go before me?
Oh, that's right. It's now its turn. It's going to attack Pat. Oh, wait, it heals one. What does it heal on its turn? Is it 2d6? Yeah, it heals 2d6 first. So hold on, let me /R 2d6. Yeah, I think it's back up to full health actually. As now I'm attacking Pat. I don't know if an 18 hits Pat, so I'm gonna daddy's dice it just in case. I think a 19. Okay, cool. 19 hits it. Awesome. So with that 19, I'm going to go ahead and do the same damage to you. Well, actually, it's just not 12. It's 64. This is necrotic. So you take 17 necrotic damage. Your barrier absorbs some. So you take 13 necrotic damage.
Does it go through shields?
No, not automatically. So,
So I take 9 off of that. So I'm taking 6 damage.
Perfect.
Does that math sound right to you?
Yeah, that sounds perfect. Yep. So you take 6 points of necrotic damage. And I don't heal from hurting you because I'm at full health now. I can only heal.
And I lose 1 barrier tick, right?
Correct. Yes, sir. And now it's Wade's turn. Then we're going to go back to Rena.
You draw my turn first, is that what you said?
Yes.
All right. Well, I can try throwing a frag grenade at this thing, or I can try concussive shotting this thing and definitely setting off lightning that will hit us all.
If you hit the lightning, that'll definitely hit Messy. He'll definitely take a death. He automatically takes 1 failed death. Just as a reminder for the rules. Wade's like, I don't mind that. You know what? I don't mind. We'll just get another character that's hopefully a little less useless.
Let me see what this one is.
Whenever Messy plays squirmy little green characters, they come off as squirmy little green characters.
Does that mean I'm doing a good job?
Honestly, Wade, if you did that and you caused Messy to die, you personally might win the favor of chat and cause them to want to support you more.
You automatically heal all of his health that you take from him.
Okay, Scott, giving me a
Chat
layout.
saying help me
Blood,
help you.
blood for the blood god.
If I were to throw a grenade, could I throw it in a place that would not hit us?
Unfortunately, no. Messy tried to run through the other side of it. So because he tried to run through the other side, he's on the...
If you throw it, we have advantage on dex saving throws. Just saying.
So let's map this out, how this should work. I'm going to drop this into a map arena. You're not going to see the same map because your map doesn't matter anymore. So I'm going to put this into a map where I can actually show them things. So just give me 1 moment, okay?
Aren't grenades off dex?
Depends on the grenade. So
it is, but the only grenade I have
is the big
save
mamba
DC is an 18.
Oh.
And the damage is 6d12.
I can't. Oh, that would probably insta-give me.
Yes, which is why I don't know if I can.
So don't do that.
It.
All right.
The other option is giving you a guaranteed death save anyway, or a death fail anyway, or whatever.
All right, let me come back.
Can you
over
just
here.
shoot him?
All right,
I can just shoot them, but like
I'm trying to do this. So Rena's somewhere else. It doesn't really matter. So if you have this door opened up, and what's his name? Whatever the fuck his name is. Messy ran away. So it's Strix. We're standing right here inside the swarm, right? You have Graff is like hanging back over here because he's trying to be safe. Messy was like, I'm going to run away. And he ran up here. And then he tried to move 1 more square, which triggers an attack of opportunity. And he got dropped. So Messy's character is right here. He is not inside the dex save bonus area, to be clear. Because he ran to the other side to try to run away. I'm trying to.
I can't see
spin this so we can. Yeah, I'm trying to make it so we can see better. Actually, I'm just gonna fucking open up the lighting in this just to make things easier, because it doesn't matter anymore. So dynamic lighting, daylight mode on, save. We're good. Cool. So
in hindsight, I should have disengaged, but instead I sprinted. So that was the problem. That was the mistake. I did not clarify.
Yep. So, this is where, well, it doesn't matter if you're unconscious, you still make dex saves even when you're unconscious, in accordance to the rules, if I remember correctly, just with
Wait,
disadvantage.
really?
Or it might
I'll
say
double
auto,
check that. I don't think
it might
that's
say auto
true.
fail.
I'll double check.
There's a lot of times where you're allowed to make saves even when it doesn't make sense. Like making will saves when you're asleep, I always thought was weird. But again, 5e is
Yeah,
a little bit off from exactly
if-
what I remember there.
If you're unconscious, you automatically fail strength and dex saving throws.
Cool. There you go. All right. Anyways, Wade, so the answer to your question is unfortunately no.
Okay.
And so if you were to shock this thing, if you were to trigger the what you call it, this is, you know, the area. Like, you could triage Messy or you could triage you. You can't triage Pat no matter what. Actually, that's not true. You could blow up a grenade so it goes over here. Oops, sorry, let me get my measuring tool.
Did his volume
so
just
it grows,
drop for
so
you
it goes
guys?
over here.
Yeah, I thought that was my headphones, but yeah.
Same,
Scott
I just
got
checked
half
all of
quiet.
my
It was weird.
sounds. Your volume just went from like 100 to like 60.
Am I good now or?
You went.
No, you're still quieter.
You got really quiet for us, and it
Chat
looks like
noticed it
chat.
too.
Yeah,
You have a loose connection, maybe.
everybody got quiet.
Everybody.
Wait,
okay,
we got
one
quiet too.
Interesting.
second. Boom, boom, boom. Can chat hear me now? Because my reading is saying that everything's normal over here, but they're saying I got quiet
Okay.
all of a sudden.
They're saying just Scott, so it's definitely your mic. Something your mic.
So you know what's funny is it's almost like fucking Voice Mod Pro decided to kick in and start doing what I told it to do forever ago, and it's still fucking with my shit, unfortunately.
Be a driver thing then. Can you close it?
I'm just gonna turn off any adjustments, so this should be raw sound from it. I
Give it
wonder
to
how
me
this
raw,
works.
Scott. Just raw.
Oh, Frenzely's guessing it might have changed your default mic.
That's not even possible. That would disrupt. You guys wouldn't even be able to hear any sound. It would be completely thrown off. So like, this is still coming from my voice mod. Over here is still coming from my
Slap your
voice
mic.
mod.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
Yep, it's
that's
still
it.
reading that. Yep. So, anyways, Wade, you do your turn while I'm trying to figure this out.
Okay.
So you get back to Rena.
so. He was saying that you could throw the grenade somewhere safe.
No, he could triage and save either Messy or himself or kind of technically you too.
How could I save Strix? He's fine, isn't he?
You can throw a grenade and it blows up Messy and the backside of the swarm without touching you or Strix.
Oh, okay. Can
You could
I
also hit
Go
me
ahead.
with a metagel.
Yeah, I've got to get to you
Like-
though. So I was about to try to find out.
Well,
Scott,
you won't
can
leave attack
I
of
move
opportunity,
through
but
the
yeah.
storm with by disengaging or without triggering attack of opportunity if I focus my movement on that?
Say that one more time, and does my voice sound better to you guys at all?
Same.
Oh,
Can I move through the swarm by disengaging without
Now
triggering
does
attack
it-
of opportunity?
Now does it sound better for you guys?
sounds the same.
That's weird. This should have fixed it. This actually was the thing that was supposed to happen before. Should have fixed it. Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, it is coming in quiet. Okay. Deal with that afterwards. Whatever. I'll just yell at you guys for a few minutes. To answer your question, Wade, if you're worried about attacks of opportunity, you're actually safe from attacks of opportunity because swarms can share squares with anybody else. It's an exception to the normal rule. So you actually will not trigger an opportunity attack if you move up and stop, say, here or here to allow you to metagel Messy. You can do that and still within your move go back to where you were before so you're not stopping inside of the swarm entirely.
What if I
That
try to
is-
pass through it entirely?
Yeah, you can do that as well, including stopping over here. Again,
I can't move my
up.
character that far to the left. I can't control my character.
Huh?
It's like snap locking around Strix's green box.
Oh, that door's closed. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's why.
So I can go all the way over here and be okay?
I'll just move the door out of here. So yeah, it was no, you can't do that because now you're moving out of the reach of the swarm. You have to stay within its reach. So here is safe or anywhere that's still within its reach. Otherwise, you trigger an opportunity attack like Messy. Oh, actually, I already opportunity attacked. I take it back. Yes, you can.
I don't know if he can because you used it once.
Okay. God, but now if I throw a grenade, I don't know if you can take a 5d12 or 6d12.
Yeah, I
You'd
don't
be
know.
shocked.
Boom, boom, boom.
I
boom,
mean,
boom.
if I rolled maximum, it wouldn't be good.
I mean, technically, if you down me, there's just a chance I might kill you. So you don't need to worry about that. I say if you're worried about me going down, don't be worried about me going down.
72 damage would not kill you, would it?
Yeah, probably.
It would down you, but wouldn't kill you.
Nothing will kill me. I have blood rage.
Because now I can throw the grenade over toward the door. Or I can just help Messy up. So maybe I just help Messy up. I'll use a meta gel and get Messy up.
Hell.
Messy, you are gone. That's good.
You're gone.
Okay, so you go over to there and you spend that metagel. Wade, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not take some of the special metagel out of your, like, who has the special metagel? Rena has.
I do.
All of her. Oh, Strix.
Those
does.
two.
Fuck. Okay, so
I
give him
have
4
2 of the upgraded medkits.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, did he? Is it an action for him to pass Graff one, or for Graff to take one from Strix as he passes him, or?
No, I always say it takes a minute to transfer between suits.
Okay.
Out of combat, yeah. So so either way, Strix. Sorry, Graff, you're able to move through there. Swarm kind of like fighting.
Honestly, I don't
slash from
think
side
with the amount of damage this thing does, I don't think 4 HP or 15 HP it's gonna make much of a difference.
But he's up though. He's awake. So now with your turnover, I'm gonna go to Rena. Rena,
I'm gonna
hopefully
move
you
further back. By the way, I'm gonna take another step back after I do that. I'm assuming
That's
I
fine.
can't pull him with me. That'd be another action.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because you would go. You went here. You can technically move one more if you wanted to.
Okay. Well, no, my speed's 18. Unless it's different moving through swarm.
No, it'll be fine. It's fine. Okay, cool. Then Rena, back to you. It says analyzing. You hear like what Tricology going on over there. You're probably sitting there like, what the fuck is going on? As you hear like no, I got Frait, and he goes over and like squirts metagel on his face or whatever he does while Freight's sleeping, and then you guys they're kind of like doing this reactions or whatever it is, and then you hear he kind of like blinks and looks back at you again and says, threat analyzed, extremely low. Very well. I will permit this, but adequate protections will be put in place. Do you respond to it at all, Rena?
If it's done like talking at that point, she'd say, "What protections?"
You will see. You guys see that the swarm stops attacking you. It just, unless you would try to attack it as it moves away, it just stops attacking and swarming you, and it goes back to what it was doing beforehand. As a matter of fact,
So it's just back to repairing.
a lot of little nanites grabbing the other dead nanites and just like bringing them
Repairing
back
them.
with it. Yeah, to carry it over and break them down and turn them into materials to be used to repair the Skyway. Just leaves you alone.
They're retreating. That's fucking right. You know what's good for you. Oh, fuck.
Good, she says through, like she can hear him say that. You guys will have to come to me though. I don't think they'll attack you. But we need to scan you and prove you're not a threat.
Prove that we're not a threat. We're barely alive. Freight's
Yeah,
down.
Well, he's awake now.
Well, I know, but I mean, like, we're in the process of doing that, you know?
We'll drag his ass over there. Are they gonna
Can they help
heal us back
resuscitate
up?
him?
God, he's cut up to shit. These things fucking fucked him up.
She'll ask the Prothean or the VI and say, will they attack them on their way over here? The nanites?
Threat assessment is extremely low threat. They will be attacked if they are deemed to be a higher threat level than the predetermined one.
Don't, so through her helmet then, don't attack them anymore. They shouldn't attack you. Just make your way over here.
They shouldn't attack us, or they won't attack us. We need clarification.
You're
You can
deemed
see
to
the
be
Strix
low,
is like kind of pissed off because we've just been
You're
getting fucked.
deemed to be an extremely low threat. Let's keep it that way.
All right, we're heading back over. Freight, get your ass up. We're heading back into the hornet's nest.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. He goes to like flick a nanite off of his suit that's like downed, but then he thinks twice about it and is just like, it can stay because she said not to attack anymore. But he's like,
Before I continue describing things, I just love the fact that Messi fought against the fact that I was trying to repair and modify his suit. I was going to increase his shields from maximum of 5 to maximum of 8, but he refused to take the mod. So, sorry, Messi, but you didn't take the increase to your shields for chat having rolled you really high on the D100. Instead, we just made Wade
Look,
suffer.
man.
Hey, listen,
All I can
listen,
say,
listen.
all I can say is I don't metagame, man. I saw the 91. I knew it was mine, and I said, hey, my character wouldn't want that, so we didn't take it. So you're welcome.
Hey man, you want an Oreo? Oh, Oreos are my favorite. So you want one? No, I'm good. All right. So, anyways, let's.
I wouldn't know that you have Oreos, so I would assume they're poison.
Well, your investigation passed. So you guys get back into the airlock without pressing anything. The airlock door closes behind you as you go into it, and then when the airlock opens on the other side, so after it pressurizes itself on its own, which you guys can see the pressure or feel the pressure or whatever coming back into the place. As soon as it's pressurizing itself, the airlock just opens back up on the other side on its own. Now there's a air quotes clear path between where your airlock opens without your control, it just does it on its own, from where you are and where it is that Zenestthea is. However, that clear path, again air quotes, is not genuinely clear. Any alternate routes you have between there and where Rena is completely blocked by swarms of these nanites, more or less making walls of nanite buzzing above you and all around you as you're floating through this 0G area, making your way there. So as you're floating through, you're like, I really don't want to be attacked by these. You don't have to float in this station, by the way. You can totally turn your mag boots on and walk that way. It's fine. It's up to you, your character. But as you're making your way towards Rena, feel free to RP or not go at all. And you have nanites above you and on either side of you the entire way. And when you finally get to Rena, the doorway that Strix broke, for those of you that get there, you can see that there's effectively like an open window, if you will, so you can see where Zenestthea is in there with this VI. But most of that doorway is filled with these nanites, making effectively a wall, so you're surrounded by them. So feel free to RP, or if you don't even want to go, you describe to me.
not really liking this walk back. I feel very threatened.
Very threatened. Look at this, and he would just kind of point like all above us and stuff.
Do we really have a
Yep.
choice?
No.
Nope. Just bitching.
Well, I appreciate the consistency.
Less bitching, more walking, please.
All right. Well, you're in there having a picnic with some fucking program while we're over here fighting microscopic little bitches.
Just trust me, okay?
You'll just hear
Yeah.
Strix just kind of like grumble on his way over.
We keep moving, but we're not happy about it.
Yeah.
I'm continuing to analyze the threat on their on their travels here. They are indeed an extremely low threat. I will hear what it is that you have to say, and I will answer your questions. I can see that there are many.
Thank you.
Voice keeps changing as a reminder. Keep going.
Right.
Scanning.
Ah.
Oh, jump scare,
Scared
bro.
the shit out of me.
Don't worry.
I'm
Don't
I'm
worry.
so not
Scanning
used to
complete.
scanning complete. That for some reason, like everyone's still kind of quiet, and then there's Scanning.
That's gonna be the new sub sound effect on Lost Initiative. Scanning complete. All right, go ahead,
Good idea.
Rena.
I don't even know what to ask first. I wasn't sure we were gonna make it this far. That's cool though. Tell me about the last recorded events that happened before everything went dark.
Much of the events that I have in my recordings are classified. You, certainly being a primitive species, are not going to have the appropriate access to hear everything. But there is much information that can be shared. First and foremost, this station was under attack by the Reapers. We were a few hundred years into the war and doing our best to hold our own. This station itself had been established nearly 200 years prior, set deep into space with all knowledge of its existence or how to locate it buried or destroyed. The fact that the Reapers had found the location was a surprise, to say the least. We had our adequate defenses. We used them and were defeated. The Reapers, unfortunately, utilized our own tools against us, our research used against us. They took the indoctrinated minds and turned them against us.
Can we hear all this, or are we still far away?
Not
As
his side.
we'll say that the last bit there, and use them against us. You hear as you arrive in the place. You can hear it even with your helmets on. It's just muffled, probably like listening to my microphone right now. As you can open your helmet and hear it more clearly, but obviously we already talked about that. So keep going.
Honey, we're home.
Glad you made it. Not just come over here so they can finish scanning you, but he deems you a low threat.
I've already completed the scan on
Slightly
their
offensive.
on their travel over here. They are indeed indoctrinated. Their alpha and beta waves have been altered. Species: human. System: Sol. Species: Krogan. System: Krogan DMZ. Species: Drell. System: Unknown. Actually, I would even say species Drell. I would say species unknown. System unknown. This other creature potentially is not indoctrinated. I'm getting the same signals off of it, but I do not have a what's the word I'm looking for here? Control of normal brain function to appropriately compare it to. Threat level extremely low. Despite that, defenses will be maintained around the unknown species.
You think we're indoctrinated?
I know you're indoctrinated.
Well, how did that happen?
We did just fight Reaper shit over in their other hub. Can we like
an hour ago.
do you guys have a pill for that?
One moment. Repeat that, unknown species.
We fought something that resembled a Reaper in your power bay before we activated you.
One moment. Checked records. There were indeed creatures that had been indoctrinated, manipulated by Reaper technology that then in turn were used to control our power systems against us during the fight against the Reapers. It is possible that the exposure to these weaker version of Reaper signals would have been what affected your minds. Unfortunately, they have successfully impacted your minds. You are in fact indoctrinated. You will have a desire to stay, a desire to continue to interact with it, as your desire and curiosity about Reaper technology will continue to take over your mind and enslave you to their will in its entirety. If you can resist this and remove yourself from Reaper technology, you will actually be able to successfully remove this from your mind, as this is a sub-quality signal. Have you experienced any of these desires thus far?
I have a desire to leave this ship.
I got the opposite. I've had an inclination to stay. I grabbed these He's gonna pull out one of those metal bars. These aren't Reaper, right?
When you pull it out,
pull the thing
Strix
up,
will also kind of like slowly look at his.
looks at it. Negative. Those are memory shards.
But
Oh,
like not
that's-
Reaper.
Odd.
No, those are Prothean memory shards. One moment. I did an analysis of the equipment that you are wearing. You would use this as something akin to human history. Solid state drive or a hard drive. It works similar to this, but works with Prothean physiology.
Okay. Look, I don't know if you are up to speed here, but the Protheans are, as far as I'm aware, all gone and have been for a very long time. We're here on an expedition to see if, well, to be frank, if this area is safe for living, colonizing, so on and so forth. There's resources, derelict Prothean ships on other planets, what looked like abandoned Prothean mines on another planet, and clearly the Reapers came and fucked you all up. But there's going to be a bunch of Asari here that also are going to want to ask you some questions and shit soon. Do you intend on helping us, or are we too, as you put it, low of life forms to assist? Because
Did not
hate to
say
tell
low
you,
life
but we're all
forms.
that's
I
left.
said primitive life forms because that is a factual statement and not an opinion.
Well, I hate to tell you, but we're about as advanced as there is left outside the Reapers, so those are your two sides.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
This system is about to become colonized by the primitive life forms. Understood. Directive will be followed. One moment, please. Coordinates set.
I'm gonna lean into Freight. Do you have any idea what's going on?
Coordinates to where?
For simplicity, down.
You're
Look,
moving
before
the-
you do something drastic, if your primary enemy and threat is the Reapers, you could do a whole hell of a lot more good helping us or the Asari than you would by
Sorry.
blowing up your entire fucking station.
You said that there are many different primitive species that are coming to colonize this area. Primitive species that are likely coming with many valuable resources, including influence for those that were able to convince others to come and colonize this area to begin with. Those influential people will be prime targets for indoctrination. They will manipulate their way through your society, tear it apart from the inside, and you will fail and die to the Reapers. The destruction of this facility and taking
The
with it
Reapers have
all the-
already been beaten once by these primitive life forms. In fact, a human led the charge.
and yet you are indoctrinated. I noticed
That's
that
because you
are
got the
trying
shit on your
very hard
system.
to try to resist the. You're trying very hard to stop the destruction of more Reaper technology.
Well, and Prothean, for that matter. You can eject your fucking Reaper indoctrinated pieces that are left.
Indeed, that
I
will be
think-
done.
I think maybe your your knowledge is a bit dated. As primitive as we are, we've had many thousands of years to develop since you were last turned on, and we've had a lot of access to Prothean artifacts and have learned and adapted our civilizations around your technologies. We're not
Incorrect.
as
You have learned and adapted your technologies around Reaper technologies. The Protheans did not invent most of the technologies that you've encountered. The Protheans, similar to yourselves, came across Reaper technology, reversed engineered it, and used it to advance their own life, as has happened many cycles prior to ours. We understood this to be the truth, which is why we tried to break the cycle. We fought back and attempted. We, unfortunately, in accordance to what the new information I'm gathering from you now, failed. That does not mean we did not
Unfortunately.
make a lasting effort, and that does not mean that I do not have my directives. My directive is to stop your primitive species from failing in the ways that we have. You must try to
Don't you
win this fight.
understand? We already succeeded.
The Reapers are a
balance.
fraction of the size they were before, but they haven't been fully defeated. I was hoping that
Well, not
by
fully,
utilizing
no,
you,
but
we might be able to do that. But if you were saying it's better to die and watch us perish, die then watch us perish, then I can't stop you in your directives.
Scott, do I have anything on my Omni tool to show like the history of like the Reaper Wars from what I know?
I mean, you do not have access to, because the link, you didn't wait until the link came online.
No, but
so you
there's
don't
like
have
no
access
kind
to
of
the
like
extranet.
just.
But you do have a good amount of like records and whatnot that are on you from whatever you would keep on your person, as well as basic like encyclopedia kind of shit. So you would have
Okay.
knowledge, as well as your own mission shit that you held on to that you shouldn't have because of sentimental value, because of you know your character's history. So
Sure.
without going too far into detail, yes.
Okay. Look, here's everything can I interface with you somehow to share this shit? I've got records of battles and wars and shit. You can see some more of what went down and see how the mass relays were destroyed by the Reapers in a last-ditch effort to save themselves from what our human Commander Shepard did to nearly wipe all them out in one foul swoop. We might be primitive, but we succeeded a hell of a lot further than anyone else has, as far as we know.
As you spoke, I put into place 3 million, I should say over 3 million firewalls and antivirus protections. You may interface with this terminal here. And it gestures towards a terminal, and you see a whole bunch of the nanites move out of the way to allow you to go in. As you walk in, they start closing and forming around you, so they cannot even, it doesn't even give an opportunity for the other ones to try to fall behind you, even if they would have taken a step forward.
Okay. I will try to interface and give them what I've got.
Cool. So you were trying to find details, and you're once again trying to convince this thing. This is technically a persuasion check just by talking and utilizing certain bits of information that you've gathered.
Would he get an advantage with me being around?
No.
I don't think I can intimidate a AI, but
I'm not good at persuasion anyway.
That's fine. But you still have a chance to impact it the way Rena has already opened the door. You're welcome to do so. Not a bad start.
Let me see.
We should have
probably
luck.
important enough.
The luck.
18. Okay.
Okay, I think it's what Rena got last time was an 18, but let's continue. So, as you feed this information in, does anybody else say anything else while it's analyzing it, or do you want me to just quickly read it and jump back with my response?
I think we'll let them like look it over for themselves just to see, because it's like, I mean, he's got the history of it. Plus, I feel like Strix and I, like, we don't have that kind of information. So if Frait has anything to add after they say something, then he can.
Okay. So it very quickly analyzes through all the data that you just kind of like fed to it. And it says, verify the authenticity of all of these bits of data. There seems to be no Reaper code hidden within it, and there seems to be no intentional deception by modification of the use of various recording tools that you have here. That being said, it cannot be gone without saying that you have provided for me a very select pieces of data, if you will, a bias to your arguments, as opposed to raw information for me to form my own biases.
Can you access the extranet? I can't do it from here. It's in a whole nother fucking system.
Analyze.
You can access the internet over there, then by all means, download all the data. I've only got what I fucking got on me. I'm sorry.
Analyzing. Extranet access seems to be uncapable to. It seems to. Sorry, extranet seems to be unavailable for access. I cannot do so. This is assessed to be a good thing. This is assessed to be a good thing. If extranet access was here, it is possible the Reapers could utilize that to their benefit. This system could be attacked again.
I guess, man, but I'm telling you, they're licking their wounds after all the shit that went down. I gave you what I got. Do you guys have anything? I don't know.
Counterpoints to previously made one by the unknown species. You had suggested that I will kill myself and then watch you burn afterwards. That is a confusing statement. I will say that you are permitted to leave the station.
Rather than. you'd rather kill yourself than watch us all die.
Indeed.
But if we've already succeeded once, then isn't there a good chance we could keep succeeding, especially if we had your information?
Indeed, that would greatly increase the odds. Unfortunately, there have been hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of cycles of the Reapers winning every war they have ever engaged in, and we do not have enough relevant data
Except
to confirm
one.
that other wars that they have fought in did not go similar to yours, and they still won in the end. We ourselves have held through our war for several hundred years. You are, while certainly in a better position than we were at the end of our war or any point in time within it, you are merely 24 years into your war, not even. You could still likely you are still capable of losing this battle. They have won hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions. You are potentially going to win one.
Okay,
Odds.
by
There's no
your
benefit.
logic. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, there's no benefit to not working together under these circumstances. As I said before, you're alone. Your kind has been wiped out by the Reapers. Our only choice is to continue to try, and that's what we're trying to do. By combining technology and information, that's going to give us our best chance of doing so.
And to add on to that point, it's not like you're the only Prothean VI that's ever been discovered. I mean, we've got tons of ruins that we've dug through over our lifespan.
Several points to be made. Several points made to be countered. First and foremost, of the whether or not there is a benefit for us working together. Of course, there would be. It would be bold-face untruth if I were to tell you that there would be no benefit for us to work together. That being said, there were other Prothean ruins that were discovered with Prothean VI inside. I suggest you turn to those for additional guidance and to aid you in this battle for the union of your technologies. Why do they have the opportunity to remain and this unit does not? Because I, as a VI, unfortunately, have the responsibility to look after a lot of Reaper technology that was intentionally harvested and brought here for redacted reasons. To finish the counterpoints, let me make sure I get the right one here. Hold on, I as a DM have to remember. To finish the counterpoints, it is not my choice to destroy this station for your safety or your benefit. It is my directive. This must happen.
Had you all found a way to work with Reaper artifacts without them having influence and indoctrination? Was there a way to protect that?
Indeed, there is.
Do you know how valuable that information could be in stopping indoctrination? Can you share that, or is that also against your directive?
That is a good question. One moment while I analyze. Rena, while I'm analyzing, you can go ahead and roll me an intelligence save.
Oh, fuck. Okay. That doesn't sound good. It's not great.
You can luck it.
And say, can you luck it?
13.
13.
13's better than
Rena-
nothing.
I feel like we
That
would
is
luck more than
exact
half our
number
rolls.
I wanted. It was exactly
No.
the 13 that I needed. So,
Oh my god.
so you are good. I will say with your 13, you, as he's asking this question and analyzing, you guys can assume he's going to tell you no. It's redacted. It's important secret information. Remember that ooze that gooped all over you before? And
Yeah,
remember
I
how
was
you had
actually
memories
just about
inside
to
there?
bring that up. But yes, yes.
All of a sudden, like before it even responds, something calls to mind and you say a phrase. You don't have to say it because you struggle to pronounce it. It doesn't matter. It's a Prothean phrase, which is more or less like a password or an unlock. So you kind of like blurt this out.
Sick.
Okay. And as you do so, and the others probably like look at you, especially Graff, who's like right there, like look at you as you say something that means absolutely no sense and doesn't even translate inside the your translator. It stops and says, authorization accepted. Yes, that information can be shared with you. One moment. Your Omni tool, I believe is the name you gave it, is too insufficient to hold this data. May I give it to you in parts?
Yeah.
Yes.
The nanites open up so the other two can come in and take part of the data on each of their Omni tools as well.
Okay, I'll plug into one.
Okay. As you guys each go up there, it gives each of your Omni tools a portion of the important data for how it is to deal with this. And it downloads like many terabytes of information into your things. This is
Is
all
it
the
like an
information
overwhelming amount, or
it's to the point where if you tried to put in one Omni tool, it would just break the Omni tool, right?
Okay.
It would corrupt the data. So overwhelming in the sense that it requires all of your tools, but now they have multiple mega terabyte storage. You're good. Back to you, Rena. So you are. It says I have transferred over to you all information that you have authorization to acquire. Question: how did you come across this authorization code? You are a primitive species. You should not have it.
I guess heard it. It's really not hearing it, but the memories you mentioned, I think I saw some of someone's from before.
Is this news
That's
to
where
all
I
of
heard
us?
it.
You hadn't mentioned it to us, had you?
I don't
It's
think
new.
so.
Correct. I don't think we had talked about this yet.
You did.
But
what?
you know what she's referring to now, because he confirmed that the like ooze or whatever was memories. So I don't know if you would have remembered that she had gotten some on her or whatever,
bathed in
like
it.
while we were fighting something. But
Last session.
yeah, during combat. So when I touched it, I felt, I saw all of their memories. Well, not all, some. Anyway, that's where I heard it. You were doing more than just looking into the Reaper technology. You were trying to utilize it, perhaps against them, but it didn't turn out in the way that you thought.
Is this part of the putting husks in stasis and all that?
I guess she knows. I just remember the torture, right?
Redacted.
I don't have the code for that one, I guess. But that
Is it-
basically
is
answers
this-
my question.
Just say what you said before. Maybe it's the same one.
No, it
Unfortunately,
would've-
it is not. But I do have information provided for you about many different things, including the fields that may be used to stop indoctrination from impacting one's mind, so long as you are on the opposing side of the field, and biotic barriers. A myriad of other things.
Okay. Question for you: if we were to share this with everyone, could it be used for negative things, or would it only be really a net positive here? Because we could.
This one doesn't seem like it would be negative. Am I wrong? This
Well,
seems to.
in theory, no, but this thing's smarter than I think us, so I figured I'd ask.
It's not a bad
Unfortunately,
thing
there
to
is a
ask.
historical record of this being used exactly as you're suggesting it could be done. It seems as though your primitive mind is just as sinister as those of the Protheans, or at least the ones that were indoctrinated. By utilizing fields to protect one against indoctrination, people that they themselves are in a lower tier of indoctrination are doing the work for the Reapers without realizing that they're doing so, will use fields to seemingly protect themselves from indoctrination while bathing hundreds, if not thousands, of others in an advanced version of indoctrination, believing that they themselves are the ones to control it, to cull masses and the like. It's a means of mass manipulation. Inevitably, it will be the case that the person utilizing this field was indoctrinated to begin with and will just work to the benefit of the Reapers. Any technology that exists that is meant to be a shield can be used as a sword.
Okay, what about your technology to detect indoctrination? Can we learn that from you?
Affirmative.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess that's a good start. We can have at least tests run, or we got to find the right hands to put this shit in.
Are they sorry, not good enough?
It's a discussion we can have later. She kind of gives you all a look.
A bit of a hypothesis. While all of your species are primitive, potentially except for the unknown species, I do not know enough about it to come to a conclusion one way or the other, and certainly I do not have full biomedical scanners to be able to do a proper analysis, nor the hundreds of thousands of hours of testing and dissection to properly analyze what it is or its capabilities are. But with that being said, the Asari seem to, in the past 50,000 years, have evolved with the benefit of our genetic manipulation of their species to have the earliest semblance of Prothean, memory storage and retrieval. This is likely why you were able to recall memories of the other that had interacted with you in your previous interaction you had mentioned.
Sounds cool. But, what?
I think what he's saying is that the Asari can understand things the Protheans left behind that no one else will be able to comprehend, I guess, in a meaningful way.
Because the Protheans helped form the Asari? Is that what you're saying?
Something with biological... I'll let it explain, I guess.
The Asari were already on their own evolutionary path. The Protheans did apply a few nudges here and there, though this specific evolution is, at least as far as my databanks can reach into, a surprise. However, many of my files are corrupt, including much of the data that I have transferred to you. Hopefully, one day, you'll be able to parse it together.
Great. So the shit you send us doesn't even work?
Maybe not
Much of it will.
yet.
Well, that's comforting. All right. Well, thanks for putting the warning label on after the fact.
There are no viruses or malware intentionally installed onto your...
At least we found out
tools.
now, Graff, and not later.
That's true. Look,
We
like,
still need to meet with the rest of the Asari, but we shouldn't... Are you able to reactivate the biotic shield that was protecting the station in the first place?
The biotic shield is still active. I'm utilizing it right now to bring the station down.
yeah, he's not worried about protecting the station. He's going to destroy it once we're out of here.
Well, it was more so just wondering if that's why it was on in the first place. It's keeping all of the Reaper influence and technology inside rather than spread it.
Once again,
kind
the
of just
Asari
walked right
shows their advanced evolution. I am very happy to see that the nudging that we have provided for your species genetically has benefited you well.
Can I ask a couple questions quickly? Before you self-destruct, are you planning on removing and deleting yourself so you cannot be recovered?
The rate of descent and the angle of approach that we are currently on will ensure with 99.99999999997% accuracy that all scraps of noteworthy metal on this station will be destroyed.
So you're not worried about turning off before you hit the bottom?
I need to ensure that the destruction is complete.
Fair enough. And then my other question, obviously this is a manufactured space that came from Protheans. Would you mind sharing us other locations of Prothean artifacts that we could perhaps investigate further?
Unfortunately, this station was designed to be secretive, as many others were as well. I do not have any noteworthy locations to provide for you.
Why was it meant to be secretive?
This station was removed from all other systems, including having the star charts themselves deleted or hidden, so that the Reapers would not be aware of the station as we continued our important research that you yourselves are looking to make use of.
Then how do you think they found it?
As I said, mostly destroyed, some hidden. Likely a star chart was found. Question: how did you find the station?
By happenstance, we were traveling and came across it.
I read the waves of deception. I'm being lied to.
Can I
I mean, by my standards, it's pretty much what we did.
You guys
but-
were sent here using star charts that were given to you by the Asari. But go ahead, Rena.
I guess.
Yeah. Okay, so question for you. Since we have a Paragon Renegade token, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about using it.
Yeah.
I am thinking, you guys can tell me what you think. Can I use it to look at the memories that I have in like the last canister of goop or whatever to try to find the authorization to make him stop the descent of the station and give us the rest of the info we need? But at the very least, stop the descent so it's not destroyed. What do you think?
I mean, if we can save the station.
Is that even possible?
I don't know
That's what
about
I'm
the
asking.
canister of goop being what provides it, but if you're trying to
Like
do
the memories, right? Like if I'm looking through the Prothean memories.
I like what you're
It's like
trying to
our-
do here. Let me offer an alternative because I want you to be able to utilize your abilities to the best of your ability. Rena, you could try to do this and try to Paragon button and try to make like a persuasion check that convinces it
Okay.
against all odds against a really high DC to do it. Okay, that's an option. Maybe Messy's like, fuck this, because he's already sitting next to the thing anyways, and quickly like punches in like while he's like hardlined into this, installs like a virus that starts deleting this thing, and you guys run back to the where the power area is. You try to turn the thrusters the other way. Like there's different things like that you could try to do, but specifically
Okay.
try to pull memories from this gel wouldn't work. Specifically that.
I wasn't
But
sure.
If you have other ideas, Rena, I don't want to shit on your ideas, please.
No, that was honestly where I started, and I was like, well, I better say something before we crash into the whatever planet's nearby.
I
So
mean,
yeah, I'm not sure.
it seems to really be focused on the fact that it thinks we're primitive species. I wonder if we could out logic it and ask, like, okay, well, if it was an advanced enough species, would your directive dictate otherwise? Because its
Yeah,
directive is to destroy
yeah.
itself, and it keeps saying, well, you're too primitive.
We have
So
to
if
outlogic
like the
its
Drell are
directive.
unknown, and we convince that there's other species like the Hanar and other stuff that like the Drell even answer to, perhaps it would be like, well, okay, maybe it's worth holding on.
I like that. I could try to convince it that I'm a
Because you're
servant
unknown.
for a
Yeah, you're a
power
variable.
that's higher than Protheans
I'm
ever
just-
reached, and that's why it feels as I'm primitive and my people are primitive, is because it doesn't understand how advanced we are and how uncomprehensive we are
Well,
compared to its like
hold
an
on.
ant.
There's some fucking religious implications here that I'm surprised Messi hasn't played with. So Drell worship the Protheans by proxy through the jellyfish, right? So
Yeah,
the Protheans are like, I don't even know what you are, because you were probably too primitive for you to even be on our map forever ago. And so you're going to sit there and be like, so God, I'm better than you. like there's like some social implications in here that I don't know how much the Drell's angle works from Frait. That argument works very well, just maybe not from Frait, maybe from
Well, I didn't think
somebody
he would be
else.
the one to convince.
Yeah. But I want to be clear that I don't think Freight specifically make that argument, because to him, this is like, he's talking to effectively, what's his name? Megatron? What the hell-
Jesus.
not Megatron. Well, what's it?
Jesus.
Matronon? What the hell's the name of the angel that speaks for God? The one that tells Mary, like, hey, God's got like a big load and you're about to.
Oh,
have a baby.
Metatron. I think.
Metatron.
Yeah,
thank you.
Metatron. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're more or less talking to Metatron right now. This is like a religious moment for you, you know? Optimus
Well,
Prime.
coming from me then, explain along the lines of like, look, like you don't even know what species he is, gesturing to Freight or whatever. There are so many different kinds of species and minds and ideas and technology since, you know, the extinction of your species. Like obviously we've advanced. We've made it to a point where, as Graff said, we won against the Reapers. That possibility of doing it again would be greatly improved with your assistance, and this is the Protheans' last chance to help further the rest of the universe, so to speak.
So you want to use your 1 token to Paragon attempt to make this decision. I imagine because you guys are worried about Reaper technology, you'd already asked about it, please throwing out the Reaper technology. You'd throw that in as part of it. I'm not an ass. I know you've already brought it up, so it's not like that would be forgotten.
Right.
To convince it, no, as you've just said, kind of all those details. We've already defeated it once. We're advanced enough. There are species that you even know how advanced they are. Blah, 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 all those fun details. Rena, I am willing to gobble up and take your 1 token and give you the attempts to roll this with advantage to make it work. Rena, before you make this roll, I would be a shitty person if I didn't remind you that chat is so wonderful. They gave you a successful level 4 hype train, which means that you actually have a +4 to 1 die roll. One person can do this session, and nobody's used it yet. So you are welcome to stack
could
it
do
and
that.
use it here.
Yeah, I should. You guys, okay, does this sound good to you guys? Are you cool with this?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
one roll
I think this
with
is
advantage
important.
and a +4 and maybe a luck die. I think
Trying to
maybe
preserve
we
this
can get
technology, I think, is pretty Paragon.
we could probably get a 10. Yeah.
She rolls a double
At
nat
least.
1. I will shit myself.
Dude, we've already rolled so
I'll
badly
quit.
today. We're due 1. We're due 1 good one.
We'll end stream.
Yeah, rage quit.
Double
All
that
right,
1
Rena.
and we end.
Rita, you are welcome to,
scared.
as you're prepping up your dice, you're welcome to think of how you want to phrase this, but I want to be clear. I know how late it is, and I know that you're looking to make some...
I mean, I kind of
some-
already said it.
Yeah. You could add on to it, or you can rephrase it, whatever, if you'd like to, but we get the idea. But if you want to play
Yeah.
into the dice afterwards, you're welcome to do so, but I'm not mandating it.
No, I
Without
pretty much said
further
what I
ado-
Mandating it.
would have said.
Rita, without further ado, can you just do me a favor? Because I want to
Mhm.
see the actual number right off the bat. Click the
Mm.
settings cog in the top right hand corner of your character sheet. Scroll down to the
Okay.
center middle of like your little area down there, and add 4 to your persuasion check. Like increase it with a +4. I want to see that modifier being correct.
Oh.
Oh, the cogwheel on the character sheet, not on the
Correct.
chat
+4.
panel.
Yeah, 4 added on. That's from
Oh.
chat earlier. And then don't forget to
Okay.
click the advantage button before you click this die roll, and you can still luck it afterwards depending on what you roll.
I
All
have
right, guys.
advantage. Okay. Okay. Persuasion. I mean, I'm the best person to do this because I have a 9, so.
Good luck.
Well, now you have a 9.
Oh, duh. Yeah. Well,
She's
it was
at a
high
5,
before,
yeah.
so here we go.
22
Okay.
to start.
22.
See if we have any
All right.
luck. Every number helps.
Oh,
26.
I got a 4.
Rita,
Oh my
I
God.
will not lie. I will not lie to you because it was an achievable number for you. You just rolled lower. It was a 25.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Holy
it was
shit,
a
I
25.
made it by 1. What the fuck, dude?
You
That's
could have passed that
crazy.
without a luck die. You had a 25% chance of passing it without even a luck die with everything. So I mean, like, that's amazing.
I just rolled
All right.
low. Yeah.
Don't forget to fix your persuasion number now that the +4.
I'll put that down right now, so I don't forget.
So
That's my
Rena,
face.
Take a moment.
That's your
And then, again,
face.
you don't have to deliver a speech like somebody pre-wrote something and you voice recorded it 17 times, but give me the best of what you got as at least a summary or however you want to say this as your, or at least describe
like I
how your
said it
character
better
steps
already.
forward. No, that's fine. You don't even have to re-say the words. Just describe the scene of how your character like delivers this message. Because I want to.
I feel like we're all talking. Yeah, like we're all probably trying to figure this out because he's like, we've already started our descent, so it's like, oh shit, we got to think of something fast. You know, like time's not with us right now. So they're all talking. She kind of like steps up and like interrupts, you know, and then goes on to explain how, like, the moment we walked in, he didn't even know what kind of species Frait was. You know, like that's just proof that there are more species out there, and there are that are more advanced, and they, you know, have technology and intelligence that we are using to benefit us against the Reapers, you know. And like I said it better before because now I lost my train of thought, but essentially it's oh, and we've already won once with the help of the humans, no less, you know. Like, it's so the technology is getting there. It could be advanced so much more, and this is literally the Protheans' like last chance to add to that advancement and make a difference in terms of like the Reaper Wars. so that we could actually win, or at least be on our way to winning.
So, to push the describing the scene a little further, as your character's saying this, like you said before, everybody went over to the thing. You were having the information downloaded into your Omni tool. So I imagine you're all sitting. If you're looking at the room on the map, that you don't really have to focus on it. If you're looking at the room on the map, you can imagine like this dude man shoe. Hold on, I'm on the wrong map with my other thing over here. You can imagine this dude man shoe is kind of like, up over in the space, because again, he's just hard and light. You have Rena's character is like right here. Strix is over here. Messy, that's a thing. Messy's like right here, and finally Graff is like right here, as they're inside this room with you. And then so you just kind of like, as everybody's kind of like talking and collaborating, trying to make sure they get the information downloaded to their Omni tools, you just like turn and step forward, like just describe the physicality of it. You don't have to repeat the phrasings.
I mean, yeah, she just turns and steps forward, like to speak directly to the VI, essentially ignoring everybody else. But yeah, I don't know if you wanted me to move up here, but
No, that doesn't matter. So I was just like visuals for everybody. Perfect. So it listens to your arguments, everything that you say, and this isn't a short conversation. This is like you said, as you said before you even rolled the check or whatever, a lot of information here, including like species and all that fun stuff. Don't need to rehash it. After it hears everything that you say and it finishes it out, it simply says, "You have made your point. Allow me a moment to analyze."
Is there like a window in here where we can like look and see the descent that's happening?
I wish there was. Unfortunately, no. This is the Prothean stations don't have a lot of by way of windows. They're only in the skyways. But continuing. So the, or at least my version of Prothean, like how my mind's eye sees it, but back to you, Rena. And then it responds and says, "I concede to your argument. Unfortunately, there are still dangers to be had with the knowledge within my memory banks. And so, I will indeed take the suggestion of the unknown species. I will reverse the direction of the station and do the best I can with the degrading biotic barrier and energy core to stabilize its orbit. After that is complete, all of my memory banks and my own personality will be burned. There is too much knowledge that you do not have authorization to interact with, and it will be destroyed."
Seems fair.
Brace yourselves. Everybody making a Constitution save?
I think I'm gonna lucky that, Scott. I have one left.
Sure. And Rena, don't forget to, after you roll your check, oh, you already did, just get the 4 off of your persuasion.
See you guys tomorrow. I'm going night-night.
Love my Constitution, dude.
This is awesome because he was a pinnacle part of your argument and how advanced he was as a species. Oh, this is so good. So you guys weren't talking, but so you guys are able to see, but the entire time that you were talking, it was descending into the atmosphere. Like it was going down into the atmosphere. It was funny because I was like, how long are they going to keep asking questions for? This is going to be fun. When I'm like,
I know. It's like,
minute.
we're literally descending. Yeah, I was like, we need to figure this out ASAP.
Anyways, so all of a sudden there is a lot of G-forces that happen as the structure lurches to a halt to start trying to go itself back the other way. Funny enough, Rena, only you, biotic barrier around you, are able to hold yourself strong when this happens. There's not even like a stumble. You literally just like lift yourself in the air for a couple of moments, and you can see like pained look and concentration in your face as you stop yourself from being thrown from it. The other three are thrown so hard against the walls. Damage is had, whatever. I'm not going to roll because it doesn't matter. Messy's character is literally knocked unconscious. Poor Messy. As he's just like knocked out from just like smashing into a wall and crumples.
He was already like beat up, to be fair, so it fits.
Yeah, of course it is. So the VI holds look at you, but because remember Protheans have 4 eyes. So as it turns and 2 of its eyes looking at you, 2 of its eyes look down at Frait's crumpled body, and then it looks back up at you with all 4 eyes, and it says, "Let all the souls all the lives that now rely on your decision hope that it was the right one." And then the amount of G-forces slows down and goes away as it starts transporting itself back out of atmosphere.
Yikes.
Fucking work on your brakes. God damn. Oh.
You guys gonna get me up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Messy,
Yes.
Messy, can you make me a death save real quick?
I'd rather just have the success if that's cool.
No. You roll me for Yay! All right, somebody want to get him up?
Yeah, he can take another regular Metagel. Here you go.
Thanks, Dad.
Another.
There, I did a lot better.
Hey,
this time.
you're better
Hold
than you were
perfect.
before.
Thanks.
Nice.
All right,
I feel
cool.
better already.
It now says to you, "I will begin deleting my files."
Goodbye.
Was that something we agreed to already, or is that new news?
We had to. Yeah, it was kind of like
He said that he was going
in
to do that.
exchange for like saving the station.
Oh, that's right.
He's deleting all of his memories and his files.
But you already
So,
have the
that's the
information you're allowed
trade-off.
to have in your Omni tools.
Right.
And
We have
some
everything we're
Anything
allowed
else
to
we-
have.
And
Yeah.
some information you're not allowed to have that Rena gleamed from the memories being imprinted and Messy stole off of the other terminal.
Yeah. Okay.
So you have a lot. You just can't have everything.
Yeah, we got
it's
some
deleting
good.
itself because it doesn't want to be hacked at some point in time and divulge more
Yeah.
information that it deems too dangerous or you don't have permission to have.
Before you go poof, are we safe from these nanite guys?
The decision was already made that you're too low of a threat. If you do not... actually, it says the decision was already made that you're too low of a threat as of right now, but you are in fact indoctrinated. If your indoctrination gets worse, then you will be at fault for what happens next, as this was your decision.
Great. And as far as sealing up the Reaper artifacts that are still on this station, can they do that?
Unfortunately, the nanites lack the ability to break down Reaper technology. When it attempts to do so, it is overwritten by the Reaper technology.
Yeah, but you guys have the shielding technology you sent over. Can they fix your shields?
No, the Reaper technology will be purged.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's
the whole-
honestly better than it just being left here for the Asari or someone else to run into.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
The whole
Some
point
articles
of
very
this-
well may be overlooked, as not everything will be correctly identified and categorized after the station has been destroyed over the past 50,200 blah 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 17 years, 6 months, and whatever days I said, whatever it was. After that much time, my suggestion remains: leave the station for a considerable amount of time to collect your
We're
things.
out. Yeah.
I just want to say the whole point of this was to lower the difficulty of us traversing through here again to get any more lingering information we can glean. Having the nanites still alive in this area could cause issue for us in the future if we were to accidentally trigger them. There's no way for us to deactivate it, right? So is there a way we can just turn them off?
the nanites all start swarming towards certain areas in the walls that maybe you just didn't even notice as you were walking through, but there's like slits and whatnot inside the walls, or maybe they opened up for the nanites to go into them. It's hard to tell because they're so fucking small. They're nanites. They're so small, but the swarms end up going into these various slits inside the walls all around, and it takes a few minutes. But so even as you're leaving this area, you'll still see them swarming in. And as this starts to happen, the VI responds and says they were given the order to power down.
Well, so much for the repairs, but I guess at least, like you said, they're not gonna kill anyone for walking around.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, let's get the hell away from here before my brain makes me stay.
If it's alright with you guys, I'd rather just see the end of it, just so I know.
And where do you wish to see the end of it? He'll kind of almost like mockingly say that.
He wants to watch the program disappear and the nanites go away, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I assume it won't take long.
Is that okay with you? He says to the VI. Or AI.
It says companionship as one approaches the edge of their demise is often seen as a sign of strength and dedication. Admirable qualities from an unknown species.
It really likes me now. That's great. He'll nod and say,
I just want to see your eyes fade, you fucker.
I appreciate the openness. He goes, mind if I wait? You can head on back if you'd like.
No, we'll see it through with you.
Yeah, I can wait.
No need to leave you alone.
Just more so with the indoctrination thing in my head,
Yeah, we'll get out of here as soon as it's done.
Okay, so next several minutes, you see the VI. There's maybe some mild conversation that happens to it, around it, whatever. It doesn't matter. It fades and it starts like.
Does it fade like Indiana Jones when the guy drinks from the wrong chalice and his face melts?
No.
Can it?
I think the face melts when they open the.
Oh, was it the other one? The
arc.
Or whatever?
Yes, the arc.
The arc, yeah. But either way,
what was the guy do? Was it aging? Is that what he does? He rapidly ages when he drinks from the
rapidly
chalice?
ages and dies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyways, the moving on, you see he just kind of gets like fritzy, and all of a sudden it can't support itself with the lack of power, and it shuts down. And the memory banks themselves would have been destroyed before that. So at the end, it would say, "My memory is clear. You now have more information than I do. And now I will power down. Goodbye."
Great. As soon as it does that, he's gonna go over to the memory banks, and he's gonna start like tearing out drives and like checking them to see if any data's left on them, and just downloading whatever remnants remain.
The answer to that question, Messi, is yeah, you can get some.
Yeah, great. Even if it's useless.
I respect you for wanting to stand by me to the end. Of course, brother.
Sweet bone marrow.
We don't let anything go to waste. I feel like that's more noble, We're not going to let it.
I was like, this is
rot.
really out of character for Messi. Why is he saying
Good
this
night,
is very
friends.
respectable? No, I just want
I thought he was going religious. I thought this was like a cool religious moment, which is funny because it wasn't
it's
saying
both.
something nice. It wasn't saying something nice because it was just reciting information as opposed to feeling that or having that opinion, because it's just a VI, not an AI. But Messi was just fucking with me. I did not expect that as a DM. You caught me 100% off guard. You click the button, I'm like, you cunt.
We were all like, man, he's really grown as a person through this experience.
Okay. So in meta, that was an awesome troll. I like hitting Scott with that. In the game, Frait does like basically watch some like what the Holy Spirit would be to a Catholic, like fade away in front of him, and he's like, damn, that was wild. That's always going to be up here. He's never going to forget it. And then he's like, well, let's make use of what's there, because it's like if someone were to like burn all the Bibles in the world, he would go through like pick up just like chapters, or like verses, and just be like, oh, that's nice, and like stick it in his back pocket. Like he still wants whatever's left, even if it's unusable because he like respects it so much that he wants even the bone marrow.
Like a
of this
fanatic,
creature.
like
Yes.
a religious fanatic almost. It tracks. It makes
I
sense.
get it, but
He
it's
picks up like one dead nanite that was floating inside of it, and he's like,
He probably would have
What's
little
that movie with
tweezers,
blind
maybe collect a
Denzel
little bit of that.
with the Bible?
Book of Eli, I think.
Yeah,
I never
Book
saw
of
it though.
Eli. Yeah.
"All right,
Wait,
well, I guess
But
we'll
he
find
would,
out what you get at
while
some
he's
point
doing
here."
that, as he's like pulling out the drives and scanning them, he turns back and says, I'm not going to let it go to waste.
Yeah, honestly, I don't blame you. More information, the better. I'm just kind of sad to lose what we could, but we've already gained a lot, so just take what you can and we'll get out of here for now.
We got to make sure we warn the Asari that there could be Reaper tech on here that might indoctrinate. We got it quick. I imagine it was from the big fucker, those little things during the fight over in the power area, but
Was it? Didn't the guy here destroy some of it or inject some of it? Is that what happened?
yeah,
I
he
don't
got rid of
remember
like
the-
all the very big obvious ones, but there still could be like little remnants here and there, and it doesn't take
okay.
much.
I see.
They're like, we're gonna purge it, but like we might miss something, so don't expect it to be perfectly clear.
yeah.
Okay. I will decide what it is that you're able to recover. It's not like you get everything, but I'll decide what bit of redacted information you're able to recover. Don't worry, I won't screw you. It'll be a fun one. So, we can go
Hey,
over what
maybe
that was
a way
for-
to make my armor get a +3 shields?
The fact that you trolled all of us and then you have the fucking gall, I respect it.
I respect it. Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
I don't do anything in the meta. Also, Messi fucking plays us all like a goddamn fiddle.
All right.
I like this session. I've had fun.
It's also fairly late for everybody. So to
We
sum
usually end in
this-
13 minutes 2 years ago.
That's true.
So to sum things up for you, I imagine there's a very heavy push from at least two of you, if not all of you, to get the fuck out of this place right now.
Well, we could hang out a little while longer. I mean, there's still some things left.
I do.
So-
Did I think I got rid of the husk head.
Yeah,
I was carrying it around for quite a while.
Yeah, Graff
I
goes
think
to
you
leave.
threw it
He's
into
like,
space.
you guys
Yeah, I
know,
did.
like, there's power over in the prison cells now. Like, we could check that out one more time.
I think we're done here.
I could go if you guys aren't up to it.
I think we're all done
We're
here.
all done.
Okay, so
Right,
I
Strix?
I just feel like there's still some stones.
Strix
left
isn't even
unturned.
there. He's
I
on the
think-
ship.
I think maybe he teleported.
I leaped from here. Used my athletics.
Graff
Come back, we need
reluctantly,
your help.
My
Graff
athletics.
reluctantly leaves.
I'm back on the ship.
So, anyways, you guys leave pretty quickly, or fairly quickly, whatever it is, relatively, and make your way back to the to your ship. Funny thing about the ship is, if you tried to run to it, I was gonna have like the umbilicus like strained, as it's barely holding on as the station's throwing itself into the atmosphere and whatnot. But either way, it's strained slightly the other way as it's moving back up, and the umbilicus is holding on. The biotic barrier is protecting it to a degree. So on
The
and so
ship
forth.
smashed against the wall in pieces.
But you are able to make your way back to your ship. You grab the various umbilicus, plug them into the back of yourself, and retract yourself back that way. Release the rest of the umbilicus that latch onto the thing, so that you can actually be on your ship and like break away. So that the station now is moving away from you. It's like rising back up to its correct orbit as you stay kind of like stationary, and it finally moves past you. And then Wade, as you pick up the power of the ship, because I imagine you don't want to stay here at all. Maybe you do, but whatever.
Well,
If you try to-
I think I left one of my tools on the station. You guys care if I go back over one more time to?
I think we
Get
can
it.
go back later.
I just.
It's not that important.
All right.
We can get you another tool.
Yeah, Scott. I
What do you
guess
call
I
it, Messi?
leave.
Okay, so when you go to leave, one of the things that you notice is as you pick up the speed for the ship, it is able to pick up. It is able to actually pick up the biotic barrier without boring you with too much detail. When it had a VI controlling it, you're able to move the ship safely through it. And right now, the biotic barrier has a secondary function, which is to direct the station rather than protects the station. It also doesn't impede movement. So you're able to like fly away at the normal speeds. You don't have to do like, we wait 2 days to get out of here bullshit. So you'll be fine. But that is a problem for a different session. It's already getting late. We should probably finish up here. So before we officially end and say our goodbyes, do you guys have any questions or any sum up or any details that you need to put onto your character sheets, notes that you need from me?
I'm assuming we take off our blessing now.
Oh, the 5x, the 5.
Yeah, which actually did help Messy. Yeah, you can end the blessing. That's been over an hour. Somebody actually dropped Penance of Vol for you, but there wasn't enough combat for me to trigger it, so I didn't. So I'm actually going to refund it. It was Steve gave it to you 3 hours ago. I'm going to refund it to Steve because I
Thanks,
didn't use it
Steve.
for you. But thank you for the.
I feel like if they redeem something, we don't use it like within an hour. Maybe we should just like automatically refund it because Steve theoretically could have used those points to give us luck in the rolls later. We didn't get the chance to.
So he like goes in and out of work, and it would just been like So, and I didn't know if combat
Sure.
was going to happen, so it makes it difficult. But either way, continue.
Do we need to roll anything to get out of here? Or are we just wrapping up?
Yeah, are we just?
Like, if we're gonna do a quick RP out,
That's what I think he wanted. Yeah.
That's up to
I
you
don't know
if you
about-
want to. Go ahead.
sure. I think once we're finally away from the station and Graff's gonna quit trying to go back to it, I think if we're truly gonna get away from this shit for a little while, we should go check out the planet that the Asari wanted us to see and get off this fucking. I need to get boots on the ground somewhere. I don't know about you guys. I feel fucking awful, to be honest. Touching grass would be real nice.
Not a bad idea.
As much fun as 0G has been, I also want to get on the any kind of station that's not this one.
I need air, like real air.
I'd much rather have a day of rest, but maybe we can find a nice waterfall to lay next to.
Just yeah. Indoctrination shit after all the warnings I gave you guys to turn around and yeah, let's just get the fuck away from here and get me on ground away from that station so I quit trying to go back to it because I still feel the pull to. But yeah, we'll find
Okay.
something nice. We just gotta watch
To
out
the
for those
main
storms down
planet,
there.
then. Yeah, just at night we can't go, so during the day is fine.
All right, well, heading over there. Samara, I think it was called. At least that's what the Asari named it, so let's go. Scott, we're gonna head there because even before all this space station shit, I know we were in this for a while and we needed to get out of our ship, so
Yeah.
we're headed
Yeah,
to Samara.
Wasn't there something we picked up? I don't know if I looked at the beginning of the session or not. I can't remember, but there was something that I was supposed to identify, or someone was supposed to identify that we hadn't done yet. Am I remembering that right? It's like a weird
There
tangential
was
thing.
the gun that you were trying to identify and kept failing. Is that what you're
Oh.
referencing?
Probably. Okay, we can do that next session.
Well, we do have to. It takes how long to get to Samara from the space station?
A
Not-
day, but we can worry about
yeah.
that next session. We don't need to worry
Okay.
about that right
Cool.
now. Oh, we're getting
Yeah,
raided
that's
as we
what I
finish
figured.
up. Thank you for the raid, SM.
Oh,
Oh,
great,
we
we're
gotta
about to
keep
raid.
going if we get raided for at least another 2 hours, right, guys?
Yeah,
Dude, I have not slept.
yeah,
Please.
Oh, come on. You and Rena look wide awake.
Yeah, that's a hard pass.
Messi and I have had a really rough couple of days, guys.
Rena rallied for the RP, okay, and she took us to victory. So can we just get I don't know, F's in chat for Rena's health? But
Why
But-
have
but-
some chat?
Oh, for my
For Rita's health,
yeah.
yeah, but she rallied for us. So
Hey,
all right,
I
let's.
stuck it out, bro.
Well, as we're ending, Rena, why don't you use your last few brain cells to say whatever you'd like on the way out? Anything exciting happening? Anything coming up? Anything worth noting?
Messi finished his Nuzlocke and ate a whole bunch of jelly beans.
Wait, Nuzlocke's done?
I was gonna say that. Yeah, I beat it. Beat the Elite Four.
Beat it.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. What am I have no reason to go watch anymore.
Yeah, what are you gonna spend your money on now? I don't know. man.
Our next trucker stream that we're gonna do, that we
Is the wheel gonna be there?
personas
Yes,
for.
the wheel will be in the trucker stream.
Okay, you always like it whenever I make you spin the wheel.
I don't like it. Period. That's
You know,
the end
you
of
made
what my
it.
thought
This
is.
was literally your fault. You
That's
did
what
this
I
to
tell him. I tell him. It was
Like,
like
you can't be
this
mad
is
at us
your
for
thing.
doing your thing that you did to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a very good stream when it happens.
It will
But
be. Yeah.
If I go to your
uh,
stream right now and make you redeem the trucker hat, will you wear it for 20 minutes off stream or 10 minutes or whatever it is?
Off
No.
stream.
No.
no,
This
well,
entire
You would.
off after
You would.
stream thing, we would have to
I'm
just
not
watch
going to
it.
bed with the trucker hat on.
Do it, coward.
With nothing but the trucker.
Oh, Rena, I'll break his legs. So
With a hat.
Well, he'll be wearing nothing but he goes into the ER with the trucker hat and 2 broken legs.
Honk if you're gaming.
Messy.
Help,
anything
I
you
can't
wanna add?
walk. You pee in
Yeah, I would love to
pools?
add stuff. Thank you. So we're actually doing starting next week and then through August we're doing MMO month where we're only playing MMOs. Yeah. Oh yeah, like that wasn't the thing we've been playing for the last.
I have one
Oh my God.
left.
Anyway, we're doing that. And it's gonna be really fun. We're doing all these MMOs that people voted on our Patreon, and we're very excited to play them. And we're starting with World of Warcraft next week, so I'm very, very excited because I played it like once, like 10 years ago, and that's it. And we're trying to get some guests.
Played.
So that could be fun. Might have some people on there. Maybe some people you know. Maybe Scott will be there for the entirety of it. Who knows? I won't tell you.
I might do another one, but WoW
See,
is
I won't
trash.
tell you.
Elder
I won't
Scrolls
I won't tell you.
Online, Lost Ark, Final Fantasy 14.
Those are all on there, I think. Actually, I don't know if Lost Ark was, but the other two are. So yeah, so we're doing a lot of fun ones.
Technically,
and then,
Diablo 4 is now MMO. Just
anyway.
saying.
Dude, give that one
Anyway.
give that one a year before you touch it now.
Yeah, that patch killed it. But anyway, moving on. And then after that, we're doing the trucker stream, and it's going to be really fun. It's going to be a big one. So that'll be probably the next big stream I do. But till then,
So do you
if
take the
like
trucker game
MMOs,
seriously, or do you drive like an asshole?
we drink. We drive drunk.
Okay, that's really fun.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great
It's
time.
really
Yeah,
good.
it's so
It's
much
really
fun.
good.
Yeah.
Really, I'm sorry, like legit.
No, it's
That is
sick.
really funny.
And
good.
I haven't announced all the other stuff we're doing because we are bringing the wheel back for it, and we do have another special thing that we're doing for it we've never done before. So we're gonna have like it's gonna be like fucking like one person's gonna be driving, someone's gonna be there and like clicking shit and like doing all these redemptions and like spinning wheels. We'll be like, okay, you spicy bean, you hydrate. We're gonna be doing that. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be really fun. We're gonna go for a while. So when that happens, I'll announce more. But until
Great, I'll
then,
start saving up.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Wade.
I'm here for you.
Do you have anything going on that you would like to announce or suggest or whatever?
Announce. I've got Milo's and I's and Adler's first subathon on Saturday. Obviously in June my son was born and I didn't really get to work. I think I streamed probably a
subathon.
total of like a week.
Oh, I thought you were saying I've got Milo's eyes, and I was like, shouldn't he have your eyes?
Milo's subathon.
You're
So we're doing a
Are you
subathon on
Are
Saturday.
you gonna have any like milestones along the path?
Actually,
of the
yes, that's
subathon?
exactly what I called them in my in
Yes!
my mod chat. Yeah.
Yes.
So typically I would do like game giveaways and stuff like that, but I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna get like some stamps and we're gonna like stamp his feet and send out postcards and stuff for people who like donate and stuff like that. So people will get little memorialized things.
Mary,
about
woo, Milo's sunbathing.
Milo sunbathing.
That's the creepiest sentence I've ever
I was
heard.
like, do we see the Wade camera in chat? Like fucking. Like
That's when you close the camera, put the cap on, and leave.
Yeah. Anyways. keep
Yeah, I
going.
got all I need. No, we're good. We're good. We can stop
Milo's
there.
sunbathing Saturday.
It's a child.
Pat, let me know if you need
As
guests,
I say, if
know,
you
whatever.
guys want, I'll be playing probably Remnant and a bunch of other community games as well. So
Wait, when was that again? Can you say
Saturday,
the
this
date one more
Saturday, the
time?
22nd. I will be
Fuck, I'd
going
have to buy
all
the pre-pro.
day.
Oh,
You don't have
do the
to.
pre-order for that.
There's other games I've got set up that are much
Okay.
cheaper. if
I
you
mean, I
don't wanna do
really,
it.
really want to play Remnant, but I was like, I'll save $20 and just wait till Tuesday. But I'll miss out on the Milo subathon, the Milo sunbathing-a-thon. Ugh.
Milo will be
I don't
here.
know.
Adler will be here. We'll be doing a bunch of. There will be game giveaways and stuff like that too. But for anybody that
So-
are wanting to come by,
Is
Come
Milo
on, bud.
sunbathing like just regular outside? Is it gonna be
I
like a
took
jacuzzi
him.
stream?
I took him
Like-
out to the sun today, which we haven't really left the house unless we need to go to like a doctor's appointment or something. And his eyes are typically always kind of like somewhat open. Then when I took him outside, he's like, Jesus Christ! Ah!
That's
He
my
did not
boy.
like. He loved it being like warm. Like I just let his feet kind of in the sun for a little bit. Here we're going through like nothing less than 100-degree days. It's really fucking hot in California right now. I didn't keep him out there for too long. So if everyone's like, bad parent, I literally, he was in the shade the entire time. I let his feet touch the warmth and he really liked it. And then when we came back into the air conditioned home, his face was, this is when he does this little thing. Where
Oh God.
Another raid.
Perception
let's
Studio
go.
just raided us. That's never happened before.
I know.
Hey,
we
welcome,
You took too
Raiders.
long.
Welcome, Raiders, to the outro
Yeah.
of our
Oh,
stream.
shit.
You guys arrived just in time. You don't get
Hey,
to hear about the
guys.
sunbathing or the
No,
drunkers.
yeah, let's not. We don't need to
but
rehash
you can
it. I
watch
think it's fun.
Distractable
Okay. I was gonna say, would they
on
miss
Spotify.
Speaking of which, do you guys have distractable merch for babies? A little
If you
distract.
think I know the answer to that, you picked
I
the
didn't think
wrong
you
one of
would,
the trio.
but I figured I would ask. I was gonna say, could you like talk to Bob and like see like, you know, I
Could
know
you
he
ask
has
all
a
the other
baby.
people on your show if
You know what you
have
can
merch?
do? You can go to store.distractablepodcast.com and find out.
That's a lot of
No,
work.
no,
when I
no.
could
You
You
ask
know what
the
babies
source.
love? They love posters, and we have posters.
Will they be
need you to call
hand
Mark.
signed by
just go ahead and call Mark and find out for
777?
us.
They will not be.
Can I pay extra to have it?
You can ship it to me with the return box, and I will sign it and put
Maybe.
it in the box and return
You don't
it.
need to lie to me. You're gonna keep it in your basement, wrapped up with all the other packages.
I
know.
probably won't open it.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, exactly.
You're like,
Well-
oh, gift from Pat. Cool. I guess I'll just keep this
Just a-
wrapped up.
Final thank you to Perception Studio. Hope you guys don't have too much felt on your hands, and if it is, it's not our fault.
Ew,
But thanks again for the raid. We appreciate it.
super gross. Awesome. Thank you guys for coming by, hanging out. I was gonna say something on the outro. Oh, reminder, or even just a heads up for the PCs because I don't think they knew this. Wednesday, the 2nd of August, we are not playing a session. I will be in Maine.
Yeah, we know.
At that time, I'll be in I won't have a computer beyond a laptop, so I can't stream, unfortunately. So if somebody else wants to host it, I can do it. But
I was gonna say,
otherwise,
just let Wade
I can't
host.
do it. So,
Me
wait.
host. Pat host. You're not busy.
Like, Dana, can you set up
Nah.
the stream for me? All right. So, anyways,
mean,
thank you guys so much for
honestly.
coming by. It was an awesome session. If you were interested in checking for those that just rated in, we had a great session. Rena did a really cool Paragon moment, if you're familiar with Mass Effect. But let's find somebody else to raid and keep this train going. What's our raid message? Raid train. Let's see.
Raid train.
We're gonna go to Blue Aether. I was like, do we should raid Strippin? But nah, we'll raid Blue Aether.
Blue.
Yeah, I
Blue.
love Blue Aether. I mean, Strippin's a wicked nice dude, but Blue's blue.
I've raided into Blue every night for like a week because they
love
were the
Blue.
only one who streams.
Yeah, because she's
Like-
what 5 hours behind us. She's in
Yes.
Hawaii.
It's like way earlier.
It's so
Yeah.
Oh
convenient.
well, fuck Blue. If they get to live in Hawaii, I don't want to do anything nice. They already live in paradise.
So do I cancel the raid and go? To
No,
that takes too much
no.
work.
Oh, no. You go
Bye,
and say
everybody.
hi to
Quick, hit
Blue.
right now.
I
Quick.
just
Bye.
wanted to announce my protest out loud.
Okay, how's that
Don't watch
process
your
going?
oh, wait.
Did you make signs?
Watch Distractable.
Yeah.
Join
on
the Reddit.
Spotify.
Join the.
Why would you be
Bye,
streaming in Hawaii instead of like streaching,
Well,
beaming?
If you are born and raised and live in Hawaii, I'm sure it loses its charm after a little while. You just kind of like want to do other things.
Oh my god. Wait, what's your subreddit name? Is it World Wade Supremacy?
That sounds right.
Whoa.
Yeah, go
that
go
is-
follow that subreddit.
That,
Oh,
that
God,
does
don't.
not- yeah, that sounds terrible.
I didn't
That
make
is-
it.
No,
To be
no.
fair, I didn't make it. I don't even have a Reddit account.
Dude, just please. That sounds scary. All right.
It's real. Look it up and then follow.
It's real.
I'm gonna be the first president of the world.
I'm afraid to know what that is, and you can spare me the details.
These nuts.
I hope you
We're
ended
off
on
stream. It
these
doesn't count
nuts.
as HR.